moves on impeachment motion and is now looking to have clarity and consensus with political parties. Latest in the shocker of a story that came to light from Mumbai, where a shopkeeper was thrashed. No arrest has taken place of MNS goons. MNS goons are set to appear before the police today. In the MNS goons assault case, the shopkeeper in Thane, where Thane shopkeepers have now downed their shutters in protest as the Gunda-Gardi of the MNS goons is out on full display. Shocker of a story coming to light from Pune, where an intruder rapes a woman inside a society. The man entered a gated society in guise of a delivery boy. Pune police have formed 10 teams to find the accused. Gory double murder coming to light in the national capital, where a woman and child was killed by domestic help. Accused has killed the duo after a scolding. IPS officers versus Karnataka government row escalates. High Court tells the state government justify IPS officers' suspension. 3 IPS officers were suspended over the Bengaluru stampede that took place in June. Viewers, this first story that we're tracking on the show, the latest as far as the judge case row is concerned. The scandal ignites, or rather reignites. The government is now moving on the impeachment of Justice Verma. And the government is rallying all parties to have a consensus around the impeachment proceedings against Justice Verma. Remember, this was the judge who was found with piles of cash that were burnt inside his residence itself. Multiple probes have already taken place, and now the government is moving towards impeachment of Justice Verma and is now trying to ensure that there is a complete political consensus around this, and that is when it will table the impeachment motion in Parliament as well. There's a 3-month deadline that has been set aside for the impeachment proceedings to go underway and to conclude. If you're tuning in right now, viewers, this is the same judge with whom there were piles of cash that were found in his house. They were burnt 500 rupee notes, and that raised serious questions of propriety as far as Justice Verma is concerned. He was then transferred back to Allahabad High Court. There was a huge political and a huge row that had erupted. The fact that he was actually transferred back to Allahabad High Court and no action was taken against them. But since then, the call for impeachment of Justice Verma has only grown louder. And on your screens are the process, the highlights of what really is the process all about in terms of impeaching a judge. There is a certain process, a constitutionally mandated process that has to be followed for impeachment of a judge that to take place. And to ensure that that proceeding takes place in accordance with both the law and the constitutional framework, ahead of that, the government is putting an entire process in place, and for that it is reaching out to all political parties for a consensus, a complete consensus before the impeachment proceedings of Justice Verma can be initiated. Signatures from party members will be taken for this consensus building exercise that is set to begin soon, and that is when the impeachment proceedings against Justice Verma will kickstart. Remember, this is the government reaching out to opposition to build a consensus ahead of the monsoon session. Let's get in my colleague Vasudha Venugopal for more on this. Vasudha, this is the big story that we are tracking right now. Talk to us about what is the thinking right now within the government in terms of initiating and closing the impeachment proceedings against Justice Verma.
Well, Gauri, the monsoon session of the Parliament is all set to begin from the 21st of July. And like you rightly pointed out, Justice Verma alleged corruption case has actually shocked a lot of people because it raised very serious questions on accountability of judiciary when it comes to corruption. Now, this same case is going to rock the Parliament. What we understand from our sources is that there will be a committee that will be formed and that will also look into this case, because there is an internal committee that has already, looked into this case, examined this case, come out with its report. But that will be seen as an internal committee, and this was a Supreme Court committee by judges. Now, the Parliament will look into this. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has already spoken to leaders, MPs from prominent political parties. Smaller parties will also be reached out to. The government is very clear that it wants consensus on this. It does not want to politicize the matter, because this is with regard to judiciary, which is also very important for the functioning of the country. So it wants to get consensus. This committee that will be formed by the Parliament will, of course, submit the report. That report will be tabled, and of course, after that, the discussion will follow. So, of course, there will be some time to this, but the process of removal of Justice Verma will begin as soon as the Parliament starts, and there's already a lot of talks going on on that count.
All right, let's leave it there. Vasudha Venugopal, my colleague, bringing us up to speed with what the government's thinking is as far as the impeachment proceedings against Justice Verma is concerned. All right, viewers, turning attention now to the big story that we continue to track, where Mumbai was shamed by MNS rowdies. The goons who assaulted the shopkeeper, NDTV has spoken to them, and several of them, in fact, from the party, who were brazenly justifying that attack on a shopkeeper. Why? Simple fact that he was not able to speak in Marathi, and that was a crime enough for the MNS goons to assault him. The video has gone viral of the cowardly attack on the shopkeeper. We've been keeping a very close watch on this story, viewers, because this is something, this VIP Gundagardi is what NDTV stands against. And this is what we are calling out in no uncertain terms. Now, the attack on the shopkeeper has resulted in a complete solidarity of all shopkeepers who have shuttered their shops, and they want action. And they want that there should be an arrest. It's been 48 hours and counting. It hasn't happened. Let me get in my colleague Sujata Dubedi for more on this. She's been tracking every aspect of this story. Sujata, you've been speaking to all stakeholders in this story. Talk to us about the latest that's unfolding, the fact that arrests are yet to take place, even as the entire shopkeeper community is now solidly standing behind the victim of the assault case.
Well, certainly, and all of the members of the businessmen and the trader union, they have together started their protest, and they were about to carry a march too, but that has been called off because permission was not granted by the police. Now, one major development happening today is that of the 7 MNS workers who were named in the FIR. They will be present today before the police to record their statements, and they will be produced to know why did they do this. Now, the protesters on one end are demanding that the price for hitting Babulal Chaudhary shouldn't just be of them presenting themselves before the police, and that's enough. They're demanding arrest, they're demanding action to be taken against these MNS workers, so that tomorrow it is not some other businessman who is targeted and hit in a similar pattern of action that unfolded with Babulal. So at this point it is the Mira Road police who will be questioning the 7 MNS workers, but also on the other hand the MNS party here in Mira Road Thane is agitated too, and they state that in the video that went viral, which we have been clearly showcasing to our viewers, it could be seen the MNS states that reportedly there are only 3 of these MNS workers who could be seen hitting Babulal. Then why are 7 people named in the FIR? And for the protest that has been carried out by the trade unions, MNS warns of a cross protest too, but permissions haven't been granted to any. So what does the police get to know from the MNS workers? Are they successful in creating, if not not apology, but at least a sense of fear within them. Whereas MNS clearly, while yesterday we spoke to Reshma Tapase, who happens to be the vice president of the state for the party, she says that these incidents is not the last to be counted, and there would be multiple such incidents reported if people disrespect the language of Marathi, and that, according to her, is being done by people speaking in Hindi. So there are multiple problems, and the police is trying to ensure that law and order is not taken into their hands.
All right, let's leave it there. My colleague Sujata Dwivedi bringing us up to speed with how the latest as far as this case is concerned. In fact, Sujata also spoke with shopkeepers on this story. Let's listen into that conversation.
Well, to talk about the arrests that haven't been made any yet in the case, we spoke to our sources, and they're of the view that this is a non-cognizable offence, and because of which no arrests can be made, whereas an NC was registered, and after which an FIR too has been registered in the case. Now, the 7 people who have been named in the FIR, they have been asked to present themselves before the police today, where they'll be questioned, and later action will be taken accordingly. But at the same time, there are these trade unions, the businessmen who are vouching for justice for Babulal Chaudhary, who were there. Now, to pan and show you around, these are the trade union, the members, and these are all businessmen who are here. आप यहाँ पे ये काला रिबन बांधकर आए हैं, किस लिए आए हैं, क्या है आपका?
ये इसलिए आए हैं मैडम कि व्यापारियों पे अत्याचार हो रहा है, इसलिए
अत्याचार हो रहा है मराठी बोलने को लेकर।
मराठी बोलने को लेकर
हाँ, आप क्या बोलेंगे कि कहा जा रहा है कि मराठी बोलना पड़ेगा वरना आपकी दुकान तोड़ देंगे, आप पर कार्रवाई करेंगे, ये कहाँ तक सही है? आज आप लोग क्या मांग करें?
मेरा कहने का मतलब है कि जो उस बंदे ने जो सवाल पूछा था, वो ऐसा नहीं पूछा था कि तेरे को मराठी आता नहीं आता। उसने सवाल ये पूछा था कि तू कहाँ पे है, तो वो बोला मैं हिंदुस्तान महाराष्ट्र में हूँ। तो महाराष्ट्र में कौन सी भाषा चलती है? बोला सब भाषा चलती है। जैसे आप आए तो मैं आपके सामने महाराष्ट्र में मराठी बोलता हूँ, हिंदी वाला आया तो हिंदी बोलता हूँ, इंग्लिश वाला तो इंग्लिश बोलता हूँ। उसके बारे में वो थप्पड़ मारना चालू कर दिया।
यानी बिना कुछ पूछे बताए जो है सीधे थप्पड़ मार दिया गया। आप भी व्यापारी हैं?
व्यापारी है।
क्या व्यापार करते हैं?
किराने का दुकान है।
किराना का दुकान है। कल को आपकी दुकान में आएंगे, बोलेंगे मराठी बोलो, नहीं बोलेंगे तो आपका राशन वगैरह फेंक के चले जाएंगे, ऐसा मनसे के कार्यकर्ता धमकी दे रहे हैं। क्या चाहेंगे, क्या कार्रवाई?
हम तो चाहते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान में है तो सब भाषा का होना चाहिए। मराठी है ठीक है, मराठी आता है बात अलग है, नहीं आता है तो जबरदस्ती नहीं करना चाहिए,
मारना पीटना नहीं।
हाँ, जो है प्रेम से समझाना चाहिए।
व्यापारी हैं
जी,
क्या मांग रहे हैं?
वो दोषियों को कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की सजा दो।
कहा जा रहा है कि इनकी गलती नहीं थी फिर भी इन्हें मार दी है।
हाँ, उनकी गलती कुछ नहीं थी तो भी उन्होंने मारपीट की है उनके साथ, तो ये ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। उसके लिए बड़ी कोई खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
आप लोग व्यापार करते होंगे क्या, कि पहले ऐसे कभी हुआ है कि कार्यकर्ता आके बोल रहे हैं मराठी में बात करो, कि ये पहली बार ऐसा कुछ सुना जाना आपने?
ये पहली बार ऐसा सुना जा रहा है, ये तो बहुत गलत है। हम मराठी के साथ मराठी भी बात करते हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने ये मारपीट की, वो बहुत गलत किया। आज उनके साथ हुआ, कल हमारे साथ भी हो सकता है। तो हम सरकार से यही मांग करते हैं कि उनके साथ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई हो।
कुछ और व्यापारी हैं, आप किस चीज़ का व्यापार करते हैं?
हम बंगार के व्यापारी हैं।
अच्छा,
हाँ।
तो मराठी को लेकर जो बातचीत चल रही है, क्या दिक्कत है? यानी लोग बोल रहे हैं मराठी में बात कर लो आप।
मराठी में ऐसा है कि जो हमारे इधर आते हैं तो मतलब हमारी जो लैंग्वेज होएगी, जो ही भाषा बोलेंगे हम लोग, ऐसा है न। मराठी के साथ में होंगे तो हमको आएगा तो हम मराठी बोलेंगे, ऐसा है।
All right, turning attention now from Mumbai to Delhi, where a shocking case of double murder has come to light from the Lajpat Nagar 1 area of South Delhi, where a woman and her minor son were found brutally killed inside their house late on Tuesday night. The incident came to light at around 9:43 in the night when Kuldeep Sevani, the husband of the deceased woman, made a PCR call to the police. He reported that his wife and son were not answering their calls. On reaching home, he found that the door was locked and noticed visible bloodstains near the gate and on the stairs. Responding swiftly, the PCR team and local police reached the spot and the house was forcibly opened, and what they found inside was horrifying. A 42-year-old Ruchika Sevani and her 14-year-old son Krish were lying dead in a pool of blood. Ruchika and her husband ran a garment business in Lajpat Nagar market. Their son Krish was a class 10th student. Within hours of discovery, the police made a breakthrough. The main accused was 24-year-old Mukesh, who was arrested from nearby Amar Colony while attempting to flee. Mukesh is a native of Hajipur in Bihar. He worked as a driver and helper at the family's garment shop. According to police, Mukesh was familiar with the household and may have exploited that trust. The exact motive behind the murders, whether it was robbery or whether it was personal conflict or something else, is under investigation. The accused has told the police that the lady used to scold him, and that's why out of rage he committed that crime. Let's listen in to some reactions coming in on that story.
हमें एक्चुअली कुछ मालूम नहीं चला. रात को 9:30 बजे उनके हस्बैंड आए तो हमें पता चला कि वो दरवाज़ा नहीं खोल रहे. लेकिन थोड़ी देर के बाद पुलिस आ गई. उन्होंने कोशिश करी दरवाज़ा तोड़ने की, तो फिर पता चला हमें कि कुछ हादसा हो गया. बस इतना ही मालूम है. बहुत क्योंकि वो सारा दिन शॉप पे रहती थी. उनके हस्बैंड भी, तो ज़्यादा इतनी बातचीत होती नहीं थी.
इतनी जंगपुरा विधानसभा के लोग हैं, उनको एक अपील जरूर करूंगा. नौकर को पहले नाप तोल के रखो. आप इंक्वायरी करो, उनके रिश्तेदार की गारंटी लो, किसी की गारंटी लो. ऐसे मत नौकर रख लो, क्योंकि जो भी आएगा, इधर से आया उधर से आया, नौकर नहीं, उसकी गारंटी लो. उसके बाद थाने में रिपोर्ट कराओ कि हमने ये नौकर लगाया, इसकी वेरिफिकेशन कर लो.
We are being joined by two of the colleagues of Mukesh who committed a double murder in Delhi's Lajpat Nagar area. Let's go straight to him. Sir, आपका नाम क्या है?
सुरेंद्र सिंह.
आपका नाम क्या है?
प्रेम सागर.
आप लोग उनके साथ ही काम कर रहे थे?
हाँ सब.
क्या बताएंगे मुकेश कैसे थे इंसान?
मुकेश शकल से तो अच्छा लगता था, थोड़ा गुस्सैला था कि हर बात पे पिनक जाता था.
ऐसा मुकेश ने कहा है कि जो मालकिन थी वो लगातार डांटती वगैरह थी, तो इसमें कुछ सच्चाई है?
वही तो कह रहा हूँ, बात सच्चाई है.
जो मालिक पैसा देगा वो थोड़ा बहुत कुछ बोलेगा, उसका हक है बोलने का, ओनर का. अब 10 साढ़े 10 की ड्यूटी है, अगर आप 12:30 बजे आ रहे हो तो वो तो बोलेगा ना, बॉस भैया इतना लेट क्यों आ रहे हो करके.
क्या हम इतने साल से काम कर रहे हैं, क्या हमें थोड़ा बहुत बोल देते थे तो हम ऐसा काम करेंगे?
ये जिनके लिए आप काम करते हैं वो कैसे थे नेचर वाइज?
ये भाई साहब और भाभी बहुत अच्छे थे. उनको तो मैं कभी भी गलत ही नहीं समझूंगा. बहुत अच्छा नेचर है. कभी भी किसी भी 1000, 2000, 3000 जब भी मांगो तुरंत भेज देते थे.
All right, turning attention now from Delhi to Bengaluru, where the stampede case has seen now the IPS officers and the government, in fact, escalating into a fresh face-off with the IPS officers taking on the Karnataka government. The Karnataka High Court has heard government plea, and the plea is against the revocation of the suspension. The High Court has told the state government that you have to justify the suspension of the 3 IPS officers. They were suspended over the Bengaluru stampede that took place, and the tribunal reinstated the ACP level officer. High Court has told the state government that you have to justify why exactly the suspension should be there, even as the government has requested for more time on this. Let's get in my colleague Deepak Bopanna, who's joining us live from Bengaluru for more on this. Deepak, now this is a face-off that is escalating between the IPS officers on one end and the state government on the other.
Well, yes, and as of now, the matter could be decided only next week because it has been posted for next Wednesday, the 9th of July. And now we should understand that the tribunal's orders, of course, were quite harsh on the government, going on to say that their order of suspension was quite mechanical in nature. It had also pinned the blame of, bringing in large crowds together on the RCB. Now, after, the tribunal had said that, well, the suspension has been quashed. The IPS officer was, of course, ready to take charge because that's something that the order also mentioned. But interesting, the government deciding to, of course, knock the doors of the Karnataka High Court. Right now, the Karnataka High Court, of course, has said that, the government has to really justify its suspension. And that's where the Advocate General seeking more time from the court, which has been granted. Another important aspect here is till the hearing, of course, goes on until next week, the officer in question here, Mr. Vikas Kumar Vikas, will not be taking charge or going to the office, and status quo will remain.
All right. In fact, Deepak, stay with us. There's more news coming in, and in fact, more face-off between the Karnataka government and the officers. There's another case that's coming to light. It's the additional superintendent of police rank officer who submitted a request for voluntary retirement from his service in a 3-page letter. He has requested VRS, saying he was insulted by the chief minister during a Congress rally in April. That's the video that you see, viewers, on your screens there. There you see it, the gesture of a slap from the Chief Minister. That gesture is the reason why the officer in question has asked for VRS. He did have several more years left in service. And Deepak, this is yet another case that's coming to light at a time when anyway you have the IPS officers taking on the government in what they feel that this is not appropriate action against them. How do you see this incident also coming to light at the same time?
Well, this was an absolutely uncalled for incident. Happened, a couple of months ago while Mr. Siddaramaiah was in Belgavi attending a Congress event. There was a sudden protest that broke out, during that Congress event. Some of the BJP workers there protesting. This irked the, Chief Minister, and he calls the additional SP who was on the stage, Mr. Baramani. He says, "Where is the SP? Why is this happening?" And after yelling at him, he gestures as if he was going to slap the officer. Now, after this incident, now we are learning that earlier this month, the officer deciding to, of course, take retirement. He has written to the government saying that, he does not want to continue, and he was humiliated by the Chief Minister on the dais, and after which it has, caused a lot of pain to him and embarrassment to him. And he says that, he as an officer who's supposed to give justice to the others, if he cannot seek justice for himself, it's a very sad situation, is what he has emphasized through that letter, and has also said that, nobody, including in his own department, stood by him during that time. Now, while, of course, this question was posed to the Karnataka Home Minister, he has, clarified that, the Chief Minister hasn't, or rather didn't have any sort of intention to humiliate him, and even went on to say that he has had conversations with him, and, the matter will be amicably resolved, and he will also be given a good posting in the near future, is what the Home Minister has said. So we'll really have to see in the days to come what really transpires here.
Indeed, you take exams, you get through, you get selected as an officer rank only to be humiliated on stage by an elected official in a manner that is absolutely not just uncalled for, but unacceptable. And I think that's what the big and the larger point here is. Deepa Bopanna joining us live from Bengaluru on that story. I'm going to turn attention now away from Karnataka on to Maharashtra, where the row over farmer suicides has escalated. A total of 767 farmer suicides have been reported from January to March in Maharashtra. Majority of them were in the Vidarbha region. The Congress has hit out at the ruling party about the rising cases of farmer suicides in Maharashtra, and there's a political face-off that has intensified with Rahul Gandhi saying that the BJP has failed the farmers and has sought details on how the state government is extending help to the deceased farmers' families. The Congress MLAs also demand an increase in the financial aid from the current 1 lakh rupee that is offered by the government in terms of state assistance. All right, turning attention now to a very important story that NDTV has been tracking, viewers, which is that the trade deal between India and the US could be finalized over the next couple of days, could be as early as 48 hours. That could be the first phase of the trade deal. Now, remember, 9th of July is when the pause button on the reciprocal tariffs kicks in, which means that those reciprocal tariffs will come in once again, 26%, which is why India and US have been trying to thrash out a deal before that. And it looks like there's more than just a breakthrough. A possible deal is likely in the next 2 days. Now, what could be the contours of that and what could be the limited areas that the first phase of the deal would really focus on? My colleague Rishabh Bhattagar has answers to those questions.
Not just in the US, but in India also, we can expect 4th of July cracker works and fireworks to go in, given that an interim trade deal is very much possible in the next 48 hours. This is what we're picking up from official sources. Just like the deal that was announced between the US and Vietnam yesterday, we can expect something on similar lines, given the fact that that deal was also broadly about tariff cuts and the removal, or the reduction of the reciprocal tariffs that the Trump administration had imposed. So that is something that we can expect from this mini or interim trade deal that is about to come. What we can also expect is that there will probably be no mention of agri or dairy produce, something that has been a major red line for India so far. that is not something that will probably feature in this interim trade deal that will come out in the next 48 hours ahead of this July 9 tariff pause deadline that we've seen coming. What we're also not expecting is that sectoral tariffs on steel, auto components, as well as aluminium will also probably remain untouched, because that has also been the scene in this US-Vietnam trade deal that came out late last night. So that is what we've been hearing from Trump. There has been repeatedly bullish, positive commentary. The Indian team is also in Washington for negotiations still, and we're hopeful for a deal in the next 48 hours.
All right, well, we keep a very close watch on the latest as far as the India-US trade deal is concerned. Viewers, we now are slipping into a short break. On the other side, we're going to do a call-in show, and we're going to open our call-in lines. The numbers are flashing on your screens. Call us, tell us what do you think about the horrific story that's come to light from Pune, where a man, in fact, acted as a courier boy and entered a woman's house, raped her, took a photograph, and also said, I'm going to come back again. We're going to do as I said, calling lines are open. Please call us and tell us what you think about this story. We're going to slip into a break, come back on that story and much more. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In the Judge Cash Rao, government moves on impeachment. Government speaks to all parties to seek and build consensus. 3-month timeline for the impeachment motion against Justice Verma. As shopkeepers thrashed due to gundagardi by MNS goons, still no arrest, even as MNS goons are set to appear before police today. As MNS goons assault shopkeepers, Thane shopkeepers down shutters in protest. Shocker coming to light from Pune. Intruder rapes a woman inside society. Man entered the society in guise of a delivery boy. Pune police formed 10 teams to find the accused.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
If it matters to you, 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 it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop. only on NDTV 24x7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Viewers, if you're tuning in right now, there's been a horrific case that has come to light from Pune. A 22-year-old woman who was allegedly raped by a man who entered her house in Pune on Wednesday evening by posing as a delivery executive. The incident took place at around 7:30 p.m. in a housing society inside the woman's flat. Remember, this was not middle of the night. This is evening, busy hours, 7:30. The woman was reportedly alone at the time of this attack. The Pune police said that the victim was alone after her brother had stepped out for some work. The 22-year-old woman was then raped after this man gained entry into the society posing as a delivery executive. Now, before we go any further, viewers, what's flashing at the bottom of your screens is our calling line number. Call us, tell us how shocked you are about this. What are the questions that come to your mind? The safety concerns. So many of us live in gated societies. This could happen to anyone, anytime. And what could be the solution? We're going to discover those solutions, those possible remedies together over the course of the next 30 minutes. I want to first play out this soundbite of Rajkumar Shinde, who's the DCP of Zone 5 in Pune, under whose ambit this case has come to light. We then talk more on this.
Jurisdiction of Kondwa Police Station in Pune City. Offence under section 6477 351(2) of BNS is registered. Yesterday at 7:30, Nirbhaya, age 22 years, one delivery boy with bank envelope entered her flat, and he said that courier is there, but I have forgotten the pen. So Nirbhaya went inside her home to take the pen. Meanwhile, immediately he closed the door, and this incident happened. 10 teams, 5 of crime branch and 5 of zonal teams are working on it.
Okay, now 10 teams have been formed to nab this accused, but the audacity of this crime itself is shocking many, including me, because as I said, so many of us live in gated societies and this could happen to anyone, anywhere. Revati Hingwe, my colleague, joins me live to talk more on this. Revati, talk to us about and walk us through what is it that the police is telling you about. How soon are they planning to, in fact, close this case? What is the investigation looking like right now? Walk us through all those details.
Right, as you rightly mentioned, a spine-chilling incident has happened in Pune's Kondwa area, where a 22-year-old girl was brutally raped by a man posing as a delivery agent. He entered the society saying that he has got a parcel from bank. Then he reaches out to the woman and there he says that I've got a parcel from bank. When she refuses, she says that this parcel does not belongs to me. He forces her to sign and then he says that I've forgotten my pen. Can you please lend me a pen? Using this, he entered the flat and then he sprayed a substance on the victim's face and then he brutally raped the victim. This is not just the end of the incident. Later, he rests on her back and he clicks a selfie on the victim's phone and he mentions that I'll be back again. This incident was reported on Wednesday at around 7:30 p.m. and Kondwa police is currently investigating the matter further. Also, the medical tests tests are being done at Sassoon Hospital of the victim currently. Also, what substance was sprayed, this is also under investigation, as the substance is being sent to the forensic lab, as said by DCP Rajkumar Shinde. Now the question arises, is Pune city safe? Because yesterday National Women's Commission chairperson Vijaya Rahatkar was on Pune tour, and at that point of time Pune police told her that gave a report that Pune city is safe and all the possible schemes are being implemented in Pune city. But when the National Commission for Women's chairperson was in Pune, this incident happened on the same day. Also today and tomorrow, HM, Central Home Minister Amit Shah is on a Pune tour, and he will be going in the same area where this incident happened. Now,
stay with me, Revati. I'm going to come back to you. I want to first quickly get in our callers, and then we get in Mr. PK Jain as well for more on this. But Mr. Jain, let me first go across to the caller, Harish, who's calling us from Mumbai on this. Go ahead, Harish. What are the first thoughts that come to your mind? What is it that you want to say on this story?
Very good afternoon. I wanted to check, why are the politicians and the law enforcement taking it easy, whether it is whichever state in the country, West Bengal, Andhra, Karnataka, Maharashtra, why are they so lax on these issues? I'm really surprised that we are tolerating that nonsense for years together. Why? Why do we need to sacrifice innocent lives, women, children, anybody?
Right. That's a very pertinent point. You, in fact, thanks so much for calling us. That was Harish Das from Mumbai. He raised a larger point in terms of that there are now cases coming to light. Remember, we're also looking at the Kolkata rape case as well. So the caller making a point about cases being across the country. But Mr. Jain, I want to first reflect as far as this case is concerned, and we're also going to tell our viewers the big questions that come to mind, and I'm going to rope in Saurabh for that in terms of what all are the big questions that come to your mind in terms of the immediate to, of course, safety on a long-term basis. But Mr. Jain, the fact that this could happen so easily in a gated society where everybody boasts about, major security infrastructure. They say that there's so much money and effort and resources go into security infrastructure. But look at the ease with which a crime like this can be committed.
Gauri, thank you very much for having me here on this show. Yes, it's a very horrific incident. The society is an upscale society with security personnel at the gate, but apparently they are not doing their job properly. In fact, delivery boys who are absolutely unknown to anybody, they come to the society, their credentials should be checked, only then they should be let in. Now, this system is followed in some of the societies. In many of the societies, it is not followed, which leads to this kind of an incident. The second thing, of course, the police is on the job. They will certainly catch this criminal because, taking a selfie, he's being very brazen about it. I think he's sending messages to this family. How does he go to a particular flat itself? How does he know that the girl would be there? So there would be some kind of an insight in this incident. Maybe one of the earlier watchmen, maybe somebody close to a security personnel. Absolutely. I'm sure the police is going to look at various angles in this case.
Absolutely.
But, I also like to add, Gauri, one more thing. The citizens also have to be security conscious. Yes. Whenever somebody comes to your gate and he asks for water or pen or something like that, please close your door. I would advise the citizens to please close your door. Don't leave the door open for the fellow to follow.
Mr. Jain, hold your thought there, sir. Hold your thought there, sir. You've made a very important point, and that's something I must tell our viewers as well. And then we get in sort who's going to put those big questions for our viewers as far as this case is concerned. But the couple of important points that Mr. Jain is mentioning here is first and foremost that make sure that you're mindful of security concerns all the time. That's the first thing that he said. And the second important fact he said was it could be an inside job as well. You cannot rule that out as well, that at any point of time, so many societies you see that the security infrastructure is actually outsourced. It's outsourced to a third party and they take care of whichever other security guards that are there. And that churning is so regular that no one really knows that who's the security guard right now and who was actually deployed last month. And that's some of the questions, in fact, Saurabh, that we're going to put forth to Mr. Jain and also, of course, try and get some of those answers through the course of this broadcast. But go ahead, Saurabh. There are some more questions that you have that we must address in this case.
Well, cities like Pune, cities like Mumbai, cities like Delhi, cities like all of these cities where people come from different places. A lot of people, move into these gated societies and they live there. And often, obviously, security remains a question. And this is something that obviously now everyone's asking. Now, when you move into a gated society like this, the first question is that do you have verification? Because one of the things that a lot of people ask is how was entry allowed without verification in this case? Was this person actually a delivery boy? What was he delivering? All of those things. Secondly, should societies spend more on security? And that's a very important question because like Mr. Jain was saying, we have to be security conscious. And if these days there are apps, etc., that allow you to screen every visitor to see whether they should be allowed or not. So obviously the security apparatus is available. Whether societies should actually spend more, that's a question. Given it's a question of security, then of course stricter background checks, because this is something that we've seen in. This is not the first case where someone using the pretense of being a delivery boy has done something like this. So obviously this is something that again needs to be looked at. Background checks for people engaged in this, and of course how to make communities safer for women. Larger awareness is something that's very important. And the last one is, most important, that again, will an incident like this act as a wake-up call to make our societies, living areas more safe and overall make it a safer community for women? These are the questions that would be on everyone's mind as they watch the reports on this story. Absolutely. Thanks much, Saurabh, for walking us through some of those important questions that we're going to highlight in this broadcast. Let's quickly get in another caller, Meena Suri, who's calling us from Pune. Go ahead, ma'am.
What I want to bring to point is the securities in the societies are not at all attentive. They have a very friendly attitude when people enter in. The checks should be more stricter. The security guards should be still more well trained, and also the security agencies should be becoming like a mushrooming business where there is no quality of work. There's nobody who is really serious about what they're doing. This is very important.
Right. All right. Thanks much for sharing your thought. That was Meena Suri, another caller calling us from Pune. And lack security, casual security and lack of having a clear safety protocol is something that many have pointed out. And let's go back to Mr. Jain, who's with us on this. So how do we standardize these safety protocols? Because, these are private societies, gated communities. All of them do say that a lot of resources are going into safety, but this is the end result. How do we standardize safety protocols?
Gauri, these safety standards and protocols have already been standardized. All security agencies are supposed to be putting all their guards through some kind of a training. The training has been structured. But unfortunately, what happens, even in Mumbai, a city like Mumbai, these security agencies are so much short of manpower that the trains which are coming from UP, they ask the people actually whether they are unemployed, are they looking for a job? And the moment he says yes, they catch hold of him, charge him a fee of 800 rupees for his uniform and put him on the job. So without a training, without any kind of formality being completed, the basic formality, the people are put on the job. And these people become a serious threat to the security of the residents of a particular building. So when the society hires a company or society hires a guard, they should not be miser about it. You want to pay 8,000 rupees to a security guard, don't pay him well enough. Well, he is bound to commit some kind of an offense, or he may land up. He is prone to committing an offense. So pay a security agencies well enough.
Okay.
Ask for a trained manpower. There should be no frequent change of security guards. Are some of the basic requirements. Second is the guard doing his job. The management of the society, the MC should keep checking. The residents should keep checking whether they are doing their job properly or not.
Indeed.
And the third thing, Gauri, which is most important, is you have to secure yourself. Preferably, I always keep saying that a house should be guarded by 2 doors. One should be having slots, so if you have to receive a package, you can receive through a closed door. You don't have to open the door. And the second one is that you must keep a stick, a small stick, 2 feet long stick somewhere at 2-3 places in the house so that you can protect yourself. And the third thing is that you must not leave your door open behind you when you are going inside to get a glass of water or a pen or something to help the delivery
That should always
guy.
be the case. And I'm glad you're pointing that out, because people watching, our viewers watching this broadcast, need to be mindful of these simple but very important safety measures. At all points of time, these need to be kept in mind. Revati, let me come back to you. The fact is that this is a case that has also sent shockwaves around a lot of single women around India. In most major towns, in all gated communities, you have a rising number of young working single women, and any one of them could be as susceptible as the victim in this case.
As you rightly mentioned, that the women's safety in Pune city is being questioned at this point of time, because as I mentioned earlier, National Commission for Women's chairperson Vijay Ratkar was on a Pune tour last night. Also, if we look back at some incidents that happened in Pune city in last 2 to 3 months, also if we look at the NCRB report for Maharashtra is on the top for crime against women. Now, when the chairperson for National Commission for Women's was here in Pune, she held a meeting with Pune police. All the needed reports were given, but yet there was no highlights of what exactly is the ground report. There is no exactly information given on what is the ground reality. There are many women who are facing such incidents, because in this particular incident we have there's a question which rises on that how come the guy know about the fact that the woman was alone inside her flat, how it is possible to intervene, and what kind of substance he used after which he brutally raped that woman. There are many questions at this point of time, but police is investigating the matter further, and we really hope that whatever other details are put forward, so that all women out there know the fact that they are what should they be doing once they are alone at home.
Absolutely, and we are telling this. That's the purpose of this broadcast, to ensure that the viewers watching this should be mindful of the security measures that we are putting out. In fact, Mr. Jain is highlighting simple safety protocols that everybody needs to follow at all points of time to ensure that you are safe. Second, viewers, if you're tuning in right now, what's flashing on our screens is our calling lines and numbers. Pick up the phone, dial those, punch in those numbers, and speak to us about a story that in fact impacts all viewers watching this. It could happen anywhere to anyone in gated communities. These are high-rise, multi-story buildings where this kind of an intrusion that has taken place has actually sent shockwaves around major cities. All right, Mr. Jain, let me come back to you with another final word on this, so to say, which is that while one is debating about the specifics of this case, that investigation will point out whether it was a disgruntled employee, a former employee, and all those details will come out. In terms of what could be the broad framework that you said that SOPs are already in place, there are safety standards, but they're not being followed. Is there a way to ensure that they are more strictly followed by all large gated societies?
As I had mentioned earlier, the large gated societies must hire security agencies which are reputed, instead of going to chiller agencies or fly-by-night operators who hire people without verification, without training. And they must ensure that the agency they are hiring has got a proper license. The licenses are granted to security agencies by the Joint Commissioner of Police. Now, they have a proper license. They have a proper license of their men having been trained. They must take these certificates, and proper PF and everything is paid. I mean, all those things must be verified by the managing committee of a society before they hire a security agency. And my request to all these societies and all the buildings, standalone buildings, is kindly don't take shortcuts. Don't go in for cheap security. Go in for a proper security. Give them proper relief. I've seen societies where you have only one guard during the day he is used for switching on the water supply line and everything. Some people, the office bearers send him to get vegetables and all that, and night they expect him to do his his security duties.
You're pointing out some very major lapses that happen more often than not. I'm going to leave it there. Mr. Jain, thanks much for speaking to us on NDTV. And Revati Hingwe, my colleague who was giving us the details about this particular story, that we're going to keep coming back to viewers with details. I'm now shifting focus to more breaking news that's coming in on the broadcast. Maharashtra police has spoken to NDTV as far as the MNS goons are concerned, and the police have refused to arrest the MNS goons. Let me quickly play out this conversation that my colleague Sujata had with the police commissioner on the MNS slapgate. Listen in.
सर, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कि इस पूरे मामले में जो है हम आक्रोश देख रहे हैं लोगों में, व्यापारियों में, कि आखिर इन 7 लोगों पर कार्रवाई कब होगी और अब तक इस पूरे केस में स्टेटस क्या है?
अभी जैसे पुलिस स्टेशन को कंप्लेंट प्राप्त हुई है, तुरंत एफआईआर हमने रजिस्टर कर ली गई है। 7 लोग जो है उनको आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया गया है। 3 लोगों को नोटिस दिया गया है। अभी कानून में ये प्रावधान है कि 2 साल से ज़्यादा सज़ा नहीं है, उसमें 7 साल से अगर कम सज़ा रहे तो उसमें अरेस्ट नहीं कर सकते। तो हमने नोटिस सबको सर्व किया गया है और सब पे प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन भी हम ले रहे हैं। इसके बारे में कुछ लोग हमको निवेदन भी देना चाहते थे, तो हमने वहाँ पे जाके निवेदन भी लिया है और कानून सुव्यवस्था ना बिगड़े इसके लिए हमने सबको अपील भी किया है और बहुत शांतिपूर्वक तरीके से सब हुआ है। लोगों का भी अच्छा सहकार्य हमको है,
सरकार है। लेकिन सर, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन को बिगड़ता देख यहाँ पर आपको नहीं लगता कि इस पूरे इलाके में जिस प्रकार के कम्युनल टेंशन्स पहले भी देखे गए हैं, मराठी मुद्दे को लेकर इस प्रकार विवाद, आपके क्या अपील रही है लोगों से ताकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन वो है वो ना बिगड़े?
पुलिस विभाग की तरफ से मैं अपील करना चाहूँगा कि कोई भी कंप्लेंट रहे तो तुरंत नज़दीक के पुलिस स्टेशन में जाए या 112 पे कॉल करे, तुरंत आपको हेल्प मिल जाएगी। किसी भी तरफ से कानून हाथ में नहीं लेना चाहिए, जो कानून हाथ में लेगा उसके ऊपर स्ट्रिक्ट से स्ट्रिक्ट कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
सर, मनसे के जो इस प्रकार के कई ऐसे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ कह लीजिए, उनके द्वारा जो है भाषाई विवाद को लेकर क्या पहले भी कुछ ऐसे केसेस आपके अंडर इस जुरिस्डिक्शन में आए हैं कि ऐसे कुछ हो रहा है?
मेरा भाईंदर में ऐसा कोई केस नहीं हुआ है और इसके आगे भी मैं अपील करूंगा सबको कि यहाँ की शांति बनाए रखे, कोई भी ऐसा विवाद में ना पड़े और कुछ भी दिक्कत हो तो आप पुलिस स्टेशन में जाके कंप्लेंट कर सकते हैं।
NDTV के इस मुहिम में मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगी कि ये जो 7 लोग हैं जिन्हें आप आज मिलेंगे, इनसे पूछताछ करेंगे, इन पर इन्हें अरेस्ट किया जाएगा, नहीं किया जाएगा, छूट जाएंगे, ज़रा सा क्लैरिटी के लिए बता दीजिए।
नहीं, मैंने ऑलरेडी बता दिया है। जो 35 BNSS जो एक्ट है नया, उसमें जो प्रावधान है उसके प्रावधान के तहत 7 वर्ष से कम सज़ा रहे तो उसमें अरेस्ट नहीं कर सकते, तो उसमें नोटिस दी जाती है और जल्द से जल्द हम इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन करके चार्जशीट जो है कोर्ट में फाइल करेंगे।
All right, that was my colleague Sujata Dwivedi in conversation with Prakash Gaikwad, who was telling, he's the Zone 1 DCP in Thane, who very clearly says that there will be only, there will not be an arrest as far as the MNS goons are concerned. They will only be called for questioning, because he cites the law saying that under the 7-year provision, if the case is such that under 7 years is the kind of imprisonment, there is only going to be questioning and no arrest. But the fact is, viewers, you've been seeing this video and the message it sends to anybody who's not willing to speak or is not able to speak Marathi. And you see the kind of reaction that's coming in from the MNS goons there, who were brazen, who were justifying the attack. And what's the larger message here that the police are sending out to the goons, that they are free to go ahead, do as much gundagardi as they can on the streets. At the end of the day, they're only going to be called for questioning. That's what is going to happen. I'm going to try and connect with Sujata, my colleague, in just a bit to try and understand what could be the next course of action from here on. But you heard what Prakash Gaikwad very clearly told Sujata, my colleague, saying that there will be 3 people who will be called for questioning, no arrest. He cited the law, but at the end of the day, the question remains the same, which is that look at the kind of gundagardi on the streets, and calling them for questioning a couple of days later is hardly going to address the root cause, the core problem, which is that these goons run amok and are free to take law into their own hands. What's the message that's being sent down by the Maharashtra police here, by Thane police here in this particular case? Viewers tuning in right now, that police will question the 4 out of the 7 accused have appeared before the police. That's the update coming in. Let's put that out as breaking news for viewers tuning in right now, that 4 out of the 7 MNS workers against whom FIR had been registered for hitting a shop owner have appeared at the DCP Zone 1 office. That's the latest update that's coming in as far as this MNS slapgate is concerned. You heard what the police said, that they cited the law. They said that we're going to call them only for questioning, and 4 out of those 7 have appeared at the police office right now as we speak, viewers. All right, this is the latest that's unfolding. What has happened so far? Viewers, if you're tuning in right now, we've been tracking and telling you about the horrific case that's come to light where a shopkeeper in Thane was assaulted by MNS goons because his only crime was he couldn't speak Marathi that time. Since then, NDTV has been asking one simple basic question: how long will the MNS goons continue to run amok in Thane? And the latest update that's coming in is that 4 out of those 7 MNS workers against whom an FIR had been registered have appeared at the DCP Zone 1 office. Those are latest images that are coming in on your screens, viewers. That's the image, the latest visuals coming in of 4 out of those 7 MNS workers against whom an FIR has been registered for assaulting a Thane shopkeeper have arrived at the DCP Zone 1 office. The law that has been cited by the police is such that they will only be called for questioning. No arrest, only questioning. And that is what is going to take place soon. On your screens are the latest visuals that are coming in on this story.
उसके सामने जो फेरी वाले लगते हैं ना, उनका वो औकात निकालता है।
आपने फेरी वाले के लिए मारा कि मराठी के लिए मारा?
सुनो मराठी के लिए मारा, बट जो फेरी वाले को ना वो भी तकलीफ देता है। और उसका जो फेरी वाले है ना, उनके जो प्रीमाइसेस में जो फेरी वाले है, वो एक लेडीज के ना उसने 2 दिन पहले ना
मेरे को सुनिए, ये अलग बात है, ये अलग बात है। मैं बोल रही हूँ कि अगर वो कल को या ऐसा कोई भी दुकान वाला मराठी नहीं बोलता तो आप ऐसे मारेंगे?
मराठी नहीं बोलेगा, उसने जवाब अच्छे से देगा ना तो कोई मारता नहीं। हम लोग का पागल कुत्ता नहीं है कि बाबा।
आप लोग ने उन्हें मारा, जब आप लोग ने उन्हें मारा तो उन्होंने तो आपको वापस मारा भी नहीं, मार तो आप ही लोग रहे।
नहीं, हाँ तो वही मारा ना, उसके बाद में तो मैं छुड़ाया और आपके चैनल वाले ने जो छुड़ाने वाला उसका फोटो लगा दिया।
लेकिन आप तो वहाँ पे मौजूद थे, आप रोक सकते।
बाद में आए हम लोग, सब होने के बाद में वो जो बाबूलाल चौधरी है ना।
लेकिन आपके सभी कार्यकर्ता ऐसे मारते हैं लोगों को।
तो मारते, गलत करते हैं सामने वाला तभी मारते।
लेकिन मारना सही है।
मेरे सब लोग,
सामने वाला बोलकर गलत करता है और आप लोग मारकर सही करते हैं।
हमारे पार्टी में भी है ना, सब परप्रांतीय लोग है, मुस्लिम लोग है, सब भाई है हमारे, हम लोग के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। अभी कल हमारे पक्ष,
तो कल को अगर आपके पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता मराठी नहीं बोलते तो आप तो उन्हें भी पीटेंगे।
सुनो, 2 दिन पहले ये हादसा हुआ, उसके बाद में अभी कल हमारे ऑफिस का बाइट ले लो। हमारे ऑफिस में ना 50 लोग ने, मुस्लिम बांधव ने प्रवेश किया है मनसे में। क्यों किया?
लेकिन अब तो वो लोग डर में रहेंगे कि मराठी नहीं बोलेंगे तो मारेंगे।
डर कैसा रहेगा?
मराठी नहीं बोलेंगे
उसका आदमी का तुम है ना व्यवहार देखो। व्यवहार देखो।
तो आपने व्यवहार के लिए मारा कि मराठी के लिए?
व्यवहार मतलब उसका जो बात करने का तरीका है ना वो गलत है।
क्या पूछ रहे हो? आपने मराठी के लिए
उसने नहीं,
मराठी ना
के लिए मारेगा। जो गलत व्यवहार करेगा तो हमारे को ना फर्क नहीं पड़ता है गुनाह दाखिल होने से। मराठी के मुद्दे के लिए हम लोग गुनाह लेने के लिए तैयार है।
मतलब आप लोग लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिगाड़ने के लिए तैयार है?
ऑर्डर नहीं, सामने वाला हम लोग को जैसा ट्रीटमेंट देगा वैसा उसको ट्रीटमेंट मिलेगा।
उसने आपको पहले मारा तब आपने मारा?
उसने
पहले आपको मारा?
उसका आवाज देखो, वो बोलता है मराठी में सब भाषा चलता है। उसने बोलना चाहिए कि मराठी में, महाराष्ट्र में मराठी भाषा चलता है, बाकी सब भाषा भी चलता है, बट मराठी इंपॉर्टेंट है, आना चाहिए। हम लोग सीख रहे हैं, हम लोग को आता नहीं है। ये बात बोलता था ना तो खत्म हो जाता था। हम लोग का उधर जाने का कोई यही नहीं था, हम लोग का ऑप्शन।
अभी कार्रवाई हो गई है, क्या करना है?
कार्रवाई तो चलते रहता ना, उन पुलिस वाले उनका काम करेंगे।
आप मनसे वाले हैं, आप अपना काम।
हम लोग उनको सहकार्य करेंगे पुलिस वाले को। पुलिस वाले से हम लोग
लेकिन
कुछ
इससे आप लोग ने सीख ली कि आगे मारना नहीं है, पीटना नहीं है, प्यार से बोलना।
अभी मेरे को बताओ, सामने वाला गलत व्यवहार करेगा, गलत बोलेगा तो हम लोग क्या शांत बैठेंगे? अभी तुम थाना का बातमी चलाओ, थाना का बातमी दिखाया तुमने। थाना में परप्रांतीय लोग ने मराठी को मारा, सबने मिलके, वो बातमी भी चलाओ। वो बातमी भी चलाओ ना।
लेकिन
तुम वन साइड
मारपीट हो क्यों रहा है?
हाँ, तो मारपीट हो क्यों रहा है? वो नेता लोग को अभी आज का इधर का जो माहौल है वो बिगाड़ा किसने बिगाड़ा? इधर के स्थानीय आमदार है, उन्होंने पोस्ट डाल के
आप लोग ने नहीं बिगाड़ा?
हम लोग ने नहीं बिगाड़ा।
आप लोग ने पहले मारा तब उनका पोस्ट आया ना?
हम लोग तो कल भी मिले, बाबूलाल चौधरी से कल भी मिले।
क्या बोले?
वो बोले ना, वो जो बोलना ना, माफी क्यों मांगेगा? गलती उसका है, माफी नहीं मांगेंगे हम लोग।
अच्छा, आप लोग गलती की है, आप लोग ने मारा है, लेकिन वो गलती नहीं, आप माफी नहीं मांगे।
उन्होंने जब भी व्यवहार मतलब गलत बात किया तभी वो मारा। ऐसा कोई आज मेरे को बताओ, मैं अभी तुम्हारे से हिंदी में बात कर रहा, तुम मेरे को जब भी मिले हिंदी में बात किया, मैं तुमको मारा या फिर इन्होंने बात किया वही मारा, कैसा होता है? उन्होंने बोलना चाहिए कि बाबा मेरे को मराठी आता नहीं है, मैं महाराष्ट्र में कमा रहा हूँ और इधर रहता हूँ बचपन से, बट मेरे को आता नहीं, मैं सीख
आप लोग के पार्टी का ये एक केस नहीं है ना, ऐसे 50 केस है।
50 केस है, बट उनको व्यवहार देखो ना, उनका बात करने का तरीका गलत रहता है। हाँ, बस इसके लिए मार खाते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं। हम लोग को अभी हम लोग को जब भी मारा वो कौन से कास्ट का है, कौन से राज्य का है, हम लोग को पता नहीं था। अभी एक कास्ट हिंदू अपना मराठी और मारवाड़ी गुजराती का ये कौन लाया?
अच्छा, आप लोग अगर सुनिए, बात करने का अगर तरीका गलत है, अगर आपका ही कोई मराठी बोलने वाला व्यक्ति अगर आपसे ऐसे बात करे तो आप उसको भी पीटेंगे?
हाँ, मराठी
राजस्थानी यूपी बिहारियों को मारे।
मराठी देखो, मराठी वाला मराठी बोलता है, मराठी आता है उनको,
तो मराठी में गलत व्यवहार करे चलेगा, हिंदी में गलत व्यवहार करेगा तो पिटेंगे।
मराठी बोलने नहीं आता है, वो बोलना चाहिए कि मराठी आता नहीं है मेरे को, बस काम खत्म। वो बोलता है मेरे को आके तुम लोग आके सिखाओ, ये गलत बात होता है ना। महाराष्ट्र में सब भाषा चलता है, ये भी गलत है ना।
लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता कि आज जो आप लोग ने 2 थप्पड़ मारे, कल वो 4 थप्पड़, परसों क्राइम बढ़ जाएगा, तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिगड़ रहा है, आप लोग की पार्टी का नाम खराब हो रहा है।
पुलिस का काम करे, हम हमारा काम
मराठी मानुस खुद आपसे डरेगा, बोलेगा तो कभी भी मार
नहीं, मराठी मानुस के पीछे हम लोग राज साहब है ना, हमारे जो दैवत है हमारे, वो राज साहब मराठी के पीछे खंबीरपणे खड़े है।
तो आप लोग मतलब राज ठाकरे जी के भरोसे मारपीट कर रहे हैं?
राज ठाकरे
अगर वो बोल देंगे तो हम बचेंगे।
हम लोग है ना, हम लोग को ना 10 दिन जेल में जाएंगे ना मराठी के लिए, तो भी हम लोग को गम नहीं है, टेंशन नहीं है। ये हमारा महाराष्ट्र है, महाराष्ट्र में मराठी चलेगा, बस
महाराष्ट्र में मराठी चलता रहेगा। तो यहाँ पर यू हर्ड he is one of the guy who has been named, not named, but he was found, he has come here to discuss this with the DCP, because the 7 accused who were named in the FIR, they had been asked to present themselves before the DCP office. I would like to show you the visuals here. This is the DCP Zone 1 office where the offence was registered, even at the Kashmira police station, and these people, they had been asked to come here and also record their statements. There is outrage across the area stating that why has action not been taken, why have these people been left free, why are there no arrests yet. We did speak to Prakash Gaikwad, who is the DCP of Zone 1. He did tell us that being a cognizable offence, if the punishment tenure is less than 7 years, there would be no arrest done. But again, this has to be an exception, because all of a sudden you go to somebody's shop, you hit them and you thrash the person, you threaten the person, stating that action will be taken if he does not speak in Marathi, only and only to politicize their agenda on a linguistic basis, doing something like this of threatening people, threatening society, which today led to people coming out in large numbers, the trade unions coming together, and then giving threats that if arrests are not made, they would do something even worse than this. Then how could we expect the law and order to be in a good situation when something like this happens? We did try speaking to him. He tells us that whatever they did, according to him, is right, and he is still trying to justify this vicious act of hitting somebody out of nowhere, and states that something like this will happen again if people do not speak in Marathi, if they do not learn Marathi. Yesterday when we spoke to Reshma Tapase, she tells that she will teach people Marathi, whereas on the other hand, her party workers are saying that they are not willing to teach it to anybody, but if somebody does not speak, they are ready to thrash the person. So this is how MNS, the party's internal structure is functioning. I don't understand the integrity within them, that on one end the leader says that they would like to teach Marathi if people come and ask them to, whereas on the other they say they are not willing to, but they are ready to thrash people and tell them that they are supposed to speak. So this forcefulness of ideology is something that Maharashtra has been witnessing at this given point in time, because of people like the co-workers of the MNS party. They had come here. However, what we get to know as per sources, that there will be a bail bond prepared, after which they will be then released from the case, and thereafter law and order should also not be put at risk, is what the Commissioner Police tells us. Yeah.
Right, Sujata, the police are saying that arrest is not possible under the section, and this is a section 35 of BNS, and the police are not making any arrests. 4 out of the 7
M&S workers who were seen in that video thrashing that man, the shopkeeper. This is Gunda Raj, because the law literally taking a backseat here, as only 4 out of the 7 M&S workers firstly showed up at the police station, and then now the police are saying that they will not be making any arrests in this regard in this particular case. Thank you so much, Sujata, for getting us the details.
हमारे साथ बीजेपी विधायक राम कदम जी है। सर, जिस तरीके से हमने देखा एक शॉपकीपर को मीरा रोड में M&S के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारा, FIR तो हुई है लेकिन अभी तक कोई कड़क कार्रवाई नहीं की जा रही। सरकार पर भी सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं, क्यों चुप्पी साधे हुए सरकार, क्यों इस पर एक्शन नहीं लिया जा रहा?
बिल्कुल एक्शन लिया जाएगा, किसी को भी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। और मेरी जानकारी के हिसाब से तुरंत कार्रवाई हुई है, पर मैं स्वयं आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से बात करूंगा, आदरणीय वहाँ की पुलिस से बात करूंगा, पर जहाँ तक मेरी जानकारी है पूरी तरह से कार्रवाई हुई है और उसमें अगर कुछ कमी है तो और भी कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी, पर किसको छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा।
वहाँ पर प्रदर्शन हो रहा है, व्यापारियों ने दुकानें बंद कर दी है और इस तरीके से वहाँ प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। कहीं ना कहीं जो गुंडागर्दी है वो बढ़ती जा रही है।
देखो, कानून किसको भी हाथ में लिया नहीं दिया जाएगा, जो भी ले रहा है उसे दंड होगा। और क्या होता है, कानून के कुछ प्रावधान होते हैं, उसके तहत कार्रवाई होती है। आप समझ रहे हो मेरी बात? और वो कार्रवाई इस मामले में पुलिस ने की है, पर और भी इसकी जानकारी लेकर के जो भी है करेंगे।
जबरन मराठी बोलना और नहीं आया तो मारना, इस तरीके की जो राजनीति चल रही है, क्या ये सही है?
और मुंबई में महाराष्ट्र की पहली भाषा मराठी है, तो उसका सम्मान तो हर एक ने करने की आवश्यकता है, पर हम सभी भाषाओं का सम्मान करते हैं, पर ये जबरदस्ती महाराष्ट्र की भूमि पर नहीं चलेगी।
NDTV लगातार कैंपेन चला रहा है। जो शॉपकीपर को मारा गया, सिर्फ उसको मराठी नहीं आती थी और जबरन मारपीट की गई उसके साथ, पूरा वीडियो वायरल हुआ है। अभी तक FIR हुई है लेकिन इसमें कार्रवाई की नहीं जा रही। कैसे देखते हैं सर?
देखो, भाषा कौन सी इस्तेमाल करने की, इसका अगर कोई हिंदी भाषिक है या कोई अन्य भाषा बोलने वाला आदमी है और उसको मराठी भाषा नहीं आती, ये कम से कम अपेक्षित है कि मराठी महाराष्ट्र में रहते तो मराठी बोलना आवश्यक ठीक रहेगा। लेकिन इसके लिए किसी को मारना या उसको तकलीफ़ में लाना ये ठीक नहीं है। रीज़नेबली पोलाइटली उनको बोलना चाहिए कि आप मराठी भाषा का इस्तेमाल करो, लेकिन इससे ज़्यादा एग्रेशन नहीं होना चाहिए।
सर, नहीं आती है, मराठी क्यों नहीं बोल रहे हो और आपको मारेंगे अगर आप मराठी नहीं बोलोगे, और मार भी दिया, इस तरीके की जो राजनीति चल रही है सर, वो कैसे देखते हैं?
मुझे लगता है कि मराठी भाषा महाराष्ट्र में जो व्यवसाय करने वाले लोग हैं उन्होंने मराठी भाषा बोलनी आवश्यक है, और मराठी बोलने का उन्होंने कम से कम प्रयास करना चाहिए। अगर वो नहीं बोल पाते तो मुझे लगता है व्यवसाय करने के लिए, बिजनेस करने के लिए मराठी आवश्यक है महाराष्ट्र में, ये जानने की उन्होंने आवश्यकता है। अब इसके लिए किसी को मारना, इसकी पुष्टि हम नहीं करेंगे।
सर, पूरा मीरा भाईंदर बंद है, वहाँ शॉपकीपर प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि इसमें कार्रवाई की जाए। FIR तो रजिस्टर हुई है सर, लेकिन वो जो 7 आरोपी है उनको अभी तक अरेस्ट नहीं किया गया, उनसे पूछताछ भी नहीं की। कहीं लगता है सरकार दबाव में है या करने से पीछे हट रही है?
अभी मराठी भाषा के लिए पूरा महाराष्ट्र इकट्ठा है, एक है, और मराठी का आग्रह लोग कर रहे हैं महाराष्ट्र में। इस हालत में अब देखते हैं सरकार कौन सी भूमिका लेती है।
So reactions coming about after that video went completely viral, and asking and demanding literally a stricter action be taken in the case. In fact, assurances are being given to NDTV that action will be taken. But today we heard the police say that no arrests will be made in the case because of the section that this assault comes under. Well, this at a time when M&S workers over there who had showed up at the police station, 4 out of the 7 who have been booked in the case, they are quite adamant, and that is the sentiment that's being echoed by the M&S workers. Yesterday also we heard M&S workers there talking about how they would protect the language, and this is something that whether it's the government, whether it's the opposition, all for the Marathi language to be spoken by people in Maharashtra. But also having said that lawlessness will not be accepted and law cannot be taken into the hands of whether it's M&S workers or anybody for that matter in the state. Let's listen in to what one of the accused had to say to NDTV.
वो आदमी गलत है। वो जो मारने के बाद में 50 लोग का मेरे को फ़ोन आया फेरी वाले जो बाहर बैठते हैं उनको तकलीफ देता है वो, और लेडीज का भी
अरे आप
2 दिन
ये बात नहीं है, बात ये हो रही है कि आपने मराठी भाषा को लेकर उनको मारा।
मराठी भाषा के लिए मारा। उसने क्या आंसर दिया वो देखा तुमने? उनका जो अकड़ था वो देखा?
क्या बोला उन्होंने?
वो बोले कि मराठी सिखाओ हम लोग को आके, तो हम लोग को वो काम बचा है। उसने बोलना चाहिए कि बाबा मराठी मेरे को,
मराठी ना बोलने के लिए आप मार सकते, लेकिन आप मराठी सिखा नहीं सकते।
तो हम लोग को वो काम है क्या मराठी सिखाने का? हम लोग को काम धंधा
काम है मराठी के लिए मारना।
वो काम धंधा करेंगे,
तो ये काम धंधा है,
वो पैसा कमाएंगे और हम लोग उनको मराठी सिखाओ।
अच्छा,
ये थोड़ी बात होती है। उसने बोलना चाहिए कि बाबा मेरे को मराठी आता नहीं है, मराठी आता नहीं है, हम लोग सीख जाएंगे, बस काम खत्म हो जाता है। उसके बाद में आर्ग्यूमेंट करके मतलब नहीं है ना, आर्ग्यूमेंट करेंगे तो वो बढ़ जाता है। हाँ,
लेकिन वो आर्ग्यूमेंट बढ़ा कैसे?
आदमी है ना, आदमी गलत है, मैं अभी भी बोलता हूँ। उसके बाद में मेरे को 50 फोन आया कि वो आदमी को जो मारा ना, वो सुनो, उसके सामने जो फेरी वाले लगते हैं ना, उनका वो औकात निकालता है।
आपने फेरी वाले के लिए मारा कि मराठी के लिए मारा?
सुनो, मराठी के लिए मारा, बट जो फेरी वाले को ना वो भी तकलीफ देता है। और उसका जो फेरी वाले है ना, उनके जो प्रीमाइसेस में जो फेरी वाले है, वो एक लेडीज के ना, उसने 2 दिन पहले ना,
मेरे को सुनिए, ये अलग बात है, ये अलग बात है। मैं बोल रही हूँ कि अगर वो कल को या ऐसा कोई भी दुकान वाला मराठी नहीं बोलता तो आप ऐसे मारेंगे?
मराठी नहीं बोलेगा, उसने जवाब अच्छे से देगा ना, तो कोई मारता नहीं। हम लोग का पागल कुत्ता नहीं है कि बाबा
आप लोग ने उन्हें मारा, जब आप लोग ने उन्हें मारा तो उन्होंने तो आपको वापस मारा भी नहीं, मार तो आप ही लोग रहे।
नहीं, हाँ तो वही मारा ना। उसके बाद में तो मैं छुड़ाया और आपके चैनल वाले ने जो छुड़ाने वाला उसका फोटो लगा दिया।
लेकिन आप तो वहाँ पे मौजूद थे, आप रोक सकते।
बाद में आए हम लोग, सब होने के बाद में वो जो बाबूलाल चौधरी है ना,
लेकिन आपके सभी कार्यकर्ता ऐसे मारते हैं लोगों को।
तो मारते, गलत करते हैं सामने वाला तभी मारते।
लेकिन मारना सही
मेरे सब लोग,
सामने वाला बोलकर गलत करता है और आप लोग मारकर सही करते हैं।
हमारे पार्टी में भी है ना, सब परप्रांतीय लोग है, मुस्लिम लोग है, सब भाई है हमारे, हम लोग के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। अभी कल हमारे पक्ष,
तो कल को अगर आपके पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता मराठी नहीं बोलते तो आप तो उन्हें भी पीटेंगे।
सुनो, 2 दिन पहले ये हादसा हुआ। उसके बाद में अभी कल हमारे ऑफिस का बाइट ले लो, हमारे ऑफिस में ना 50 लोग ने, मुस्लिम बांधव ने प्रवेश किया है मनसे में। क्यों किया?
लेकिन अब तो वो लोग डर में रहेंगे कि मराठी नहीं बोलेंगे तो मारेंगे।
डर कैसा रहेगा?
मराठी नहीं बोलेंगे
उसका आदमी का तुम है ना व्यवहार देखो, व्यवहार देखो।
तो आपने व्यवहार के लिए मारा कि मराठी के लिए?
व्यवहार मतलब उसका जो बात करने का तरीका है ना, वो गलत है।
क्या पूछ रहे हो? आपने मराठी के लिए
उसने नहीं,
मराठी ना
के लिए मारेगा। जो गलत व्यवहार करेगा तो हमारे को ना फर्क नहीं पड़ता है गुनाह दाखिल होने से। मराठी के मुद्दे के लिए हम लोग गुनाह लेने के लिए तैयार है।
मतलब आप लोग लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिगाड़ने के लिए तैयार है?
ऑर्डर नहीं, सामने वाला हम लोग को जैसा ट्रीटमेंट देगा वैसा उसको ट्रीटमेंट मिलेगा।
उसने आपको पहले मारा तब आपने मारा?
उसने
पहले आपको मारा?
उसका आवाज देखो, वो बोलता है मराठी में सब भाषा चलता है। उसने बोलना चाहिए कि मराठी में, महाराष्ट्र में मराठी भाषा चलता है, बाकी सब भाषा भी चलता है, बट मराठी इंपॉर्टेंट है, आना चाहिए। हम लोग सीख रहे हैं, हम लोग को आता नहीं है। ये बात बोलता था ना तो खत्म हो जाता था। हम लोग का उधर जाने का कोई यही नहीं था, हम लोग का ऑप्शन।
अभी कार्रवाई हो गई है, क्या करना है?
कार्रवाई तो चलते रहता ना, उन पुलिस वाले उनका काम करेंगे।
आप मनसे वाले हैं, आप अपना काम।
हम लोग उनको सहकार्य करेंगे पुलिस वाले को। पुलिस वाले से हम लोग
लेकिन इससे आप लोग ने सीख ली कि आगे मारना नहीं है, पीटना नहीं है, प्यार से बोलना।
अभी मेरे को बताओ, सामने वाला गलत व्यवहार करेगा, गलत बोलेगा तो हम लोग क्या शांत बैठेंगे? अभी तुम थाना का बातमी चलाओ, थाना का बातमी दिखाया तुमने? थाना में परप्रांतीय लोग ने मराठी को मारा, सबने मिलके, वो बातमी भी चलाओ, वो बातमी भी चलाओ ना।
लेकिन
तुम वन साइड
मारपीट हो क्यों रहा है?
हाँ, तो मारपीट हो क्यों रहा है? वो नेता लोग को, अभी आज का इधर का जो माहौल है वो बिगाड़ा किसने?
बिगाड़ा?
इधर के स्थानीय आमदार है, उन्होंने पोस्ट डाल के
आप लोग ने नहीं बिगाड़ा?
हम लोग ने नहीं बिगाड़ा।
आप लोग ने पहले मारा तब उनका पोस्ट आया ना?
हम लोग तो कल भी मिले, बाबूलाल चौधरी से कल भी मिले।
क्या बोले?
वो बोले ना, वो जो बोलना ना, माफी क्यों मांगेगा? गलती उसका है, माफी नहीं मांगेंगे हम लोग।
अच्छा, आप लोग गलती किए, आप लोग ने मारा है, लेकिन वो गलती नहीं, आप माफी नहीं मांगे।
उन्होंने जब भी व्यवहार मतलब गलत बात किया तभी वो मारा। ऐसा कोई आज मेरे को बताओ, मैं अभी तुम्हारे से हिंदी में बात कर रहा, तुम मेरे को जब भी मिले हिंदी में बात किया, मैं तुमको मारा या फिर इन्होंने बात किया वही मारा? कैसा होता है? उन्होंने बोलना चाहिए कि बाबा मेरे को मराठी आता नहीं है, मैं महाराष्ट्र में कमा रहा हूँ और इधर रहता हूँ बचपन से, बट मेरे को आता नहीं, मैं सीख
आप लोग की पार्टी का ये एक केस नहीं है ना, ऐसे 50 केस है।
50 केस है, बट उनको व्यवहार देखो ना, उनका बात करने का तरीका गलत रहता है। हाँ, बस इसके लिए मार खाते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं। हम लोग को अभी हम लोग को जब भी मारा, वो कौन से कास्ट का है, कौन से राज्य का है, हम लोग को पता नहीं था। अभी एक कास्ट हिंदू अपना मराठी और मारवाड़ी गुजराती का ये कौन लाया?
अच्छा, आप लोग अगर सुनिए, बात करने का अगर तरीका गलत है, अगर आपका ही कोई मराठी बोलने वाला व्यक्ति अगर आपसे ऐसे बात करे तो आप उसको भी पीटेंगे?
हाँ, मराठी
सिर्फ राजस्थानी, यूपी, बिहारियों को मारे।
मराठी देखो, मराठी वाला मराठी बोलता है, मराठी आता है उनको,
तो मराठी में गलत व्यवहार करे चलेगा, हिंदी में गलत व्यवहार करेगा तो पिटेगा।
मराठी बोलने नहीं आता है, वो बोलना चाहिए कि मराठी आता नहीं है मेरे को, बस काम खत्म। वो बोलता है मेरे को आके तुम लोग आके सिखाओ, ये गलत बात होता है ना। महाराष्ट्र में सब भाषा चलता है, ये भी गलत है ना।
लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता कि आज जो आप लोग ने 2 थप्पड़ मारे, कल वो 4 थप्पड़, परसों क्राइम बढ़ जाएगा, तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिगड़ रहा है, आप लोग की पार्टी का नाम खराब हो रहा है।
पुलिस का काम करे, हम हमारा काम
मराठी मानुस खुद आपसे डरेगा, बोलेगा तो कभी भी मार
नहीं, मराठी मानुस के पीछे हम लोग राज साहब है ना, हमारे जो दैवत है हमारे, वो राज साहब मराठी के पीछे खंबीरपणे खड़े है।
तो आप लोग मतलब राज ठाकरे जी के भरोसे मारपीट कर रहे हैं।
राज ठाकरे
अगर वो बोल देंगे तो हम बचेंगे।
हम लोग है ना, हम लोग को है ना 10 दिन जेल में जाएंगे ना मराठी के लिए, तो भी हम लोग को गम नहीं है, टेंशन नहीं है। ये हमारा महाराष्ट्र है, महाराष्ट्र में मराठी चलेगा बस।
Abhishek Avasthi, my colleague, joining us to get us the very latest. Abhishek, Sujata, they're asking tough questions and coming down heavy as far as the M&S workers are concerned, but they're standing their ground and remaining defiant as to the action that they took and the matters that they took into their own hands. And, the police not really helping, saying that no arrest will be made in the case, even though, the kind of reactions that have come about, including from the state government, that action will be taken and lawlessness will not be accepted.
Definitely, and this is not the only stand for this. In any of the cases, the stand remains the same. But somewhere or the other, we will have to understand how the government is going soft on this entire issue. Just now, MOS Home, we have taken his bite. He was also clearly pointing out, rather than speaking about the action, he started saying that people should know Marathi. Anything against Marathi will not be tolerated. And then he said that, if law is taken in their hand, then a strict action will be initiated. Action will be initiated on those accused who have been arrested. But in somewhere or the other, we have understood that, the government is not going soft on these accused. At the same time, this is not the right thing to be done, because, they are instigating them. Because this is not the only case. I have been speaking about this since yesterday also. Several of this kind of cases have come up, and in all those cases, definitely law says is what we understand, that if the punishment is for less than 7 years, they will be called, notice will be issued, they will be warned and let off. But there should be a strong message, a message should be conveyed from the government that this is not acceptable and this should not happen henceforth. But it's not been seen, because what we understand is, it is not happening on the ground. Only what we see are the bites from the government that things need to be initiated, action should be taken, but it is not seen happening. Is that what we are questioning consistently? Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us with all those details. Let's get you breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to the National Herald case, and this is the Enforcement Directorate there. The arguments have been completed in the case. So the ED there making big allegations against a Young India company, and those allegations include that this was just a front. This was a classic case of money laundering, is what the ED has gone on to say. And we also have, the ED saying that it is Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi that are completely liable for this. Nupur joining us to get us more on this. Nupur, of course, the case will be heard tomorrow as well, and the hearing will resume at about 2:30 in the afternoon tomorrow. But take us through the case that is being made by the ED and the kind of arguments that they have produced in this particular regard, talking about how Young India was used as a special purpose vehicle in order to carry out these activities related to money laundering.
Well, yes, Divya, today and yesterday for over 2 days, the ED has made a strong case against the Gandhis in this National Herald case. They have basically said that Young Indian, the company, was used as a proxy for Gandhis for acquiring majority stake in the AGL, that is the company, the parent company of the National Herald newspaper. And it is the case of ED that the Gandhis in fact, got acquired shares worth, properties worth 2,000 crore in just 50 lakh rupees. It has said that it was the young Indian that was used as in fact, a special purpose vehicle by the Gandhis to siphon off at least 2,000 crores worth of shares or the properties of that belong to the AGL. And in fact, this led to huge loss to the original shareholders of the AGL. The original shareholders, the ED said that they have faced thousands of shareholders are there whose share was reduced to minuscule amount after the Gandhis took over, the young Indian took over. It also said that since now there were young Indian had other shareholders except for Gandhis, but after their death, now Gandhis are 100% shareholders of young Indian, and this makes them completely liable for any action taken by the company with regards to acquiring AGL. Now, the ED has
so that there are
out
several other Congress leaders involved as far as that fake transaction is concerned. Those are the allegations that are being made by the Enforcement Directorate as well. So not just Rahul and Sonia saying that they are completely liable, but also the other Congress leaders, and this is the case that the ED is making.
Yes, of course. In fact, the ED has also named several Congress leaders in its charge sheet that is being argued upon in the Rouse Avenue Court. Remember, the matter is about taking cognizance of the charge sheets, the charges framed by the ED against the Gandhis and other leaders of the Congress party. But today, the arguments that were made in the court today were majorly that it was completely Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi who were in fact responsible for as they are direct owners in the Young Indian, and there are no other stakeholders. So whatever activities are now being attributed to Young Indian, which the ED has termed as classic case of money laundering. They say that under
and basically calling it a proxy, Young Indian being called a proxy just on paper, and a classic case, like you said, of money laundering. Take us through the details of the case that the ED has been making, and the arguments that they have been submitting.
Yes, of course, the ED, as I was telling you, Divya, that the ED has today made this very strong case against the Gandhis, especially Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, who hold the majority shares in Young India newspaper. Now, the ED has said that it was a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy to acquire newspaper which had real estate value of more than 2,000 crores and had properties across Delhi, Lucknow, Bhopal, Indore, and several other cities across the country, which were worth at least 2,000 crores, which the entire thing was acquired by Gandhis in just rupees 50 lakhs. So this they have seen cited as a classic case of money laundering, and has today, in fact, the ED has made a strong case, but the Delhi court had a very peculiar question from the ED. It said that since you are making a very strong case from the side of the original previous shareholders, saying that thousands of shareholders of AGL suffered, how will you proceed in the trial without those shareholders coming forward to make these complaints, and without hearing their case and without examining their losses, which are being quoted by the ED? So this will be a challenge for the ED itself to explain. Now, tomorrow, the lawyers of the Congress party are expected to continue the argument in the case, and it will be important to see that how they counter ED's case in the court.
Right, this is the second day of arguments, and of course this will continue tomorrow as well. Nupur, thank you so much for getting us all the details. In other news, let's get you the latest, and this is in regard to Aam Aadmi Party leader Satendra Jain, who is being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with an alleged Jal board scam to the tune of almost 2,000 crore rupees. This is now the third case in which the Aam Aadmi Party leader is being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. Jain is accused of accepting these bribes, to the tune of 7 crore rupees. Is the kind of bribe that he accepted in order to waive a 16 crore rupee penalty on Bharat Electronics Limited for delays, and this is as far as CCTV installation is concerned, and that was under the Delhi Jal Board. The Jal Board scam is the third such, and of course the other investigations that are that the ED is making in against Satyendra Jain. They include cases related to the hospital scam in Delhi and the liquor scam as well in the national capital. Anushka, my colleague Anushka Garg is with us. Anushka, he is being questioned by the ED. There is, so many cases up against him, whether it is the hospital scam, whether it is the liquor scam, and now as well, we're talking about this water scam, the Delhi Jal Board scam. Take us through the details of this case and, where does the case really stand against the man?
That's right, Divya. Satyendra Jain, who is in fact considered one of the tallest leaders of Aam Aadmi Party, is up against several cases, and several corruption cases against him right now. What we are understanding and what the ED sources have confirmed is that he is being questioned at the ED office. He reached there at 11:15 a.m. today, and right now also he's being questioned for almost more than 2 hours now regarding the Delhi Jal Board scam. Now, this scam revolves around the tendering process for the augmentation and upgradation of 10 STPs located at different places in Delhi. Not just that, the main question and the main accusation against Satyendra Jain and the Delhi Jal Board scam revolves around the whole process of giving the tender to 3 joint venture companies. Not just that, they have also said that because 3 joint ventures companies were in fact participating in the 4 tenders, they had eliminated the fair participation. The fair competition had been evicted from the whole process. Not just that, all the 3 companies had received the experience letters from a Taiwan-based company, a Taiwan-based project, and they had been operated and was in fact accepted by the Delhi Jal Board without further verification of the whole certificate. Not just that, what we are also understanding by now is that in this whole Jal Board scam, Satyendra Jain is in fact also accused of taking bribe, and against all the this whole case, ACB had filed an FIR against the Electro Environmental Private Limited, and the whole raids had been conducted on 3 July 2024 at different locations across India. That includes Mumbai, Hyderabad, and different places. Not just that, the ED has in fact also said that in this whole searches that were conducted on 3 July 2024, they had acquired incriminating documents, 41 lakh rupees cash, and digital evidences of the whole scam. In this whole process, the Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendra Jain is right now being questioned. Over to you.
Right, questioning that continues at the Enforcement Directorate office of a scam to the tune of 1,943 crore rupees to be precise. Thank you so much, Anushka, for joining us with those details. Switching tracks now to the campus horror in Kolkata. The law student raped inside the law college in Kolkata. Now, it is, the news that we have on this front is they have directed, this is the Kolkata High Court has directed the government of West Bengal to file a report on the progress of the investigation into the law college gang rape case in the form of an affidavit. The state to also produce the case diary of the investigation before it. And this is going to be taking place on the next hearing. And that next date of hearing is the 10th of July. This at a time, let's just get in Shriyashi to get us the latest on this. Shriyashi, this is something that is being demanded by the High Court in regard to the progress report when it comes to the investigation, and that is to be produced in court.
Well, the Calcutta High Court, while hearing 3 separate PILs seeking a court-monitored investigation into this horrific crime that has taken place on a campus here in Kolkata, has directed the police to file what is the progress in this investigation since the case was filed, since the FIR was registered, and has also sought the case diary of this investigation and the victim's statement that was recorded under 164 before a magistrate. And they have been directed to present all these documents before the next hearing in a sealed cover. The High Court has also directed the West Bengal government to pass on a directive to all the media outlets, ensuring that the victim's name or any other details pertaining to the victim or her family is not disclosed, as you know, different kinds of stories are coming out against Monojit Mishra. The college has also been asked to file an affidavit with the constitution of the college. What is the governing body? How is it constituted? Who are the members? Those details have also been sought. So the Calcutta High Court will be waiting on those documents and then passing further orders after the next hearing, which is scheduled on the 10th of July. And in a separate hearing, the Calcutta High Court has also directed the West Bengal Higher Education Department to close all the union rooms on the sideline of what has happened on the campus in South Kolkata Law College. The court has directed the Education Department to close all these union rooms across the state in colleges and university because the petitioner alleged that there are no student council right now in any of these colleges because no student body elections have been held for years here in West Bengal. So then why is the union room functional? Anyone who wants to use union rooms now onwards have to give in a written application to the college administration and thereafter seek permission, details of the event that needs to be taking place in the union room before any of those programs can be held. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Yashi, for giving us the very latest. Let's just switch to more news coming in, and this is in regard to the judge cash out. Now, the centre has begun consultations with political parties to build consensus on initiating impeachment proceedings against Justice Yashwant Verma, a senior judge facing allegations of corruption following the discovery of large quantities of unaccounted cash at his official residence in the national capital. The government has reached out to all major parties in both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha in a bid to secure the backing needed to move a formal motion seeking the judge's removal.
The monsoon session of the parliament is all set to begin from the 21st of July. And like you rightly pointed out, Justice Verma alleged corruption case has actually shocked a lot of people because it raised very serious questions on accountability of judiciary when it comes to corruption. Now, this same case is going to rock the parliament. What we understand from our sources is that there will be a committee that will be formed and that will also look into this case because there is an internal committee that has already, looked into this case, examined this case, come out with its report. But that will be seen as an internal committee, and this was a Supreme Court committee by judges. Now, the parliament will look into this. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has already spoken to leaders, MPs from prominent political parties. Smaller parties will also be reached out to. The government is very clear that it wants consensus on this. It does not want to politicize the matter because this is with regard to judiciary, which is also very important for the functioning of the country. So it wants to get consensus. This committee that will be formed by the parliament will, of course, submit the report. That report will be tabled, and of course, after that, the discussion will follow. So, of course, there will be some time to this, but the process of removal of Justice Verma will begin as soon as the parliament starts, and there's already a lot of talks going on on that count.
And thank you so much, Vasudha, for giving us all those details. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. We will be back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Breaking news coming in regard to the British Royal Navy's F-35 space. This is the fighter jet that has, they haven't been able to, get that jet off the ground. This fighter jet has been grounded since the 14th of June and is still stuck in Thiruvananthapuram. Now, this is a fighter jet that had made emergency landing, the emergency landing that took place last month, and it's been 90 days on since that fighter jet was grounded. We have more details coming in this regard. We have Shiv Arur joining us to get us the very latest. Shiv, they're unable to get this, fighter jet moving. The fixes have failed. What's the plan forward?
3 different attempts to fix this F-35 that made an emergency landing in Thiruvananthapuram from the Royal Navy's aircraft carrier on the night of 14th of June, 19 days ago, have failed. Crews from the United Kingdom have been unable to resolve the very serious engineering issues that obviously afflict this 5th generation stealth fighter, the F-35, that has been on the ground in Thiruvananthapuram in one of the most unusual aviation stories of the year. And we are now told that the UK engineering teams that had been flown in to try and fix this F-35 have not given up, but they've probably hit a wall in terms of trying to get this aircraft flyworthy again to be able to take off on its own power and return to its ship or to a base. What we are told is that the backup option now is possibly transporting the aircraft, dismantling the F-35, loading it into a C-17 transport aircraft and then flying it back to the UK or to another base where the aircraft can be fixed. Now, these are 2019 images, not of the Thiruvananthapuram F-35. These are images from the Eglin Air Force Base in the United States, where an F-35, which was similarly afflicted, is being loaded into a C-17 aircraft for transport to another place. So I want to make it very clear, these are representative images. This is still an option that is being considered by the Royal Navy in coordination with the Indian Air Force and the Thiruvananthapuram airport, because after 19 days and repeated attempts, it seems like they are simply unable to resolve either hydraulic issues or engine issues or deeper engineering issues that have resulted in this advanced fighter, which is part of the most expensive fighter program in history, being on the ground for 19 days and counting. Now remember, in military aviation, many things can and do go wrong with aircraft. It is not uncommon for aircraft to be grounded, but this is an unusual story because an F-35 aircraft being on ground for 19 days and counting is not normal. It is not uncommon at all. And therefore, at this point of time, it's likely, we are told, that the British government may have to activate a last resort, which is basically a giant aircraft landing very much like this one in 2019, to pick up the stricken F-35, which is grounded, can't fly on its own, and to literally carry it back to a place either in the UK or somewhere where the aircraft can be fixed.
Right, Shiv, of course, the issues could be, like you did mention, it could also have been adverse weather conditions that led to the grounding of this fighter jet. Take us through, you did say that perhaps this fighter jet will need to get transported. So what kind of action plan is being worked out at this point in time?
Now remember, for over 2 weeks, this fighter aircraft was out in the open, on the ground in Thiruvananthapuram, pretty much under the elements, because there was a bit of hesitation on the British side about moving it into a hangar, because this is, after all, an aircraft that has many secret technologies, and so concerns over that meant that the aircraft was still out in the open. Now we can confirm that aircraft, since the last couple of days, has been moved into a maintenance hangar where a closer inspection has been conducted. More than one British engineering team, either from the ship or from abroad, has arrived attempting to try and fix this particular aircraft. And these are very, very qualified, very, very capable teams, trained literally to keep these aircraft flyworthy and able to actually conduct their missions. But we're told now that given the safety aspect, given that this is a very, very expensive piece of machinery, given that they do not want to take any chances in flight safety. You always have to have a large margin of error wherever you're trying to resolve something like this. So even though the British teams may theoretically be confident about getting the aircraft to actually take off once again, it may be a little risky because of various reasons, parts, spare parts, equipment, etc. And therefore, to play it safe, it is possible that they're looking at a C-17 like option like this 2019 image to actually do that. So it's interesting that as we're reporting here on NDTV, this option does exist. So a lot of people were wondering whether that F-35 19 days and counting would be stranded indefinitely in Kerala. The answer, of course, is no, because it has actually been done before, like this image shows you. It can be dismantled, the wings can be removed, and the aircraft can literally be loaded into a giant transport aircraft and taken wherever it needs to go.
Right. Thank you so much, Shiv, for getting us all those details. Let's just get you the latest, and a very shocking incident has been reported in Pune. A 22-year-old woman was allegedly raped by a man who entered her residence in Pune on Wednesday evening by posing as a delivery executive. The incident took place at about 7:30 in the evening, and he entered the housing society inside the woman's flat. The woman was reportedly alone at the time, and the Pune police said that the woman was alone because her brother had stepped out for some work. He had posed to be a delivery agent, and that is how he got inside the building. He managed to get inside. He did reach the residence. He did reach her doorstep, and at the time he did ask her for an OTP number, to which she needed her phone, and that is when he forced his way in and allegedly raped the 22-year-old woman. But what's making matters even worse is he took a selfie from the phone of the victim and left her a message saying that he'll be back for more.
Jurisdiction of Kondwa police station in Pune city. Offence under section 6477 351(2) of BNS is registered. Yesterday at 7:30, Nirbhaya, age 22 years, one delivery boy with bank envelope entered her flat, and he said that courier is there, but I have forgotten the pen. So Nirbhaya went inside her home to take the pen. Meanwhile, immediately he closed the door, and this incident happened. 10 teams, 5 of crime branch and 5 of zonal teams working on it.
Well, we also have my colleague Revati joining us to get us the very latest. Revati, of course, a very shocking incident, and the look is on, and this man has committed this heinous crime, and he seems to have disappeared into thin air. There must have been CCTV footage of the man entering the building, getting to the building. How did he have access? What are the protocols that should be in place when it comes to such building complexes that you have, not just in Pune but across the country, and what really can be done in this regard in order to safeguard the people who live in these safer confines, so to speak?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, a shocking incident happened in Pune's Kondwa area, where a 22-year-old girl who was alone at her place was brutally raped by an accused who posed to be a delivery agent. He pretended that he is here to deliver a parcel given by a bank. When the victim refused to take parcel, he said, "You have to sign on it even though it doesn't belong to you." Then when she went in to take a pen, where he asked for that, as he didn't have pen, is what he said. And then when she went in, he invaded into the flat, and then he sprayed a substance on her face, and then he brutally raped the 22-year-old girl. Later, he clicked a selfie on the victim's phone resting on her back, and he left a message down there that I'll be back again. The police is investigating the matter further. Around 10 teams of Pune police have been deployed to catch hold of that accused. But as of now, it's been more than 24 hours. But accused has not been nabbed by Pune police yet. But 10 teams have been deployed as of now. Currently, the updates that are coming, the victim who was brutally raped is currently undergoing a medical treatment at Sassoon Hospital. Also, medical tests have been done at the Sassoon hospital itself also, the substance which was sprayed on her face is also being tested at the forensic lab as to know that what exactly substance was used. Also, the question that you asked, that what are the protocols? If we look at the society visuals, it is a high profile and upscaled society where there are security, there are watchmen, there's security deployed at every gate. There are CCTVs all over there. But the question still remains that how he could access, how he could go through it, and was there not access given for MyGate app. MyGate app usually is an app usually used in Maharashtra, used by residents when a person visits you. When a person visits you, there needs to be given a permission from the resident. If the app was there or not, there's also one question. Secondly, how he knew that the girl, the 22-year-old girl, is alone at her home. So there are many questions around. Once the police investigation is taken further, the more details will come to light.
Right, considering that her brother had stepped out for some work and that she was all by herself, the 22-year-old who was taken by surprise, of course, with that delivery man showing up at her doorstep. Revati, stay with us for our next story as well. And this is in regard to breaking news coming in of MNS workers, Gunda Raj all over again. There's one more incident of rampage that has been caused by the workers of the Raj Thackeray-led party, MNS. You can see them, creating chaos and creating all that kind of ruckus right outside Kedar Soman's house, and this is because Kedar Soman had posted against Raj Thackeray. So MNS workers there banging, kicking his door, creating chaos, and this is really coming on the heels of just yesterday when MNS workers had assaulted a man for not speaking in Marathi and for talking in Hindi instead. Let's listen in to this video.
तू आता नाही नंतर ना बाहेर पडशील ना थोड्या वेळाने तू थोड्या वेळाने बाहेर पडशील ना तुझ्या बाहेर ये तू काय बोलला राज इकडे इकडे ये तू ये बाहेर ये काय झालं तू बाहेर तर ये तू बाहेर तुला सांगतो ना बाहेर या का बाहेर मी अरे तू बाहेर तरी ये अरे सांगतो ना बाहेर अरे तू पोस्ट टाकली ना रासाहेबांविषयी तू साहेबांविषयी पोस्ट टाकली ना कुठली
Revati, if you could just translate for us what was being said by the MNS workers, and this really coming on the heels of that poor man who was assaulted in Thane. Now here they are taking matters into their own hands all over again.
Right, so Kedar Soman, a person who posted a social media post on Facebook, on his Facebook profile, which reads, Ratri half khamba marun झाल्यावर राज कायम उद्धवला फोन करून म्हणायचा तू मेरा भाई है. So this post translates as once Raj consumes alcohol, he calls Uddhav Thackeray and says तू मेरा भाई है. So this is what is being posted by Kedar Soman, and as we can see, the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena workers have been furious about this particular post, after which they ran towards Kedar Soman's house, which is in Pune's Vanas area, and there we can see that they were asking that did you post anything about Raj Thackeray, and the person Kedar Soman, he said that what post. So they were really furious about, even if after posting it on social media on Facebook, Kedar Soman was pretending that what post he has posted. Then we can see all the ruckus that happened there, and now currently Kedar Soman is being detained by Pune police, and now it will be important to see that what action is being taken by Pune police right now.
Right, the police have detained the man, but the police have not detained the MNS workers who assaulted. There were 7 of them assaulting that man inside his own shop yesterday in Thane, and it's been 48 hours. Of course, they have questioned the MNS workers, but no arrests have been made. And the police are going on to say that they won't be arresting, but here they have this man. Perhaps Revati, his social media handle was hacked, perhaps in regard to those comments that have been made against Raj Thackeray.
तू
So as of now, there is no information on whether his social media handle was hacked or no. But there were social media posts done before MNS workers would reach to his house. So there is a slight doubt that it is hacked or not. But it is pretty evident that the post which was made by Kedar Soman on Raj Thackeray, it was controversial, and due to which MNS workers reached to his house and created all the fuss.
Revati, we are seeing the kind of people who are outside, and you did tell us that they were questioning about the post. The man, innocently did also go ahead and ask, what post are you talking about? And this, in this day and age, if something is put out on social media, of course it doesn't go unnoticed. Revati, take us again through the contents of the exact words that he used in that particular post.
So Divya, as I mentioned earlier, that there was a post made by Kedar Soman which exactly read as रात्री हाफ खंबा मारून झाल्यावर राज कायम उद्धवला फोन करून म्हणायचा तू मेरा भाई है, which translates that after consuming alcohol, Raj Thackeray contacts Uddhav Thackeray and says तू मेरा भाई है, you are my brother. So this was some controversial post made by Kedar Soman, and due to which MNS workers were furious, and they just went out to Kedar Soman's place, and there they were asking that what exactly did you post and why did you post about Raj Thackeray in such words. And now Kedar Soman is being detained by the police.
Right, and what kind of action will be taken against those, showing up at his doorstep and trying to break down that door there? Revati, many questions being asked as to the modus of operandi as far as MNS workers are concerned. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. For now, slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
If it matters to you, 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 it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop, only on NDTV 24x7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture?
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest when it comes to Deepika Padukone, who's created history by becoming the first ever Indian to be honoured with a star on the iconic Hollywood Walk of Fame. She has joined the likes of Rami Malek as well as others to receive that special honour in the motion pictures category. So there, Deepika Padukone will be getting that star, the iconic star in Los Angeles.
A very proud moment for India as Deepika Padukone makes history, becoming the first Indian ever to receive a star at the Hollywood Walk of Fame. She was honoured by the class of 2026 in the motion pictures category. So the inductees are chosen in 5 different categories: motion pictures, television, live performance, live theatre, recording and sports entertainment, and of course she was chosen in motion pictures. There were also, the class of 2026 also honoured 35 other icons from all over the globe, which includes Emily Blunt, Timothy Chalamet, Demi Moore, to name few. We know Deepika Padukone has always put cinema at a global stage. In 2017, she made her Hollywood debut with XXX opposite Vin Diesel, and of course she has made waves at the Cannes Film Festival, at Met Gala, and how can we forget, she was named at Time's 100 most influential people. So yeah, one more for her and one more for us as Indians. Very, very proud moment indeed.
Thank you, Meera, for getting us all those details of Deepika Padukone there, getting that star. With that, we're slipping away a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Stay with us.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और तत्पर।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं कि लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है, 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं। वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
Maharashtra cops a flimsy excuse to protect the goons. Cops there saying no arrests are possible under the section in the FIR. 4 out of the 7 accused reached the police station and they were called for questioning. But all the 4 have, will not be arrested in the case, is what the police is now saying. Shocker of a case being reported from Pune in which an intruder who claimed to be a delivery agent manages to get inside a society, a housing society in Pune, manages to reach the doorstep of a 22-year-old woman and then forces his way in and rapes the poor girl. In the Kolkata campus horror, the High Court has come down heavily as far as the police is concerned, asking them to file a probe report in a closed cover and asking for the police to submit the progress of the investigation in its next hearing coming up on the 10th of July. In the Judge Cash Rao, now the government is moving on impeachment, speaking to all parties involved, seeking consensus, and a 3-month timeline has now been set for that impeachment motion. Shocker of a case being reported in the national capital's Lajpat area where a woman and her child have been killed by their very own domestic help. A 42-year-old woman and a 14-year-old son losing their life over something that was said by the woman. Apparently, the guy has confessed to her scolding him and that led to an altercation. Failed class 11 now has an IIT seat. We're talking about the son of a Pani Puri seller in Mumbai who scores big at IIT. Very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24x7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including no end to Gundaraj as far as the Raj Thackeray-led party MNS is concerned. We saw workers today taking matters into their own hands. And these are workers who turned up and turned vigilant. And these are workers, in fact, one more such incident of the rampage by the MNS workers coming to light here. Outside the residence of a man called Kedar Suman. They reached there because allegedly the man had posted against Raj Thackeray using a social media platform. The MNS workers are seen banging, kicking the door off the man, asking him as to why did he make those posts against Raj Thackeray. So these are MNS workers. They are creating chaos all over again after this is literally 48 hours after they thrashed a poor man, a shopkeeper, owner of a sweet shop in Thane, who was speaking in Hindi and wasn't speaking in Marathi. My colleague Revati joining us to get us the very latest. Revati, matters being taken, into their own hands as far as MNS workers are concerned. Yesterday you spoke to an MNS worker who remained defiant as far as the Marathi language is concerned. And now, this video says it all in regard to the kind of action that they take against anyone who stands up not just for the language but also for their leader Raj Thackeray.
Right, Divya. If we first look at the history of MNS workers, they usually take all the matters in their hands and this is what they do, create a fuss about it. So recently a similar incident happened in Pune's Vanas area where Kedar Soman was residing. Kedar Soman is a person who posted a controversial social media post on his social media handle stating that Ratri half khamba marun झाल्यावर राज कायम उद्धवला फोन करून म्हणायचा तू मेरा भाई है. So this statement is actually made in the post. So this translates as when Raj Thackeray consumes alcohol, he calls Uddhav Thackeray saying that tu mera bhai hai, which is you are my brother. So this was the controversial post made by Kedar Soman, after which the MNS workers got furious and they went to his residential place where they were asking his wife or asking him to come out of his house. But when he stepped out of his house, they were really aggressive in asking questions that what exactly did you post about Raj Thackeray, where he questioned that what post are you talking about. So this was the exact incident, and currently Kedar Soman is detained by Pune police. Now it will be important to see that what exactly action will be taken by Pune police, as he made a controversial post on Raj Thackeray on his social media handle. This was the incident. Also, the second question that arises, that was his Facebook account hacked. This this merely has a space of doubt, because some time ago Kedar Soman was handling or posting from his social media account, so there is no space of doubt that his social media handle is hacked and that hacker has posted this. Primarily it is come to light that Kedar Soman has posted this on his social media handle, and as I rightly mentioned, he is being detained by Pune police, and the further action will be taken by Pune police. Over to you.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Revati, for getting us all those details. We have breaking news coming in at the moment. And breaking news coming in regard to the kind of reaction that's coming about from Maharashtra's Minister of State for Home Affairs, Yogesh Kadam. He has spoken up about the assault that took place on that poor shopkeeper in Thane. He's gone on to justify the violence. He's gone on to say that people living in the state must speak Marathi, and non-Marathis' attitude will not work. Goons are free, and this is, this is the Minister of Home. He is stoking fear in regard to talking about how Marathi language will be defended, and that they, people who live in the state must be talking in the language of the state, and non-Marathis' attitude will not work. Let's listen in to what Yogesh Kadam had to say.
महाराष्ट्र में मराठी तो बोलनी ही पड़ेगी. अगर मराठी नहीं आती है तो आपका ये एटीट्यूड नहीं चलेगा कि हम मराठी बोलेंगे नहीं. हम कोशिश करेंगे ऐसा वो एक बता सकते हैं, बोल सकते हैं. तो मेरे ख्याल से देखिए, हमें किसी और लैंग्वेज का अपमान हमें करना नहीं है, लेकिन मराठी में अगर कोई महाराष्ट्र में कोई मराठी को डिसरिस्पेक्ट करता है तो बिल्कुल वहाँ पे हमारे कायदा हम लागू करेंगे, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई करेंगे. जो भी है, जिन्होंने भी उनको मारपीट की है, बिल्कुल उनको एक ही संदेश देंगे कि कायदा आप हाथ में मत लीजिए. जो भी कंसर्न पर्सन की आप कंप्लेंट फाइल कीजिए, उसके अगेंस्ट कार्रवाई की जाएगी.
Abhishek joining us to get us very latest. Abhishek, the comments that are coming about, the reaction that's coming about by, we're talking about Maharashtra's minister there, justifying what really has been done here.
See, definitely in a way he was justifying, and we can understand that how defensive is the state government when this subject is being spoken about, because we were clearly asking him about that what action is being initiated, how the government is taking this entire issue, and he clearly pointed out that the attitude of not speaking Marathi will not be tolerated in the state of Maharashtra. It is must to speak Marathi in the state of Maharashtra, and you can say that you will try to speak and you are learning, but this way will not be acceptable. And instead he said that action will be initiated against those who will not speak Marathi, and those who are violent. He said that it's a message to them that don't get violent, don't take law and order in your hand. Instead, you should come and report that this people or the person is not speaking in Marathi, then we will take action accordingly. So, this is the statement by MOS Home of Maharashtra, Yogesh Kadam, in a way being defensive, in a way justifying that what has happened was right, in a way, making a comment that it was right to hit that shopkeeper. But he should also understand that this is disturbing law and order situation in the state of Maharashtra, and we are relentlessly asking the question, is it justified in the name of Marathi? Is violence justified? There are many ways to see, you can be polite, you can create awareness, you can make them learn, but you cannot do violence is something that we are raising voice against. But the attitude of government is clear when he speaks that anyone who will not speak Marathi will not be tolerated, and that kind of attitude is not acceptable. Though he mentioned the point that he is not against any other language, but this approach will not be tolerated. Instead, action will be initiated against those who will come with these approach, and those who should not take, should not be violent is what he was pointing in this entire conversation, or in this entire statement, where he said that, Marathi everyone should know. Whoever is there in the state of Maharashtra should know Marathi, and if he doesn't, he should try and learn it. But that attitude that I don't want to speak Marathi will not be tolerated in the state of Maharashtra.
And we are seeing basically, Abhishek, that the government really hasn't taken action against the 7 men who were seen thrashing that shopkeeper. They were called for questioning, and they did go to the police station, and the police is saying openly that no action will be taken against them. And on the other side, in the other video that has come to light, and this is a man whose house these MNS workers had reached his doorstep, and they were trying to break down that door, and the action was actually, the police went ahead and called the man whose house it was, asking him about the kind of post that he had made against Raj Thackeray.
See, it's high time now, because media, in fact, we have always questioned, we should question MNS, do they believe in law and order or not? Do they believe in constitution or not? Because there is a provision to it. If you feel like there is an offensive social media post against your leader, there is a channel to it. You have to go to the police station, register a complaint, and the police will act. Cyber cell will act on that post. If there is anything offensive, action will be initiated. We have seen many cases of this nature where action has been initiated. But in every incident we have seen MNS workers taking law in their hand. That needs to be questioned, because being a political party, if you don't believe in law and order, that is a big question mark. You have to understand, and this is not happening for the first time. These are repetitive incidences which we have brought to light of the audience. One is about the shopkeeper, and a recent incident of a social media post from Pune, where the entire house has been vandalized. The people have beaten that person who have posted the social media post. Such kind of incidences have always happened in past. But again, the question arises to the government, what action are you taking? Is there a strong message that this will not happen again? Because it is continuously happening. And you have to understand, there are local body polls just 4 months or by the end of this year, and again the politics of which MNS plays, they want to revive that, and by that look forward to seeking votes. But is it working for them or not is something they will decide, but it is not working for the law and order of the state, and they're disturbing it continuously. And that's where we are asking the question, is it enough? Will the government act on them? And if they will act, there should be a stern message that they should not be repeating again and again.
In order to prevent more such assaults from taking place in the state of Maharashtra. Is it a free run for the Gunda Raj is the question. Look at their brazenness. In fact, my colleague Sujata spoke with an MNS worker who right outside the police station where he had gone because he had thrashed that shopkeeper. But there was literally no remorse or no admission of guilt. In fact, was bragging, saying that they will continue to beat people, in a similar fashion. That is what he went on to say. Let's listen in to this chat with my colleague Sujata.
वो आदमी गलत है, वो जो मारने के बाद में 50 लोग का मेरे को फ़ोन आया, फेरी वाले जो बाहर बैठते हैं उनको तकलीफ देता है वो, और लेडीज़ का भी 2 दिन।
ये बात नहीं है, बात ये हो रही है कि आपने मराठी भाषा को लेकर उनको मारा।
मराठी भाषा के लिए मारा, उसने क्या आंसर दिया वो देखा तुमने? उनका जो अकड़ था वो देखा,
क्या बोला उन्होंने?
हाँ, वो बोले कि मराठी सिखाओ हम लोग को आके, तो हम लोग को वो काम बचा है। उसने बोलना चाहिए कि बाबा मराठी मेरे को,
मराठी ना बोलने के लिए आप मार सकते, लेकिन आप मराठी सिखा नहीं सकते।
तो हम लोग को वो काम है क्या, मराठी सिखाने का? हम लोग को काम धंधा
काम है मराठी के लिए मारना।
वो काम धंधा करेंगे,
वो काम धंधा
करेंगे, वो पैसा कमाएंगे और हम लोग उनको मराठी सिखाओ। ये थोड़ी बात होती है। उसने बोलना चाहिए कि बाबा मेरे को मराठी आता नहीं है, मराठी आता नहीं है, हम लोग सीख जाएंगे, बस काम खत्म हो जाता है। उसके बाद में आर्ग्यूमेंट करके मतलब नहीं है ना, आर्ग्यूमेंट करेंगे तो बढ़ जाता है। हाँ,
लेकिन वो आर्ग्यूमेंट बढ़ा
आदमी है ना, आदमी गलत है, मैं अभी भी बोलता हूँ। उसके बाद में मेरे को 50 फ़ोन आया कि वो आदमी को जो मारा ना, वो सुनो, उसके सामने जो फेरी वाले लगते हैं ना, उनका वो औकात निकालता है।
आपने फेरी वाले के लिए मारा कि मराठी के लिए मारा?
सुनो, मराठी के लिए मारा, बट जो फेरी वाले को ना वो भी तकलीफ देता है। और उसका जो फेरी वाले है ना, उनके जो प्रीमाइसेस में जो फेरी वाले है, वो एक लेडीज को है ना, उसने 2 दिन पहला ना,
मेरे को सुनिए, ये अलग बात है, ये अलग बात है। मैं बोल रही हूँ कि अगर वो कल को या ऐसा कोई भी दुकान वाला मराठी नहीं बोलता तो आप ऐसे मारेंगे?
मराठी नहीं बोलेगा, उसने जवाब अच्छे से देगा ना तो कोई मारता नहीं। हम लोग क्या पागल कुत्ता नहीं है कि बाबा
आप लोग ने उन्हें मारा, जब आप लोग ने उन्हें मारा तो उन्होंने तो आपको वापस मारा भी नहीं, मार तो आप ही लोग रहे।
नहीं, तो वही मारा ना, उसके बाद में तो मैं छुड़ाया और आपके चैनल वाले ने जो छुड़ाने वाला उसका फोटो लगा दिया।
लेकिन आप तो वहाँ पे मौजूद थे, आप रोक सकते।
बाद में आए हम लोग, सब होने के बाद में वो जो बाबूलाल चौधरी है ना,
लेकिन आपके सभी कार्यकर्ता ऐसे मारते हैं लोगों को।
तो मारते, गलत करते हैं सामने वाला तभी मारते।
लेकिन मारना सही है।
मेरे सब लोग,
सामने वाला बोलकर गलत करता है और आप लोग मारकर सही करते हैं।
हमारे पार्टी में भी है ना, सब परप्रांतीय लोग है, मुस्लिम लोग है, सब भाई है हमारे, हम लोग के साथ काम करे। अभी कल हमारे पक्ष
तो कल को अगर आपके पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता मराठी नहीं बोलते तो आप तो उन्हें भी पीटेंगे।
सुनो, 2 दिन पहले ये हादसा हुआ, उसके बाद में अभी कल हमारे ऑफिस का बाइट ले लो, हमारे ऑफिस में ना 50 लोग ने, मुस्लिम बांधव ने प्रवेश किया है मनसे में। क्यों किया है?
लेकिन अब तो वो लोग डर में रहेंगे कि मराठी नहीं बोलेंगे तो मारेंगे।
डर कैसा रहेगा? डर
नहीं बोलेंगे
उसका आदमी का, तुम है ना व्यवहार देखो, व्यवहार देखो।
तो आपने व्यवहार के लिए मारा कि मराठी के लिए?
व्यवहार मतलब उसका जो बात करने का तरीका है ना, वो गलत है।
क्या पूछ रहे हो? आपने मराठी के लिए
उसने नहीं,
मराठी ना
के लिए मारेगा। जो गलत व्यवहार करेगा तो हमारे को ना फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, गुनाह दाखिल होने से। मराठी के मुद्दे के लिए हम लोग गुनाह लेने के लिए तैयार है।
मतलब आप लोग लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिगाड़ने के लिए तैयार है?
ऑर्डर नहीं, सामने वाला हम लोग को जैसा ट्रीटमेंट देगा वैसा उसको ट्रीटमेंट मिलेगा।
मतलब उसने आपको पहले मारा तब आपने मारा?
उसने
पहले आपको मारा?
उसका आवाज देखो, वो बोलता है मराठी में सब भाषा चलता है। उसने बोलना चाहिए कि मराठी में, महाराष्ट्र में मराठी भाषा चलता है, बाकी सब भाषा भी चलता है, बट मराठी इंपॉर्टेंट है, आना चाहिए। हम लोग सीख रहे हैं, हम लोग को आता नहीं है। ये बात बोलता था ना तो खत्म हो जाता था। हम लोग का उधर जाने का कोई यही नहीं था, हम लोग का ऑप्शन।
कार्रवाई हो गई है, क्या करना है?
कार्रवाई तो चलते रहता ना, उन पुलिस वाले उनका काम करेंगे।
आप मनसे वाले हैं, आप अपना
हम लोग उनको सहकार्य करेंगे, पुलिस वाले को। पुलिस वाले से हम लोग का कुछ।
इससे आप लोग ने सीख ली कि आगे मारना नहीं है, पीटना नहीं है, प्यार से बोलना।
अभी मेरे को बताओ, सामने वाला गलत व्यवहार करेगा, गलत बोलेगा तो हम लोग क्या शांत बैठेंगे? अभी तुम थाना का बातमी चलाओ, थाना का बातमी दिखाया तुमने, थाना में परप्रांतीय लोग ने मराठी को मारा, सबने मिलके, वो बातमी भी चलाओ, वो बातमी भी चलाओ ना। तुम वन साइड
मारपीट हो ही क्यों रहा है?
हाँ, तो मारपीट हो क्यों रहा है? वो नेता लोग को, अभी आज का इधर का जो माहौल है वो बिगाड़ा किसने? इधर के स्थानिक आमदार है, उन्होंने पोस्ट डाल के
आप लोग ने नहीं बिगाड़ा?
हम लोग ने नहीं बिगाड़ा।
आप लोग ने पहले मारा तब उनका पोस्ट आया ना?
हम लोग तो कल भी मिले, बाबूलाल चौधरी से कल भी मिले।
क्या बोले?
वो बोले ना, वो जो बोलना ना, माफी क्यों मांगेगा? गलती उसका है, माफी नहीं मांगेंगे हम लोग।
अच्छा, आप लोग गलती किए, आप लोग ने मारा है, लेकिन वो गलती नहीं, आप माफी नहीं मांगे।
उन्होंने जब भी व्यवहार मतलब गलत बात किया तभी वो मारा। ऐसा कोई आज मेरे को बताओ, मैं अभी तुम्हारे से हिंदी में बात कर रहा, तुम मेरे को जब भी मिले हिंदी में बात किया, मैं तुमको मारा या फिर इन्होंने बात किया वही मारा? कैसा होता है? उन्होंने बोलना चाहिए कि बाबा मेरे को मराठी आता नहीं है, मैं महाराष्ट्र में कमा रहा हूँ और इधर रहता हूँ बचपन से, बट मेरे को आता नहीं, मैं सीख जाऊंगा।
आप लोग की पार्टी का ये एक केस नहीं है ना, ऐसे 50 केस है।
50 केस है, बट उनको व्यवहार देखो ना, उनका बात करने का तरीका गलत रहता है। हाँ, बस इसके लिए मार खाते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं। हम लोग को अभी हम लोग को जब भी मारा, वो कौन से कास्ट का है, कौन से राज्य का है, वो हम लोग को पता नहीं था। अभी एक कास्ट हिंदू, अपना मराठी और मारवाड़ी गुजराती का ये कौन लाया?
अच्छा, आप लोग अगर सुनिए, बात करने का अगर तरीका गलत है, अगर आपका ही कोई मराठी बोलने वाला व्यक्ति अगर आपसे ऐसे बात करे तो आप उसको भी पीटेंगे?
हाँ, मराठी,
राजस्थानी, यूपी, बिहारियों को मारेंगे?
मराठी देखो, मराठी वाला मराठी बोलता है, मराठी आता है उनको,
तो मराठी में गलत व्यवहार करे चलेगा, हिंदी में गलत व्यवहार करेगा तो पिटेगा?
मराठी बोलने नहीं आता है, वो बोलना चाहिए कि मराठी आता नहीं है मेरे को, बस काम खत्म। वो बोलता है मेरे को आके तुम लोग आके सिखाओ, ये गलत बात होता है ना। महाराष्ट्र में सब भाषा चलता है, ये भी गलत है ना।
लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता कि आज जो आप लोग ने 2 थप्पड़ मारे, कल वो 4 थप्पड़, परसों क्राइम बढ़ जाएगा, तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिगड़ रहा है, आप लोग की पार्टी का नाम खराब हो रहा है।
पुलिस का काम करे, हम हमारा काम।
मराठी मानुस खुद आपसे डरेगा, बोलेगा तो कभी भी मार
नहीं, मराठी मानुस के पीछे हम लोग, राज साहब है ना, हमारे जो दैवत है हमारे, वो राज साहब मराठी के पीछे खंबीरपने खड़े है।
तो आप लोग मतलब राज ठाकरे जी के भरोसे मारपीट कर रहे हैं?
राज ठाकरे की
अगर वो बोल देंगे तो हम बच जाएंगे।
हम लोग है ना, हम लोग को ना 10 दिन जेल में जाएंगे ना मराठी के लिए, तो भी हम लोग को गम नहीं है, टेंशन नहीं है। ये हमारा महाराष्ट्र है, महाराष्ट्र में मराठी चलेगा बस।
All this over the shopkeeper speaking in Hindi and not in Marathi. Let's get you more reactions coming in with my colleague Abhishek.
शॉपकीपर को मारा गया था एमएनएस कार्यकर्ता द्वारा, उसमें अभी तक कुछ एक्शन नहीं लिया गया, सरकार क्यों चुप्पी साधे हुए है?
देखो, शॉपकीपर को मारने की वजह क्या थी ये जाना जाता है। अगर वो गलत हरकतें करता होगा, गलत कुछ ट्रेडिंग करता होगा तो
नहीं सर, उसको जबरन मराठी बोलने नहीं आ रहा था, इसके लिए मारपीट की गई और कम से कम 6 से 7 थप्पड़ मारे गए और इस तरीके से एफआईआर तो रजिस्टर हो रही है लेकिन अभी तक कार्रवाई की नहीं जा रही है सर, सरकार शांत बैठी है।
नहीं ज़रूर सरकार ऐसा रहा था और एफआईआर अगर लॉन्च रजिस्टर्ड हुआ है तो उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होगी।
लेकिन सर इस तरीके से जो जबरन किया जा रहा है एमएनएस द्वारा, ये गुंडागर्दी जो बढ़ती जा रही है उसको कैसे देखती है
सरकार की कोई ऐसी भूमिका नहीं, किसी ने गुंडागर्दी नहीं करना चाहिए, सरकार सक्षम है। आप सरकार पुलिस के पास रिपोर्ट करो, पुलिस के ऊपर कार्रवाई करेगी।
हमारे साथ बीजेपी विधायक राम कदम जी है। सर जिस तरीके से हमने देखा एक शॉपकीपर को मीरा रोड में एमएनएस के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मारा, एफआईआर तो हुई है लेकिन अभी तक कोई कड़क कार्रवाई नहीं की जा रही। सरकार पर भी सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं, क्यों चुप्पी साधे हुए सरकार, क्यों इस पर एक्शन नहीं लिया जा रहा?
बिल्कुल एक्शन लिया जाएगा, किसी को भी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। और मेरी जानकारी के हिसाब से तुरंत कार्रवाई हुई है, पर मैं स्वयं आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से बात करूंगा, आदरणीय वहाँ की पुलिस से बात करूंगा, पर जहाँ तक मेरी जानकारी है पूरी तरह से कार्रवाई हुई है और उसमें अगर कुछ कमी है तो और भी कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी, पर किसको छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा।
वहाँ पर प्रदर्शन हो रहा है, व्यापारियों ने दुकानें बंद कर दी है और इस तरीके से वहाँ प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। कहीं ना कहीं जो गुंडागर्दी है वो बढ़ती जा रही है।
देखो, कानून किसको भी हाथ में लिया नहीं दिया जाएगा, जो भी ले रहा है उसे दंड होगा। और क्या होता है, कानून के कुछ प्रावधान होते हैं, उसके तहत कार्रवाई होती है। आप समझ रहे हो मेरी बात? और वो कार्रवाई इस मामले में पुलिस ने की है, पर और भी इसकी जानकारी लेकर के जो भी है करेंगे।
जबरन मराठी बोलना और नहीं आया तो मारना, इस तरीके की जो राजनीति चल रही है, क्या ये सही है? और मुंबई में
महाराष्ट्र की पहली भाषा मराठी है, तो उसका सम्मान तो हर एक ने करने की आवश्यकता है, पर हम सभी भाषाओं का सम्मान करते हैं, पर यह जबरदस्ती महाराष्ट्र की भूमि पर नहीं चलेगी।
सर एनडीटीवी लगातार कैंपेन चला रहा है। जो शॉपकीपर को मारा गया, सिर्फ उसको मराठी नहीं आती थी और जबरन मारपीट की गई उसके साथ, पूरा वीडियो वायरल हुआ है। अभी तक एफआईआर हुई है लेकिन इसमें कार्रवाई की नहीं जा रही, कैसे देखते हैं सर?
देखो, भाषा कौन सी इस्तेमाल करने की, इसका अगर कोई हिंदी भाषिक है या कोई अन्य भाषा बोलने वाला आदमी है और उसको मराठी भाषा नहीं आती, ये कम से कम अपेक्षित है कि मराठी महाराष्ट्र में रहते तो मराठी बोलना आवश्यक ठीक रहेगा। लेकिन इसके लिए किसी को मारना या उसको तकलीफ़ में लाना ये ठीक नहीं है। रीज़नेबली पोलाइटली उनको बोलना चाहिए कि आप मराठी भाषा का इस्तेमाल करो, लेकिन
they were actually having less risk of sudden heart death. Those who got two doses lowered the odds of unexplained sudden death by 50%, 49%. The hazard ratio was 0.51, that is 49% reduction in incidence of death was there. So this is very clearly showing that COVID vaccine was actually beneficial and not really harmful.
Dr. Karan, would you like to add something?
So COVID, like any pandemic, जब जैसे pandemic situation होती है तो pandemic में the most important concern was risk to life. So the risk of mortality यानी जो हम death का risk बोलते हैं,
आप इधर आ जाओ, कोई बात नहीं, शिफ्ट नहीं होगा भाई, ये इन्हीं को आना पड़ेगा। चेयर से हम पीछे आ जाते हैं।
So कोविड जिस तरह एक पेंडेमिक की सिचुएशन आती है, द रिस्क वाज कि बहुत ज़्यादा लोगों को इट्स अ रिस्क ऑफ लाइफ एंड यू नीड वैक्सीन जिससे हम लाइफ प्रिवेंट कर सकें। तो कोविड वैक्सीन्स वर इफेक्टिव वैक्सीन्स एंड दे प्लेड, उन्होंने रोल काफ़ी प्ले किया जिससे मोर्टेलिटी वाज रिड्यूस्ड। एंड जब हम बात करें कि सिचुएशन ऐसी है कि पेंडेमिक चल रहा है, सो वैक्सीन इज़ समथिंग विच इज़ दी ओनली पॉसिबल मेजर जिससे आप लाइफ प्रिवेंट कर सकते हैं। सो आई थिंक दी वैक्सीन्स were used, they were used in बहुत large number of people and they were effective, जिससे कि they had a lot of benefit in preventing the excess mortality, जो lives were prevented। तो अगर हम एब्सोल्यूट टर्म में ये बात करें कि रिस्क बेनिफिट प्रोफाइल, तो जो बेनिफिट वैक्सीन्स प्रोवाइड करती हैं और जो वैक्सीन्स ने बेनिफिट प्रोवाइड किया उसका मैग्नीट्यूड बहुत ज़्यादा है। और जहाँ तक जैसे बात की अभी डॉक्टर नारंग ने भी कि सडन कार्डियक डेथ पे भी कुछ ऐसी स्टडीज़ हुई हैं जिन्होंने जितनी भी कोविड वैक्सीन अभी तक यूज़ हुई हैं उनका एक रिव्यू करके, डेटा सिस्टमेटिकली रिव्यू करके कि क्या कोई एक्चुअल में सिग्नल है सडन कार्डियक डेथ से। हार्ट के भी जैसे बहुत सारे सिम्टम हो सकते हैं, सडन कार्डियक डेथ से कोई क्लियर एसोसिएशन ऐसा उन स्टडीज़ ने क्लियर शो नहीं किया है, जो भी स्टडी के बारे में बताया। तो ये बात करें तो वैक्सीन्स यूज़ करना काफ़ी ज़रूरी है। वैक्सीन्स इन पेंडेमिक सेटिंग वही एकमात्र एक रास्ता होता है जिससे आप एक ख़तरनाक जानलेवा बीमारी से आप जीवन बचा सकते हैं। एंड वैक्सीन्स मेरे ख्याल से जितने भी लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं सब ने कोविड वैक्सीन को यूज़ किया है। तो आई थिंक देखा जाए तो जो बेनिफिट की बात है वो वैक्सीन्स की, वो किसी भी एक जो स्मॉल अप्रिशिएबल रिस्क जो भी उसके मुकाबले में काफ़ी ज़्यादा बेनिफिट है।
कुछ और कोई और ऐड करना चाहते हैं?
ये कोवैक्सीन और कोविड से दोनों पे हुई है या फिर कोवैक्सीन पे? ये जो स्टडी अभी जो प्रोस्पेक्टिव स्टडी जो हो रहा है in collaboration with ICMR and AIMS, I am part of the study along with Department of Forensic Medicine. Dr. Abhishek is also there. So there is a lot of questions. We spoke about the benefits of Covaxin, mortality benefits. There are less mortality. That's all fine. So there are still question remains is whether this vaccine is causing some kind of a death or not. Still that question remains with all of us. If you can correct me. उसी के लिए हम यहाँ पे बैठे हैं. Thing is to see whether the death what is occurring in young individuals, especially in India, whether there is any relation to the Covaxin, I mean the vaccine, COVID vaccine or not. So इसके लिए हमने prospective study की. So we had few original studies. One was in the acute phase of COVID, जिसने जो admit हुए थे cardiac, I mean intensive care में जो मर गए. So we examined some samples, all the organs in these patients. The most common cause when the patient is having acute COVID infection is lung infection, lung damage, severe lung damage. उसके बाद everybody knew that lung damage हुआ, oxygen therapy fail हो गई and the patient went for multi-organ failure and he died. So that was the cause they expected and even our histopathology, microscopic examination, everything showed the similar results. उसके बाद क्वेश्चन आई why after the COVID infection who survived? So almost all of us had some evidence of different severity of COVID infections, right? So there is nothing like that. I never had COVID infection. Maybe my infection will be less severe when compared to others, right? So all of us have received vaccination. So जो acute phase के बाद जो survive हुए, some people died. Anyway, some people died at home, especially the young individuals. Some literature, some media says कि heart infection हो गया, heart infection से they मर गया. The only cause, especially when you see the healthy individuals wherever around the world, if a healthy person, if is dying suddenly, most common cause is heart. If you have brain infection, you can survive. If you have lung infection, you can survive. Any other organ which is involved, you can survive a bit. But sudden death when it occurs, so the most culprit, what everybody says, heart attack से मर गया. So everybody knows that. अभी मैं healthy without any past medical history, एकदम से मर गया, heart attack से मर गया. That's the layman terminology. Even the medical field also believes the same. The what cause of the heart attack is actually a layman terminology. For everybody, the heart attack. When you see the causes, there are n number of causes actually causing stoppage of the heart एकदम से बंद हो गया, the patient died. Okay. So एक question सबके मन में था, heart attack से हो गया. We examined the heart samples of all those patients who actually died during active COVID infections. Some लोगों ने बताया कि heart में inflammation हो गया. We out of 100 patients, if you see, less than 2% had some evidence of heart inflammation. That in medical terminology we call it as myocarditis, inflammation of the heart. That can lead to, when it is severe, that can lead to sudden cardiac death. It is only 2%. So forget about that study. So recently, a lot of queries, lot of question marks regarding why sudden young people are dying suddenly everywhere. As sir already mentioned, there is a social media platform showing that कहीं पे भी death हो गया तो everybody knows. अरे dance करते करते death हो गया. Everybody knows. It comes in newspaper, it comes in TV, it comes in WhatsApp, it comes in all social channel, media channels. So we are aware about each and every death which occurs suddenly. Almost all of us. So yes, whether the death what is occurring at the present scenario in young individuals, is it same like the prior COVID era or is it different? So we conducted this study with the help of ICMR funding. So the initial part of 1 year prospective study has been submitted under Indian Journal of Medical Research that we have. It will be coming in the next, it is under review, it will come. So I'll just brief you the first.
How many samples?
Yes, till now, till today, we have analyzed around 300 samples for present. The article what we have published is 1 year prospective study, which around 100 cases, 98 to 100 cases. Of all the cases who died suddenly, okay, who thought either their relatives or friends, they said, बहुत ठीक ठाक था, suddenly रात में मर गया. So we included all those patients. Almost all of them, they had evidence of COVID vaccine. So when you analyze the initial data, what we have sent for publication, that I am telling you, the most common cause of sudden death, especially in young individuals of aging 18 to 45 years, less than 45 years, more than 18 years, is the cardiovascular.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Welcome back. Let's get you another incident of a shopkeeper being slapped has come to light, and the incident followed complaints of the Marathi youth being beaten up by a shopkeeper at the railway station. Now this is, the incident has come to light, and the accused shopkeeper was called to the Thane office of the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray MP. Now this is the Shiv Sena. This is a shopkeeper who was also assaulted in the office of the former MP and made to apologize to the youth who had been beaten up earlier. This is in the presence of the Shiv Sainiks, and the shopkeeper is seen publicly apologizing by holding his ears and fell at the feet of the Marathi youth and begged for forgiveness. Paras joining us to get us the latest. Paras, multiple videos now surfacing after the M&S workers there thrashing that sweet shop owner. Now, take us through, this is the latest video that has surfaced. What is happening here? It's another incident of a shopkeeper being slapped.
Right, this is an incident from Mumbai's Thane, where we can see this whole incident is from 1st July when a Marathi person visited a shop, and over there he was asking for a mobile recharge. At that time, the shopkeeper, where there were 4 or 5 shopkeepers who continuously tried to convince the victim in this entire matter that they don't have the recharge of the company which he is asking. So there was something which has happened between the victim and the accused in this entire matter, and then the victim in this matter started shouting at the shopkeepers, and this all turned out in a massive rage where the shopkeepers started hitting the victim, and in this entire matter a complaint was also filed. All the 4 accused in this matter was called to police station. They had been given notice, and after that they were released. In this matter, what happened next is that the leaders from Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, Rajan Vichare, called the shopkeepers, all 4 of them, to his office with the victim, and over there Rajan Vichare asked accused to say sorry to the victim, and we can also hear in the video that one of the person in the office of Rajan Vichare is asking the accused to apologize in Marathi because he has hit the person who is Marathi. So this has happened in Thane, and we had also seen another incident from Mira Road. So it is happening continuously, and we had seen in the past that this type of incident has happened.
Right, thank you so much, Paras, for getting us those details. Breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to Karnataka's cost census with a video that has emerged. In that particular video, what really can be seen is that the cost census in Karnataka has come under a scanner. This is of that CCTV footage showing allegedly that stickers are being pasted without conducting surveys. So the BJP attacking the Siddaramaiah government for that fake cost census in the state of Karnataka. Well, the allegations that are being made are that stickers are being used, but the cost survey is not being conducted. So the cost, this is the Karnataka's cost census that is facing backlash as it is from citizens raising concerns over its execution and as also its intent. The cost census recently initiated by the Karnataka government is facing significant amount of resistance. The process is already encountering roadblocks, and now in this video, as you can see, the claims that are being made through this video is by the BJP saying that stickers are being put outside homes where the cost survey has not even been conducted. So, of course, coming down heavily on the government in Karnataka, calling it a fake cost census. Let's just get you some of the reactions coming in as far as the BJP is concerned, and also what does Siddaramaiah really have to say about the cost census?
When Siddaramaiah already has spent more than 160 crores, why is he going for a second census? When central government has already taken decision to do census and caste census across the country, what is necessary for Chief Minister Siddaramaiah to spend more 500 crores on this caste census? Why is he in a hurry? So Siddaramaiah, the intention of Siddaramaiah is very clear. Caste census, Siddaramaiah is using it as a tool to save his CM's kursi.
ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆ ಥರ ಇದ್ರೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೋ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇದೆಯಂದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳಪ್ಪ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನ್ ತೊಂದರೆ ಹೇಳೋ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಮನೆಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಈ ದಾರಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ದಾರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ ಜಾತಿ ಹೇಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ ಮಾತ್ರ. ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ 101 ಜಾತಿಗಳಿವೆ. ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜಾತಿ, ಪರಿಶಿಷ್ಟ ವರ್ಗ.
Deepak joining us to get us the latest. Deepak, in this video, the CCTV footage that has been accessed in regard to the claims that are being made by the BJP, saying that this is nothing but a fake cost census, and really asking questions in regard to the amount of money that is going to be spent in this regard.
Well, now to make certain things clear here, this particular survey that's right now going on in different parts of Bengaluru that has now landed up in a little bit of a controversy is a survey that's being conducted for internal reservation. This is not the caste survey that the state government, of course, wants to carry out. This is a survey for internal reservation. This is only among SC/ST communities. So basically what they are trying to do is, if anyone, in the city or in the state of Karnataka are from the SC/ST community, they'll have to mention which subcaste they belong to. And this data is being collated, and this is for the purpose of eventually giving internal reservation here in Karnataka. And the allegation here, that the government is having to deal with is that there are people who are going from door to door, not physically speaking to anybody or collecting this information. They're just sticking these posters which says that the survey has been done. If not, you can log into this particular ID through a QR code, or even call this particular number and provide your details. And this particular CCTV that we're looking at is another instance where a Paurakarmika sticks it outside a person's house, and then when he was questioned, he says that his supervisor asked him to do so. The supervisor comes there, and in this particular instance, there is an altercation between the residents there and the staff who are carrying out the survey. In many other instances, there are people who are complaining that nobody visited, nobody asked questions, and these posters are merely being stuck. The Chief Minister defending the government, saying that the people have many options to give their data, and this is not an issue. And the BBMP has also clarified that if there are instances where people have not followed the rules, they will insist upon these individuals and make it more strict to ensure that the survey is done in an efficient manner.
Right. Thank you so much, Deepak, for getting us all those details. And with that, we're slipping into a short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru.
Welcome back. We have breaking news coming in regard to the rape that took place in Pune. Do remember the man was on the run, but the suspect has now been nabbed by the Pune police after this man raped a 22-year-old woman inside a housing society in Pune. He posed to be a delivery agent. He got inside the society claiming to have reached there to deliver a package, but once he reached there, he asked for an OTP pin. The 22-year-old girl, who was alone at the home at the time because her brother had stepped out for some work, he managed to get inside, pushed his way in, raped the woman, and also took a selfie from the cell phone of the victim and left her a message saying that he'd be back for more. Revati joining us. Revati, a major breakthrough in the case. Now the police have nabbed the man who had been on the run since he committed that brutal, heinous crime inside the residence of that 22-year-old girl. He went ahead and managed to get inside the society claiming to be a delivery worker.
Right, as we know, as per now, that a man who posed to be a delivery agent, he invaded a flat where a 22-year-old girl was working from home, and he posed to be a delivery agent. He was he intended to give a parcel from bank, is what he said. But then when he asked for a pen to have signatures, he then invaded into the flat and then he brutally raped her by spraying a substance on her face. This incident happened on Wednesday at around 7:30 p.m. in Pune's Kondwa area in a high-profile society. Since then, he was on a run, but now Pune Police Crime Branch is successful in nabbing the suspected accused of this case. Now it will be important to see that what details will be coming further after interrogating the accused, the suspected accused who is currently nabbed by the crime branch of Pune Police. Divya.
Thank you so much, Revati. Of course, breaking news coming in of the police in Pune cracking down on the suspect. He has been nabbed. He is accused of raping a 22-year-old girl inside the confines of her own home. He portrayed himself to be a delivery agent, managed to get inside the society, managed to reach her doorstep, and then forced his way in and raped the girl. Also took her mobile phone, took a selfie, and said that he'll be coming back for more. Moving on to a very heartwarming story coming out of Mumbai, where the son of a Pani Puri seller has scored big at his IIT entrance exam. We're talking about Harsh Gupta, a 19-year-old from Maharashtra who failed his class 11th exams but chose not to give up. With steady efforts and the backing of his family, he went ahead, retook those exams, managed to clear his 12th boards as well, and then earned a place at the Indian Institute of Technology at the IIT. Well, let's just get you a very special interview with the boy who scored big with my colleague Paras.
पहले तो आपकी भावनाएं जानना चाहूँगा कि इतनी मेहनत की आपने, 11वीं में आप एक बार फेल भी हुए, उसके बाद फिर से खड़े हुए, 12वीं पास किया आपने और आप जेईई क्लियर किया, आईआईटी आपने किया, किस तरीके का सफ़र रहा?
मेरा नाम हर संतोष गुप्ता है, मैं कल्याण शहर के थाने डिस्ट्रिक्ट से आता हूँ। मैंने अपना जेईई का सफ़र 11th क्लास में शुरू किया था। तबीयत की वजह से मेरे 11th के पेपर्स छूट गए थे, जिस वजह से मैं फ़ेल हो गया। उस वक्त मेरे मम्मी पापा ने मुझे काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया। उन्होंने कहा कि आप फिर से पढ़ाई कीजिए। मैंने 11th रिपीट करी और 12th में पढ़ाई करी मोशन कोटा से। वहाँ पर मुझे एनवी सर ने काफ़ी गाइडेंस दी। मैंने 12th में फिर जेईई का पेपर दिया। जेईई मेंस में मेरे 98.59 थे। मैंने एनआईटी तो सिक्योर कर ली थी, एनआईटी का सपना पूरा हुआ था, बट मेरा आईआईटी का सपना अभी तक पूरा नहीं हुआ था। मैंने 1 साल फिर तैयारी करी और इस साल मेरा दाखिला आईआईटी रुड़की और उत्तराखंड में हुआ है।
हर्ष, कितनी देर पढ़ाई करते थे? कितनी महत्वपूर्ण जो चीज़ें होती हैं वो पढ़ाई के दौरान आप ध्यान रखते थे? कितना घंटा पढ़ाई करना पड़ता था? कितना कंसंट्रेशन के साथ पढ़ाई करना पड़ता था? क्या कुछ था?
सर मेरा टाइम टेबल ये होता कि मैं मॉर्निंग में 6:20 के आसपास उठ जाता, क्योंकि मेरी 7 बजे क्लास होती। फिर क्लास जाता, क्लास से आता, मेस में खाना खाता, फिर हमारी कोचिंग की लाइब्रेरी होती, वहाँ मैं जाके पढ़ाई करता। मेरी मोस्टली 6 घंटे क्लासेस होती और 5 से 6 घंटे सेल्फ स्टडी होती। उसके बाद मैं रात को 8 से 10 या 8 से 9 कोई स्पोर्ट्स खेलता ताकि मेरा माइंड फ्रेश रहे, और फिर रात को लास्ट रिवीजन करके मैं सो जाता। थ्रू आउट मैंने मोशन को फॉलो किया। वहाँ जो पेपर्स होते, टीचर्स जो गाइडेंस देते, सर ने मुझे कहा था कि आप मुझे फॉलो करेंगे, जो हम बता रहे तो आपका सिलेक्शन हो जाएगा। मैंने पूरी तरीके से एनवी सर और विजय सर की बात मानी और मेरा सिलेक्शन हो गया आज।
हर्ष, अमूमन होता है कि हम जब बहुत ही हम्बल बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं ना, तब बहुत सारे लोग हमको पीछे खींचने की कोशिश करते हैं, कई बार हम पे हंसते हैं, कई बार हमको रुलाते हैं, कई बार परेशान करते हैं। ऐसी कोई घटनाएं आपके साथ इस पूरे सफ़र में हुई कि लोगों ने आप पे हंसा हो, आपने जब कहा हो लोगों से कि मैं IIT जाना चाहता हूँ, उस समय आपके साथ ऐसी कोई घटना हुई हो, लोग हंसे हो आप पे, लोगों ने आपका मजाक उड़ाया?
सर, मैं जब कोटा गया था तो मैं काफ़ी पीछे जगह से आता था, तो मुझे उतनी चीज़ें पता नहीं थी। तो मुझे आज भी याद है जब मेरा फर्स्ट डे था तो मेरा उस क्लास में काफ़ी मजाक बनाया गया था बच्चों के द्वारा कि तुम तो इतने पिछड़े इलाके से आते हो, तुम्हें तो कुछ नहीं आता, क्योंकि मुझे बेसिक चीज़ें नहीं आती थी। और सर, आज मैं प्राउडली बोल सकता हूँ कि उस बैच से शायद मैं एक लौता लड़का हूँ जो सेलेक्ट हुआ।
Pani Puri seller's son, who has scored big for his entrance exam at IIT and literally securing that position there. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. Do stay with us.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पूरी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं कि लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है, 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं। वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
Welcome back. Prime Minister Modi is on that historic five-nation visit, with Ghana being the first stop, marking the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister in 30 years. However, there's another thread connecting India and Ghana, and that is the country sharing its spiritual link with India, and that's courtesy Swami Saraswati, the first Hindu saint of African descent. He was born in 1937, and he is basically from the central region in Ghana, but he helped expand the Hindu monastery of Africa to 6 branches across Ghana, and he was formally given that name of Swami Saraswati in 1975, a tribute to his homeland. Switching tracks in our Bachpan Manao campaign with Ek Step and NDTV, we explore how free play shapes young minds. Let's hear more on this with my colleague Ambika. As children, we've all played with block puzzles, created buildings with Lego pieces, stacked plastic rings and boxes. It's a lot of fun to play with building blocks, but there is more to play than just play. Today, as part of Bachpan Manao with Ekstep and NDTV, we're joined by Professor Usha Goswami, who is Director at Centre for Neuroscience in Education at the University of Cambridge. And she's going to talk to us about the science of play. Before we do that, let's take a look at these videos of children at play in different parts of the country. Professor Goswami, as we look at these videos, what kind of learning for children do you see in them?
I think the girl stacking cups shows us something very important, which is how manipulating objects for yourself teaches you about spatial positioning of objects. Because when children are very little, they think as long as there's some contact with the surface, the object should balance. But as we saw with her final cups, she hasn't got enough contact with that adjacent cup. And so her objects keep falling down. She can't complete her tower. The other very important thing it shows is persistence. You know, when children have a goal in play, they will persist to get the outcome that they want. And so she gradually figures out how to position those final cups so she can build her tower.
Interesting how, you can learn so much with just something like, stacking the blocks. Professor Goswami, how are these activities aiding development of the brain and skills in a child?
So the brain develops through movement. Everything we do with our hands, or it's language is similar actually. It's a movement. We're speaking and creating movements that have meaning. All of that has to be learned through trial and error learning. So just as when an infant is babbling, they're learning to create language sounds. When children are playing with physical objects like stacking things or pushing things through gaps and so on, they're learning the parameters of the spatial world. And you need to actually be manipulating those things yourself to understand the physics of our reality.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you with us on NDTV. Thank you so much, Professor Goswami, for joining us today.
Thank you.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates will continue on the other side with my colleague Gauri Dwivedi. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Bollywood actor Deepika Padukone has created history by becoming the first Indian actor to be honored with the star of the iconic Hollywood Walk of Fame in Los Angeles.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold ICICI for the long term? Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
If it matters to you, 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 it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
It was a flimsy excuse by Maharashtra police to protect goons. Police says no arrest possible under section in FIR. 4 out of the 7 accused MNS workers reached the police station. Intruder rapes woman in a society in Pune. Shocker story coming to light from Pune, where a man entered the society in guise of a delivery boy. Pune police formed 10 teams to find the accused. In the Kolkata campus horror, High Court tells police file the probe report in a sealed cover. Injured Judge Cash Rao, government now moves on impeachment proceedings. Government speaks to all political parties for a consensus, a 3-month timeline set for the impeachment motion. Gory double murder in the national capital. Woman and child killed by domestic help. Accused kills the duo after a scolding. And failed class 11th now has a seat at the IIT. Mumbai Pani Puri seller's son scores big. All right, viewers, you're watching NDTV, and over the course of the next 30 minutes, we're going to get you big stories. And first up, we start with the MNS Gunda Raj that continues, and there seems to be no end in sight to that. A man was slapped in Thane, and a mob is outside the Neta's home in Pune. Is it a free run as far as the goons of MNS are concerned, is the question that NDTV is asking. And NDTV's campaign, which stands against this VIP Gundagardi, viewers. MNS workers have turned vigilante, and in fact this is workers Gunda Raj. On your screens are 2 specific and separate instances that we are putting out. One from Thane, where you had the shopkeeper being assaulted by MNS workers because he did not speak in Marathi. On the left hand side of your screens is an instance that has come to light from Pune, where you are seeing, and again, MNS workers on a rampage. MNS workers outside Kedar Soman's house. He had posted against Raj Thackeray, and MNS workers are seen banging Kedar's door. And this angered MNS workers. They've created chaos. And the question we are asking is that why is it that MNS workers are turning vigilantes, and why is it that they are turning vigilantes? And let me get in our team of reporters who are getting us every aspect of these instances that we are getting to light for you, bringing to your attention, viewers. We have Revati joining us for more on this. Revati Hingwe, who's joining us live from Pune on the shocker of a story that's come to light. Revati, walk us through what exactly is this incident that has come to light?
So Gauri, the incident that has happened, and once again the MNS workers, they have took all into their hands. It is a history of MNS workers who just take all their decisions, take everything in their hands, and they act accordingly. A similar incident has happened in Pune's Kothurud area, where a person named Kedar Soman was residing, who posted a social media post, which is a controversial post post according to the MNS workers. He posted which translates. So the exact post says that, so the exact post which is posted on a Facebook handle of Kedar Soman reads as Ratri half khamba मारून झाल्यावर राज कायम उद्धवला फोन करून म्हणायचा तू मेरा भाई है. So this translates as once Raj Thackeray consumes alcohol, he calls Uddhav Thackeray and says tu mera bhai hai, which is you are my brother. So this was the controversial post made by Kedar Soman, and after which the MNS workers were furious about it. They went at they actually ramped at Kedar Soman's house, which is in Pune's Kothurud area, and they asked him to get out of the house and talk with them. But Kedar Soman didn't come out of house. But later, MNS workers warned police that if they don't detain Kedar Soman, then they will act according to the MNS style. So after which, after the all scenario, after all this fuss, Pune police detained Kedar Soman, and currently a process of registering an FIR is underway. It is said that the crime which will be registered
what is the
against
charge
Kedar
against
Soman
him?
will be of
Revati,
making controversial.
What is the charge against Kedar Soman? He put out a message on social media. It was not offensive. It was not abusive. So what is it that actually led to this this situation? Are we to believe then people can't put out their opinions on social media handles?
So your number one question, Gauri's number one question is that the charges might be for making controversial post and defamation, of course, because Kedar Soman mentioned of Raj Thackeray consuming alcohol. And the second question is that, of course, now it has brought a very big question on people expressing their views on their own social media handles. Don't they have the freedom of doing so? So these are the two main questions that has rose after this incident. So as I mentioned, so it is said, it is likely believed that for making a controversial post on social media handle and of course defamation, these might be the charges. Currently the process is underway. We will get to know once the entire process of registering a case against Kedar Soman is completed.
All right, I'm going to leave it there. Revati, thanks much for joining us on that story coming in from Pune. In fact, viewers, there's another incident of a shopkeeper being slapped that has come to light. The incident followed complaints of a Marathi youth being beaten up by a shopkeeper at the Thane railway station premises. Now, after the incident came to light, the accused shopkeeper was called to the Thane office of Shiva Sena Uddhav Thackeray branch MP Rajan Vichare. The shopkeeper was also assaulted in the office of the former MP and made to apologize to the youth who had been beaten up earlier. In the presence of Shiv Senics, the shopkeeper is seen publicly apologizing by holding his ears and falling at the feet of the youth as the MP and others watched on. So what did he do? He just, this is yet another case of Marathi pride being taken to a completely different level. This is goons who are on the streets, and this is complete hooliganism and gundaism that you are seeing on the streets and coming out again and again, and separate incidents that NDTV is bringing viewers to your attention. Let's quickly now get in Paras, my colleague, joining us on the phone line for more on this.
Incident from Mumbai, Thane, where we can see this whole incident is from 1st July when a Marathi person visited a shop, and over there he was asking for a mobile recharge. At that time, the shopkeeper, where there were 4 or 5 shopkeepers who continuously tried to convince the victim in this entire matter that they don't have the recharge of the company which he is asking. So there was something which has happened between the victim and the accused in this entire matter, and then the victim in this matter started shouting at the shopkeepers, and this all turned out in a massive rage where the shopkeepers started hitting the victim, and in this entire matter a complaint was also filed. All the 4 accused in this matter was called to police station. They had been given notice, and after that they were released. In this matter, what happened next is that leaders from Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, Rajan Vichare, called the shopkeepers, all 4 of them, to his office with the victim, and over there, Rajan Vichare asked accused to say sorry to the victim, and we can also hear in the video that one of the person in the office of Rajan Vichare is asking the accused to apologize in Marathi because he has hit the person who is Marathi. So this has happened in Thane, and we had also seen another incident from Mira Road. So it is happening continuously, and we had seen in the past that this type of incident has happened.
All right, those are instances of Gunda Raj that are out there for you viewers to decide as to why is it that there are repeated instances that are coming to light of the brazenness with which MNS goons are giving open threats. What more proof do police actually need when it comes to the case around the shopkeeper in Thane who was assaulted? And in fact, let's play out this conversation that my colleague Sujata Dwivedi had with one of the MNS workers who's accused in the assault case against the shopkeeper. Listen in.
वो आदमी गलत है, वो जो मारने के बाद में 50 लोग का मेरे को फोन आया, फेरी वाले जो बाहर बैठते हैं उनको तकलीफ देता है वो, और लेडीज का भी 2 दिन।
ये बात नहीं है, बात ये हो रही है कि आपने मराठी भाषा को लेकर उनको मारा।
मराठी भाषा के लिए मारा, उसने क्या आंसर दिया वो देखा तुमने? उनका जो अकड़ था वो देखा,
क्या बोला उन्होंने?
हाँ, वो बोले कि मराठी सिखाओ हम लोग को आके, तो हम लोग को वो काम बचा है। उसने बोलना चाहिए कि बाबा मराठी मेरे को,
मराठी ना बोलने के लिए आप मार सकते, लेकिन आप मराठी सिखा नहीं सकते।
तो हम लोग को वो काम है क्या मराठी सिखाने का? हम लोग को काम धंधा
काम है मराठी के लिए मारना।
वो काम धंधा करेंगे,
तो ये काम धंधा
करेंगे, वो पैसा कमाएंगे और हम लोग उनको मराठी सिखाओ। ये थोड़ी बात होती है। उसने बोलना चाहिए कि बाबा मेरे को मराठी आता नहीं है, मराठी आता नहीं है, हम लोग सीख जाएंगे, बस काम खत्म हो जाता है। उसके बाद में आर्ग्यूमेंट करके मतलब नहीं है ना, आर्ग्यूमेंट करेंगे तो वो बढ़ जाता है। हाँ,
लेकिन वो आर्ग्यूमेंट बढ़ा कैसे?
आदमी है ना, आदमी गलत है, मैं अभी भी बोलता हूँ। उसके बाद में मेरे को 50 फोन आया कि वो आदमी को जो मारा ना, वो सुनो, उसके सामने जो फेरी वाले लगते हैं ना, उनका वो औकात निकालता है।
आपने फेरी वाले के लिए मारा कि मराठी के लिए मारा?
सुनो, मराठी के लिए मारा, बट जो फेरी वाले को ना वो भी तकलीफ देता है। और उसका जो फेरी वाले है ना, उनके जो प्रीमाइसेस में जो फेरी वाले है, वो एक लेडीज के ना, उसने 2 दिन पहले ना,
मेरे को सुनिए, ये अलग बात है, ये अलग बात है। मैं बोल रही हूँ कि अगर वो कल को या ऐसा कोई भी दुकान वाला मराठी नहीं बोलता तो आप ऐसे मारेंगे?
मराठी नहीं बोलेगा, उसने जवाब अच्छे से देगा ना, तो कोई मारता नहीं। हम लोग का पागल कुत्ता नहीं है कि बाबा।
आप लोग ने उन्हें मारा, जब आप लोग ने उन्हें मारा तो उन्होंने तो आपको वापस मारा भी नहीं, मार तो आप ही लोग रहे।
नहीं, हाँ तो वही मारा ना। उसके बाद में तो मैं छुड़ाया और आपके चैनल वाले ने जो छुड़ाने वाला उसका फोटो लगा दिया।
लेकिन आप तो वहाँ पे मौजूद थे, आप रोक सकते।
बाद में आए हम लोग, सब होने के बाद में वो जो बाबूलाल चौधरी है ना।
लेकिन आपके सभी कार्यकर्ता ऐसे मारते हैं लोगों को।
तो मारते, गलत करते हैं सामने वाला तभी मारते।
लेकिन मारना सही है।
मेरे सब लोग,
सामने वाला बोलकर गलत करता है और आप लोग मारकर सही करते हैं।
हमारे पार्टी में भी है ना, सब परप्रांतीय लोग है, मुस्लिम लोग है, सब भाई है हमारे, हम लोग के साथ काम करे। अभी कल हमारे पक्ष,
तो कल को अगर आपके पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता मराठी नहीं बोलते तो आप तो उन्हें भी पीटेंगे।
सुनो, 2 दिन पहले ये हादसा हुआ। उसके बाद में अभी कल हमारे ऑफिस का बाइट ले लो, हमारे ऑफिस में ना 50 लोग ने, मुस्लिम बांधव ने प्रवेश किया मनसे में। क्यों किया?
लेकिन अब तो वो लोग डर में रहेंगे कि मराठी नहीं बोलेंगे तो मारेंगे।
डर कैसा रहेगा?
मराठी नहीं बोलेंगे
उसका आदमी का तुम है ना व्यवहार देखो, व्यवहार देखो।
तो आपने व्यवहार के लिए मारा कि मराठी के लिए?
व्यवहार मतलब उसका जो बात करने का तरीका है ना, वो गलत है।
क्या पूछ रहे हो? आपने मराठी के लिए
उसने नहीं,
मराठी ना
के लिए मारेगा। जो गलत व्यवहार करेगा तो हमारे को ना फर्क नहीं पड़ता है गुनाह दाखिल होने से। मराठी के मुद्दे के लिए हम लोग गुनाह लेने के लिए तैयार है।
मतलब आप लोग लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिगाड़ने के लिए तैयार है?
ऑर्डर नहीं, सामने वाला हम लोग को जैसा ट्रीटमेंट देगा वैसा उसको ट्रीटमेंट मिलेगा।
उसने आपको पहले मारा तब आपने मारा?
उसने
पहले आपको मारा?
उसका आवाज देखो, वो बोलता है मराठी में सब भाषा चलता है। उसने बोलना चाहिए कि मराठी में, महाराष्ट्र में मराठी भाषा चलता है, बाकी सब भाषा भी चलता है, बट मराठी इंपॉर्टेंट है, आना चाहिए। हम लोग सीख रहे हैं, हम लोग को आता नहीं है। ये बात बोलता था ना तो खत्म हो जाता था। हम लोग का उधर जाने का कोई यही नहीं था, हम लोग का ऑप्शन।
अभी कार्रवाई हो गई है, क्या करना है?
कार्रवाई तो चलते रहता ना, उन पुलिस वाले उनका काम करेंगे।
आप मनसे वाले हैं, आप अपना काम
हम लोग उनको सहकार्य करेंगे पुलिस वाले को। पुलिस वाले से हम लोग का कुछ।
इससे आप लोग ने सीख ली कि आगे मारना नहीं है, पीटना नहीं है, प्यार से बोलना।
अभी मेरे को बताओ, सामने वाला गलत व्यवहार करेगा, गलत बोलेगा तो हम लोग क्या शांत बैठेंगे? अभी तुम थाना का बातमी चलाओ, थाना का बातमी दिखाया तुमने? थाना में परप्रांतीय लोग ने मराठी को मारा सबने मिलके, वो बातमी भी चलाओ, वो बातमी भी चलाओ ना। तुम वन साइड
मारपीट हो ही क्यों रहा है?
हाँ, तो मारपीट हो क्यों रहा है? वो नेता लोग को अभी आज का इधर का जो माहौल है वो बिगाड़ा किसने? इधर के स्थानिक आमदार है, उन्होंने पोस्ट डाल के
आप लोग ने नहीं
बिगाड़ा। हम लोग ने नहीं बिगाड़ा।
आप लोग ने पहले मारा तब उनका पोस्ट आया ना।
हम लोग तो कल भी मिले, बाबूलाल चौधरी से कल भी मिले।
क्या बोले?
वो बोले ना, वो जो बोलना ना, माफी क्यों मांगेगा? गलती उसका है, माफी नहीं मांगेंगे हम लोग।
अच्छा, आप लोग गलती किए, आप लोग ने मारा है, लेकिन वो गलती नहीं, आप माफी नहीं मांगे।
उन्होंने जब भी व्यवहार मतलब गलत बात किया तभी वो मारा। ऐसा कोई आज मेरे को बताओ, मैं अभी तुम्हारे से हिंदी में बात कर रहा, तुम मेरे को जब भी मिले हिंदी में बात किया, मैं तुमको मारा या फिर इन्होंने बात किया वही मारा? कैसा होता है? उन्होंने बोलना चाहिए कि बाबा मेरे को मराठी आता नहीं है, मैं महाराष्ट्र में कमा रहा हूँ और इधर रहता हूँ बचपन से, बट मेरे को आता नहीं, मैं सीख
आप लोग के पार्टी का ये एक केस नहीं है ना, ऐसे 50 केस है।
50 केस है, बट उनको व्यवहार देखो ना, उनका बात करने का तरीका गलत रहता है। हाँ, बस इसके लिए मार खाते हैं, बाकी कुछ नहीं। हम लोग को अभी हम लोग को जब भी मारा वो कौन से कास्ट का है, कौन से राज्य का है, हम लोग को पता नहीं था। अभी एक कास्ट हिंदू अपना मराठी और मारवाड़ी गुजराती का ये कौन लाया?
अच्छा, आप लोग अगर सुनिए, बात करने का अगर तरीका गलत है, अगर आपका ही कोई मराठी बोलने वाला व्यक्ति अगर आपसे ऐसे बात करे तो आप उसको भी पीटेंगे?
हाँ, मराठी
बिहारियों को मारे।
मराठी वाला मराठी बोलता है, मराठी आता है उनको,
तो मराठी में गलत व्यवहार करे चलेगा, हिंदी में गलत व्यवहार करेगा तो पिटेंगे।
मराठी बोलने नहीं आता है, वो बोलना चाहिए। मराठी आता नहीं है मेरे को, बस काम खत्म हुआ। वो बोलता है मेरे को आके तुम लोग आके सिखाओ, ये गलत बात होता है ना। महाराष्ट्र में सब भाषा चलता है, ये भी गलत है ना।
लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता कि आज जो आप लोग ने 2 थप्पड़ मारे, कल वो 4 थप्पड़, परसों क्राइम बढ़ जाएगा, तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिगड़ रहा है, आप लोग की पार्टी का नाम खराब हो रहा है।
पुलिस का काम करे, हम हमारा काम
मराठी मानुस खुद आपसे डरेगा, बोलेगा तो कभी भी मार
नहीं, मराठी मानुस के पीछे हम लोग राज साहब है ना, हमारे जो दैवत है हमारे, वो राज साहब मराठी के पीछे खंबीरपणे खड़े है।
तो आप लोग मतलब राज ठाकरे जी के भरोसे मारपीट कर रहे हैं?
राज ठाकरे
अगर वो बोल देंगे तो हम बचेंगे।
हम लोग है ना, हम लोग को ना 10 दिन जेल में जाएंगे ना मराठी के लिए, तो भी हम लोग को गम नहीं है, टेंशन नहीं है। ये हमारा महाराष्ट्र है, महाराष्ट्र में मराठी चलेगा बस।
You heard this conversation of one of the 4 who were accused in this slapgate, viewers. I'm going to now play out another conversation that Sujata Dwivedi, my colleague, had with another MNS leader, and let's play that out as well, viewers.
बाबूलाल चौधरी के खुद की दुकान में मनसे के कार्यकर्ता जाते हैं, उनसे पूछते हैं कि आखिर भाषा कौन सी चलती है महाराष्ट्र में, जब उनके द्वारा उत्तर दिया जाता है कि सभी जो भाषाएं हैं वो महाराष्ट्र में बोली जाती हैं। वो विवाद इतना गर्मा जाता है कि मारपीट हो जाती है और बाबूलाल चौधरी को 2-3 फटके भी जो है मनसे के कार्यकर्ता दे देते हैं। इस पर बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ अविनाश जाधव हैं, मनसे के काफ़ी जाने माने नेता हैं, अच्छा बोल भी लेते हैं। देखते हैं इसको आप कैसे ज़रा डिफेंड करते हैं। सर, सबसे पहले तो जानना चाहेंगे कि इस पूरे मामले को, इस पूरे विवाद में आपको क्या लगता है कि जिन लोगों ने मारा है, क्या उन्हें गिरफ्तार करना चाहिए या नहीं?
मुझे लगता है कि जिन लोगों ने मारा है उनके ऊपर केस हुई है, उनको पुलिस ने बुलाया था, नोटिस दिया है, और जो प्रोसेस है जिसको हम लोग बोलते हैं कायदेशीर प्रोसेस, वो ख़त्म हो गई है। बराबर है, कायदेशीर प्रोसेस। लेकिन इसका एक दूसरा जो एंगल है वो मीडिया के सामने आया नहीं, क्योंकि हमारे कोई भी लोग आपके सामने आए नहीं। आपने बोला बाबूलाल के दुकान में मनसे वाले गए और उन्होंने पूछा कौन सी भाषा बोली जाती है, ये पूरा गलत है। हम लोग वहाँ गए थे, उस दिन हिंदी भाषा का जो शक्ति का JR है वो रद्द हुआ था, इसलिए हमारे लोगों का वहाँ सेलिब्रेशन चालू था। उधर ही आजू बाजू की दुकान से हमारे लोगों ने मिठाई ली, आजू बाजू में बांटी। तभी जब इनके पास जब गए तो इन्होंने पूछा किस चीज़ का सेलिब्रेशन चालू है, तो हमारे लोगों ने बोला हिंदी भाषा का जो JR है वो कैंसिल हो गया है, तो उस बारे में हमारा सेलिब्रेशन चालू है। तभी वो आदमी ने उसको बोला लेकिन यहाँ तो हिंदी चलती है, तो झगड़ा वहाँ से स्टार्ट हो गया। जब तक हम मिठाई दे रहे थे तब तक तो झगड़ा नहीं था, तब तक तो तुम हमारे लिए अच्छे थे। जब ये चीज़ आई तो झगड़ा स्टार्ट हो गया। फिर उसने हमारे बाकी के लोगों को बुलाया, उधर जो आजू बाजू में ही वो सेलिब्रेशन में थे, तो उनको वहाँ बुलाया। फिर उन्होंने उनको पूछा कि महाराष्ट्र में कौन सी भाषा चलते रहे, तो उसने वापस बोला सब भाषा चलती है। तो हमारा कहना है कि हम लोगों को अभिजात भाषा का दर्जा मिला है, मराठी को मोदी साहब ने दिया हुआ है। सो अगर अभिजात भाषा का दर्जा है तो यहाँ की भाषा मराठी है। अगर आप यहाँ इतना बड़ा दुकान लगा के बैठे हो, करोड़ों की दुकान आपने यहाँ खरीदी है, किसी मराठी आदमी के पास से खरीदी है, इतने साल रहने के बाद भी अगर आप मराठी नहीं बोल पा रहे हो तो गलत है ना।
2009 में आपने कहा कि आप लोग को जो जीत मिली थी वो मराठी वोटर्स के चलते मिली थी। अब जब दोबारा से विधानसभा के बाद अस्तित्व खतरे में नजर आ रहा है तो कहीं ना कहीं ये सब कर कर मराठी वोटर्स का विश्वास जीतकर दोबारा से क्या मन से प्लानिंग में है कि थोड़ा पॉलिटिकली स्ट्रांग हो जाए?
मैं आपको सबसे पहली बात बोलता हूँ कि आपने जो मुझे पूछा, तो एक प्रेस वाले ने मुझे सवाल पूछा था कि आपको वोट नहीं चाहिए क्या हिंदी भाषिकों के, तो उसके ऊपर मेरा वो आंसर था। हम लोग भाषा के ऊपर प्रेम करने वाले लोग हैं, वोट के ऊपर नहीं। हमारा कहना है इलेक्शन हर 5 साल के बाद आता है, लेकिन भाषा अगर मर गई तो आज राजस्थान में जाइए, वहाँ की भाषा पूछिए, वहाँ के स्कूल में कौन सी भाषा सिखाई जाती है, वहाँ की लिपि ही ख़त्म हो गई है। वहाँ की जो लोकल लिपि थी वो ख़त्म हो गई, अभी वहाँ के लोग भी हिंदी बोलने चालू किया है। हम लोग हमारी भाषा नहीं ख़त्म करना चाहते हैं जो 1,500 साल पुरानी है। हम लोग भाषा के ऊपर प्रेम करने वाले लोग हैं और देंगे ना मराठी लोग। महाराष्ट्र है, 11 करोड़ के ऊपर मराठी लोग रहते, देंगे जब उनको लगेगा कि नहीं महाराष्ट्र मन से हवे, शिवसेना हवे, देंगे तब हमको वोट। अभी जो ज़रूरत है वो ज़रूरत इस चीज़ की है कि अगर आप हमारे भाषा का अपमान करोगे तो हम सहेंगे नहीं। आप हमसे प्यार से रहो, हम आपसे ज़्यादा प्यार आपके ऊपर करेंगे, ये हमारा आपको आश्वासन है।
मराठी नहीं बोलेंगे तो पिटेंगे।
क्यों पिटेंगे?
तो क्यों मारे
आप? एक मिनट, वापिस आपको बोलता था, आपने सुना नहीं।
मैंने पूरा सुना सर। मैं आपको एक चीज़ बताती हूँ। हम कल से आपके कई कार्यकर्ता, आपकी जो राज्य उपाध्यक्ष हैं रेशमा तपासे, हमने उनका इंटरव्यू किया, काफ़ी लोग पसंद भी कर रहे हैं। दरअसल बात ऐसी है कि उनका कहना है कि हमने ठेका ले रखा है लोगों को मराठी सिखाने का। अमोल पाटिल बाहर खड़े हैं, उनका कहना था कि क्या हमने ठेका ले रखा है लोगों को मराठी सिखाने का? ये आप ही के लोग हैं, आप इस पर क्या कहेंगे?
मुझे लगता है कि हमारे लोगों ने ये मैंने सुना नहीं है, मैं सुनूंगा और इसके ऊपर जवाब देंगे। लेकिन मैं पार्टी का नेता हूँ, जो मैं बता रहा हूँ ये पार्टी की भूमिका है।
हाँ, आप बता रहे हैं। अब कल तो आप मिले नहीं, कल हम इन्हीं लोगों से बात कर रहे थे। इनका
नहीं मिले, मैं तो इधर ही था, मैं
हम सुनिए ना,
मैं बाबूलाल के ही साथ था।
हाँ, बाबूलाल पे पहले बात कर लेते हैं। बाबूलाल जी से हमने भी बात की। उनका कहना है कि आप ही के कुछ लोग उनके पास जाते हैं, कहते हैं कि हमारे दफ्तर आ जाओ, माफ़ी मंगवा देते हैं उन लड़कों से, इस मामले को आगे मत बढ़ाओ। तो ये अंडर द टेबल सेटलमेंट क्यों?
मुझे लगता है कि कल मैं पुलिस स्टेशन गया था, पुलिस वाले भी यहाँ बैठे हैं। हम लोग जिस चीज़ के लिए गए थे, बाबूलाल के खिलाफ केस करने के लिए गए थे, क्योंकि उसने मराठी का अपमान किया। तभी उनके ही कुछ लोग, आप सीसीटीवी है, आप पूरा चेक कर सकते हो। मैं गाड़ी में बैठ रहा था, उनके कुछ लोग मेरे पास आए, मुझे बोला हमको ये मैटर ख़त्म करना है, बाबूलाल जी अंदर बैठे हैं, अगर हम सामने सामने बैठ के करेंगे तो मैटर ख़त्म होगा। ये ऑन कैमरा बोल रहा हूँ मैं आपको, आप सीसीटीवी चेक कर सकते हो सब। वही लोग मुझे पकड़ के अंदर लेके गए, फिर वहाँ बैठे, फिर पुलिस वाले आए, फिर बाबूलाल ने बोला हाँ मेरा भी बात करना थोड़ा रूड था।
All right, let's now take a look, viewers, at some of those live visuals that are coming in right now. Prime Minister Modi is at the first leg of his multi-nation, 5-nation tour. He's interacting with Indians and Indian diaspora in Ghana, and some of those visuals that are coming in is that of him visiting the Nkrumah Memorial and he's visiting the Black Star Square, and he's set to address the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana very shortly. He's interacted and interactions have taken place as far as the bilateral level discussions are concerned that took place at the Jubilee House, and press statements that followed indicated the kind of South-South diplomacy that this visit of the Prime Minister is emphasizing and focusing on. On your screens are latest visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi's first stopover in his 5-nation tour, that is in Accra in Ghana. And these are visuals of him coming and being at the Nkrumah Memorial as well as at the Black Star Square. All eyes are on his address to the Parliament of Ghana, which is set to be in the next 15 minutes or so. It's a very important visit. The first stop is extremely important. It's indicative of the kind of vision that both India and Ghana have in terms of how they see this partnership, this bilateral relationship going forward. Prime Minister Modi also mentioned that trade partnership is upwards of $3 billion, and the amount of money that India has put in Ghana is over $2 billion. Focus remains on trade, technology, defense cooperation, another key area that was prioritized in the bilateral and delegation level discussions that took place, as well as digital payment. that was a very important area that was focused and prioritized. Financial technology with the Bharat UPI likely to be rolled out in Ghana as well. Already the digital public infrastructure of India has been utilized and used by several countries, and not just those in terms of South-South diplomacy, but even France and several others have used India's UPI, and that is what was mentioned. Now, in terms of the MOUs that have been signed between India and Ghana, there are 4 clear MOUs that were signed regarding cultural exchange and several others. And viewers, if you're tuning in right now, on your screens are those latest visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi in Ghana. On the left-hand side are the visuals where he had earlier arrived. Those were arrival shots that you see, and those where he had come to a rousing welcome. And on the other hand, on the right side of your screen are those visuals of him at the Black Star Square and at the memorial. He was speaking about several of those MOUs, the importance and significance of those. They include everything from Joint Cooperation Commission meeting to focus on culture, and also Ayurveda was one area that was focused and mentioned as well in terms of the 4 MOUs. The important part of some of the comments that Prime Minister Modi made were very significant, where he mentioned and focused that this and spoke about security through solidarity. We're going to come back with this story and stay focused on the first leg of Prime Minister Modi's 5-nation tour and the statement and his address to the Ghana Parliament that is set to be in the next 15 minutes. A quick break. We return with the story. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पूरी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और तत्पर।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं कि लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है, 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं। वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
Viewers, the focus is on Prime Minister Modi's 5-nation tour. This is his longest foreign visit in the last 10 years. If you're tuning in right now, in about 11 minutes from now is when the Prime Minister's address to the Ghana Parliament will start. Let me quickly now get in Mukesh Thakwani. He's in the Association of Ghana Industry. He's actually at Parliament where the address will take place shortly. Mr. Thakwani, thanks much for speaking to NDTV. A lot of anticipation likely in terms of Prime Minister Modi's speech, more so since, this is a visit that's been steeped both in symbolism as well as a lot of warm gestures and also very clear messaging. Security through solidarity. That was one of the key statements that the Prime Minister made yesterday.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you please repeat your question, please?
I'm saying you are exactly at the place where the address is going to take place. A lot of anticipation.
Yes. Exactly. We are here where our Sri Narendra Modi ji is about to arrive here in the next minute or so. So this is the Parliament of Ghana here where we are all sitting down, the Indian community. Along with that, we had a very good breakfast meeting with him this morning where he came and addressed the Indian community over here. That was in the hotel, and now we all are gathered here in the Parliament House of Ghana, where we are going to witness his speech, which is going to address to the Parliament of Ghana. So we all are excited, and we are really looking forward.
Absolutely. Okay, so Mr. Thakwani, two things. First of all, Mr. Thakwani, I have a request to make. When you see the Prime Minister, you've got to turn around the camera, please, okay? And we want to see those visuals as well, if it's possible. And at the same time, the second and more important thing I want to ask you is, which is that this is a visit that's been steeped with a lot of symbolism and warm gestures as well. Prime Minister Modi has been accorded the highest civilian honor there. And at the same time, there's a lot of focus on both trade, defense, technology being there, isn't it?
Yes, that is a really very great honor for India and a pride moment for our Narendra Modi ji that he's been awarded the highest award of Ghana, Star of the Ghana Award, and that one we all are very happy and excited about it. And yes, currently India and Ghana is having a bilateral trade of $3 billion plus, and with His Excellency's, our dear Prime Minister's visit, we are sure that our trade will increase a lot between these two countries, where we will be able to do more businesses across different products into the different regions and the different industrialization as well.
And there was a lot of focus both on defense and security as well, right? Touch upon that as well.
What, please?
He also mentioned about defense, he mentioned about security. Clearly, there's a lot of focus on global South diplomacy, South-South diplomacy.
Yes, there is a lot of expansion into the security aspect and other aspects which we had discussed. So I'm sure that with our current India position into the global, what we have seen in the recent months, the incidents which have happened, I think that has really put India onto the top spotlight, that India is not only capable to protect their own territories, but at the same time also we are well equipped with the weapons and others where we can have a good delivery to not only for India, but for the international markets as well.
Sir, you can turn around the camera. You are on air. We are seeing those visuals. You can turn around the camera, sir. Yeah. And the other thing I want to ask you is that your expectations from this, from the Prime Minister's address. It's going to be a historic address. This is the first time in 2.5 decades there will be a visit. There is a visit by the Indian Prime Minister. What are your expectations from this address?
Well, our expectation is that as Indian diaspora is increasing here, they should be able to protect the Indian investments and at the same time dual taxation policy, that one should be put in place, and more and more trade benefits should be given between these two countries, because Ghana is geographically well located place and having a big history with India and Ghana going back to the Nkrumah, their first president of Ghana. So I think this is a very good opportunity for Indian diaspora and at the same time Ghanaian citizens as well, that we can take this relationship to the next level and bring more trade bilateral businesses between both the countries.
Indeed. And viewers, this is important that the bilateral trade between India and Ghana is $3 billion and the Indian companies' investments is actually upwards of $2 billion. So that's very important to point out in terms of how significant has India exposure been in Ghana, and something that the PM also mentioned. He said that India is not just a partner but a co-traveler in Ghana's nation-building journey. Sir, in your assessment, while we wait for the Prime Minister's address, which is going to be in just about 5 minutes from now, on our screens are those live visuals coming in from Ghana Parliament, where you are sitting, and it's going to be extremely significant in the kind of messaging and commentary that comes in from the Prime Minister. Explain to us, highlight for us the significance of this visit by the PM to Ghana.
I think with his our dear Prime Minister visit, the most importantly it is about how in the different sector, including a pharma sector, if we see in Ghana, there's a lot of Indian companies who are present here and they are really doing very well. So pharma is one sector, agro and industrialization of other products is also. I think there can be a lot done into that. Ghana is a vast land, I think, where we can really capitalize on. We have a lot of cash crops, which I think in the agro, Ghana and India, they can really have a way forward. And as our Honorable Minister spoke, we are talking about defense and other aspects. I think this is where India can really have an edge also this time.
And India has also been increasing its partnership, its collaboration with African countries in the last decade or so. And I think that's extremely significant and should be kept in mind when we talk about this visit of the PM.
Yes, exactly. If you really see into the last couple of years, it has been a story of Africa shining, you know. And we are seeing our neighboring countries, they are really quite getting very much involved into it. So I think this will be a great opportunity for our India and Ghana for bilateral relations to increase, where we can really increase our trade into the multiple folds. And at the same time, politically also, I think this will give an edge to the both the governments.
All right, Mr. Mukesh Thakwani, stay with us. I'm going to slip into a very short break, come back on the other side, and our focus will continue to be Prime Minister Modi's visit to Ghana and that address that is going to start in less than 3 minutes. Viewers, stay with us.
a 36-hour non-stop flight by a
1802.
small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing. They delivered their bombs.
All right, viewers, these are live visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi's address to the Ghana Parliament that will take place in minutes from now. Those are visuals that are coming in as we speak. The last time an Indian Prime Minister was in Ghana was in 1995. That was P.V. Narasimha Rao. In 30 years, India has changed. A lot has changed in terms of its overall engagement with Africa has changed a lot, and which is why this visit is important. And the focus is going to be on trade and has been on trade. And the other aspect of the visit has been focus on Global South and India's engagement with Global South. Those are visuals coming in of the Prime Minister's address to the Ghana Parliament that will take place very shortly. PM Modi was awarded and conferred the highest honor, civilian honor in Ghana, that was accorded to him by the President John Mahama. It is the officer of the Order of the Star of Ghana, the highest civilian honor that was conferred on Prime Minister Modi. Now, this is a visit, viewers, that has been steeped in warm gestures and very powerful quotes and very powerful messaging that has come in, and indicative of how India will continue to engage and double down on its efforts when it comes to the Global South. Let's listen in to Prime Minister Modi.
The Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, I also want to recognize, before I invite our special guests, the following people. We have the Honorable Trent Member of Parliament, Cletus Avoka, now a member of the Council of State, representing the Chairman of the Council of State. The word Bam Bam, he learned it from India. Honorable members, we also have members of the Council of State, representatives of political parties. We have members of the Diplomatic Corps. We have the government chair. We have independent constitutional bodies, civil society organizations, and a large presence of the Indian community in Ghana. You know, our brothers and sisters from India, you know, the community is very vibrant and very, very, very hospitable, and we live together in peace and friendship. Now, permit me to acknowledge with high commendation the presence of His Excellency Shri Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, in this August House. You know, even before independence, we took a lot of inspiration from India, right up from the formation of student groups in London up to the time of their independence on the 15th of August, 1947. His Excellency, the Prime Minister is here to address the House pursuant to Order 67-1K of the Standing Orders of Parliament of Ghana. On behalf of leadership and honorable members, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, to this August House. Honorable members, with your indulgence, I have the greatest pleasure to invite His Excellency to address the House. Your Excellency, you may deliver your address now.
The Right Honorable Speaker, leadership of the House, honorable members of Parliament, members of the Council of States, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of political parties, the Gamantase, independent constitutional bodies, civil society organizations, the Indian community in Ghana, Mache, good morning. I'm deeply honored to address this esteemed House today. It is a privilege to be in Ghana, a land that radiates the spirit of democracy, dignity, and resilience. As the representative of the world's largest democracy, I bring with me the goodwill and greetings of 1.4 billion Indians. Ghana is known as the land of gold, not just for what lies under your soil, but as much for the warmth and strength in your heart. When we look at Ghana, we see a nation that shines with courage, that rises above history, that meets every challenge with dignity and grace. Your commitment to democratic ideals and inclusive progress truly makes Ghana a beacon of inspiration for the entire African continent. Friends, last evening was a deeply moving experience. Receiving your national award from my dear friend, President Mahama, is an honor. I will always cherish that. इस सम्मान के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की तरफ से घाना के लोगों का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। On behalf of the 1.4 billion people of India, I thank the people of Ghana for this honor. I dedicate it to the enduring friendship and shared values that bind India and Ghana. Distinguished members, earlier today, I had the honor of paying tribute to a visionary and statesman and beloved son of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. He once said, "The forces that unite us are intrinsic and greater than the superimposed influences that keep us apart." His words continue to guide our shared journey. His vision was a democratic republic built on strong institutions. True democracy promotes discussion and debate. It unites people. It supports dignity and promotes human rights. Democratic values may take time to grow, but it is our responsibility to preserve and nurture them. Friends, India is the mother of democracy. हमारे लिए लोकतंत्र एक सिस्टम नहीं बल्कि संस्कार है। हजारों वर्षों से लोकतंत्र ने भारतीय समाज को निरंतर गति दी है। फॉर अस डेमोक्रेसी इज नॉट merely a system. It is a part of our fundamental values. From thousands of years ago, we have examples of centers like Vaishali. The Rig Veda, one of the world's oldest scriptures, says, "Ano bhadraha kratavo yantu vishwatah." It means let good thoughts come to us from all directions. This openness to ideas is the core of democracy. India has over 2,500 political parties. I repeat, 2,500 political parties. Twenty different parties governing different states. 22 official languages, thousands of dialects. This is also the reason that people who came to India have always been welcomed with open hearts. The same spirit helps Indians integrate easily wherever they go. Even in Ghana, they have blended into society just like sugar in tea. Distinguished members, the histories of India and Ghana bear the scars of colonial rule, but our spirits have always remained free and fearless. We draw strength and inspiration from our rich heritage. We take pride in our social, cultural, and linguistic diversity. We built nations rooted in freedom, unity, and dignity. Our relationship knows no bounds. And with your permission, may I say, our friendship is sweeter than your famous sugar-loaf pineapple. With President Mahama, we have decided to elevate our ties to a comprehensive partnership. Friends, the world order created after the Second World War is changing fast. The revolution in technology, the rise of the global south, and shifting demographics are contributing to its pace and scale. The challenges, such as colonial rule, that humanity has faced in the earlier centuries, still persist in different forms. The world is also facing new and complex crises such as climate change, pandemics, terrorism, and cybersecurity. Institutions created in the last century are struggling to respond. The changing circumstances demand credible and effective reforms in global governance. Progress cannot come without giving voice to the global south. We need more than slogans. We need action. That is why, during India's G20 presidency, we worked with the vision, one earth, one family, one future. We put emphasis on Africa's rightful place at the global high table. We are proud that the African Union became a permanent member of the G20 during our presidency. Friends, for India, our philosophy is humanity first. We believe in Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha, Sarve Santu Niramaya. सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुर्भाग् भवेत्. It means may all be happy, may all be free from illness, may all feel what is auspicious, may no one suffer in any way. This philosophy embodies India's approach to the world. It guided our actions during the COVID pandemic. We shared vaccines and medicines with over 150 countries, including our friends in Ghana. We launched Mission Life, Lifestyle for Environment, to address climate change and promote sustainable living. This inclusive spirit powers our global initiative like One World, One Sun, One Grid, and One World, One Health for a healthier planet. International Solar Alliance to encourage solar energy and sustainability. International Big Cat Alliance to protect wildlife. And the Global Biofuel Alliance to advance clean biofuels and cut carbon emissions. I am glad that Ghana, as a founding member, will host the African regional meeting for the International Solar Alliance this September. This demonstrates our shared belief that the world is one family. Distinguished members, over the past decade, India has seen a major transformation. The people of India have reposed their faith in peace, security, and development. Last year, they re-elected the same government for the third consecutive time. Something that happened after more than 6 decades. Today, India is the fastest growing emerging economy. On the foundations of stable polity and good governance, India will soon be the third largest economy. We already contribute nearly 16% to global growth. Our demography is paying its dividend. India now has the world's third largest startup ecosystem. India is an innovation and technology hub where global companies want to converge. We are recognized as the pharmacy of the world. Indian women today lead in science, space, aviation, and sports. India landed on the moon, and today an Indian is in orbit giving wings to our human space flight mission. और कितना सुखद संयोग है कि भारत के कई गौरव भरे क्षण में अफ्रीका जुड़ा हुआ है। जब भारत ने चंद्रयान के चांद के साउथ पोल पर लैंड किया तो उस दिन भी मैं अफ्रीका में था, और आज जब एक भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट मानवता के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए स्पेस स्टेशन में एक्सपेरिमेंट्स कर रहा है, मैं एक बार फिर अफ्रीका में हूं। अफ्रीका हैज बीन कनेक्टेड to many of India's proudest moments in space. When India's Chandrayaan landed on the moon's south pole, I was in Africa. And today, as an Indian astronaut conducts experiments on board space station for the welfare of humanity, I am once again in Africa. This is no ordinary coincidence. It reflects the deep bond we share, our common aspirations, and our shared future. Our development is inclusive. Our growth touches the lives of every Indian. The people of India have resolved to make India a developed nation by 2047, when we celebrate 100 years of independence. As Ghana continues to pursue the path of progress and prosperity, India shall walk with you shoulder to shoulder on this road. फ्रेंड्स, आज ग्लोबल उठापटक के हर किसी के लिए चिंता का कारण है। ऐसे में भारत का लोकतंत्र आशा की किरण बना हुआ है। उसी प्रकार से भारत की विकास यात्रा ग्लोबल ग्रोथ को गति देने वाली है। विश्व का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र एक ऐसा स्तंभ है जो जितना मजबूत होगा, दुनिया को उतना ही सशक्त बनाएगा। वैश्विक स्थिरता बढ़ाने में योगदान करेगा। In these times of global uncertainty, India's democratic stability shines as a ray of hope. India's rapid progress is a catalyst for global growth. As the world's largest democracy, India is a pillar of strength for the world. A strong India will contribute to more stable and prosperous world. After all, our mantra is सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास. It means together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and effort. India remains a committed partner in Africa's development journey. We support Africa's Development Framework Agenda 2063 to secure a bright and sustainable future for its people. Africa's goals are our priorities. Our approach is to grow together as equals. Our development partnership with Africa is demand-driven. It is focused on building local capacities and creating local opportunities. our objective is not just to invest, but to empower, to help develop self-sustaining ecosystems. It is my honor to give further momentum to this partnership. In 2015, we hosted the India-Africa Summit. President Mahama was one of our esteemed guests. In 2017, India hosted the annual meeting of the African Development Bank. We have expanded our diplomatic presence to 46 countries across Africa. Over 200 projects across the continent enhance connectivity, infrastructure, and industrial capacity. Every year, our India-Africa Business Conclave generates new opportunities. In Ghana, we inaugurated the Tema-Pakdan railway line last year. It is the largest infrastructure project in this part of the African region. We welcome Ghana's own efforts to accelerate economic integration under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Ghana also holds great potential to become an IT and innovation hub in the region. Together, we will shape a future full of promise and progress. Distinguished members, free and fair elections are the soul of any democracy. It is encouraging to see our electoral commissions working closely together. I am confident that India's Election Commission will be honored to share its experience in conducting the world's largest elections with full trust and transparency. Parliamentary exchanges are also a cornerstone of the relationship between our two democracies. I recall the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association meeting held in Accra in 2023. It welcomed the largest Indian parliamentary delegation to Ghana, including state legislators in India. We deeply value such vibrant dialogue. I welcome the establishment of Ghana-India Parliamentary Friendship Society in your parliament. I propose to further reinforce our parliamentary ties. I invite you to visit the new Parliament of India. You will be able to see the bold steps we have taken to reserve 1/3 of seats in the Indian Parliament and state assemblies for women. You can witness the debate and discussions that are the hallmark of the Indian democracy. I assure you, they are as spirited and passionate as the game of your beloved Black Stars. Friends, India and Ghana share a dream where every child gets opportunities, where every voice is heard, where nations rise together, not apart. Dr. Nkrumah had said, and I quote, "I am not African, because I was born in Africa, but because Africa was born in me. Unquote. In the same way, India carries Africa in its heart. Let us build a partnership not only for today, but for generations to come. Thank you. Meda Muwase.
Honorable members, you may resume your seats. You've heard it all. The wisdom of the Prime Minister of the largest democracy in the world. A population of more than the population in Africa. $2,500 political parties. "22 official languages." No wonder they established the Public Accounts Committee that we know today as far back as 1921. So in 2021, they celebrated the 100 years of Public Accounts Committee in India. I want to assure His Excellency that our Public Accounts Committee will be visiting your Parliament to understudy your journey and to learn from you.
And that brings to an end this live broadcast of Prime Minister Modi in the Ghanan Parliament. He's just delivered a historic speech, very, very crucial and part of India's big power play in a five-nation tour that happens to be Prime Minister Modi's longest in the last 10 years. It is an important speech also because there are at least 15,000 Indian diaspora in Ghana, lots of business interests. Africa is a playground for diplomacy and competition between India and China as well. And therefore, this relationship is extremely crucial. Vishal Vivek is live with me for more. Vishal, what did you make of the Prime Minister's speech, his first stop in this five-nation tour in Ghana, highest civilian honor for the Prime Minister, and this big speech in Parliament?
This is quite historic. In the last 30 years, this is the first time that an Indian Prime Minister has visited Ghana, and the speech reflected that properly. He went on to speak about the Indian diaspora there. He also held meetings with the Indian diaspora people there. So it goes to show the level of cooperation India and Ghana are ready to have now. So I would like to mention some key MOUs that was signed during the visit. So there are 4 of them. The first one is on cultural exchange program. The second one is between the Bureau of Indian Standards and Ghana Standards Authority. The third one was between the Institute of Traditional and Alternative Medicine and Research in Ayurveda. So there are several MOUs that were signed during this historic visit. As we've been talking about, that this is the 10-day tour of the PM, and this goes to show the level of cooperation that India is willing to have on the international stage. It is going to new shores. The next stop will be TNT, Trinidad and Tobago. That too has a lot of a big Indian diaspora there. So these connections are sort of being re-established through these visits, and the speech perfectly reflected that.
All right, Vishal, thanks very much for that. So that historic speech by the Prime Minister there in Ghana will get you those experts. You can also check out the big takeaways from that speech online on our website and on YouTube. These are pictures earlier from the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial, as well as that diaspora interaction that the Prime Minister had. We've got some breaking news coming in, which I'll be going to in just a moment. But just to remind you that this is the first stop of the Prime Minister's 5-nation tour. He will also, of course, be visiting Brazil, Argentina, Namibia on his way back as well, and Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean. So this is a long 8-day tour that has kicked off at this point. Images from earlier of the Prime Minister accompanied by the Ghanan leadership at the Kwame Nkrumah Memorial. Kwame Nkrumah is, of course, the historic leader of liberated Ghana and someone who had forged a very close relationship with a newly independent India as well. And these historic relations now being forged afresh 30 years after the last Prime Minister of India had visited the Western African Republic of Ghana. Okay, we've got breaking news coming in now. The Pakistan hockey team is likely to be visiting India for the Asia Cup from August 27th to September 7th. Now, the context in which we're bringing this to you is that in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack and the total breakdown in relations between the two countries following military action by India against Pakistan, all sporting tournaments were up in the air. There was intrigue and suspense over whether they would happen at all. And now we're hearing that the Asia Cup hockey from August 27th to September 7th could involve the Pakistan hockey team, which will be traveling to India. Ministry sources say they are not against multilateral competitions. Rika Roy breaking the story here on NDTV. Rika, give us more. Was there any question of whether the Pakistan team was going to be able to travel to India? What's going on?
Well, Shiv, there was always a question of the Pakistan team's travel to India, and in this case, it's any team. It's not just the hockey team. It has to be the cricket team, the volleyball team, the hockey team, the basketball team. The question stood for everyone, but it seems now that there has been a thaw in some ways, and the sports ministry official who has been quoted in this report, he has said that they are not against a Pakistan team traveling to India for a multilateral event, which means when other countries are involved. And he is also quoted saying, he's also been quoted saying that Afghanistan and that Ukraine and Russia are at war, but when it comes to multilateral events, they are playing together. So what's the problem? He's also asked whether Pakistan cricket team will be issued visas to come to India for the Asia Cup later this year, to which he said that the BCCI has not approached him. But interestingly, Shiv, I must mention here that the Women's Cricket Team World Cup is to happen later this year. It will be hosted by India and Sri Lanka, and India versus Pakistan match in the Women's World Cup has already been moved out to Colombo. So probably here we are seeing double standards when it comes to cricket and hockey, while a hockey team which last traveled to India in 2023 will be allowed back to India with, the permissions are still awaited, but in all likelihood, a cricket team will not be allowed, and the Asia Cup, which was to be played later this year in September, most likely will be cancelled.
Okay, Rika, thanks for that important piece of breaking news that the Asia Cup team is likely to be here in India. Very importantly, that the Indian administrators say they are not principally against multilateral competitions, and that's what the Asia Cup hockey is. And therefore, the Pakistan hockey team could be here in India as soon as next month. August to September is when the Asia Cup will be. Rika will keep updating us on that big story. Okay, let's move on now. India has voiced deep concern over the abduction of 3 Indian nationals in the African country Mali. Remember, Prime Minister Modi happens to be on the African continent at this point of time. Mali is a country grappling with a fresh wave of terrorist attacks. The Ministry of External Affairs has said that the Indian workers employed at the diamond cement factory in Kayes in Mali were taken hostage during a coordinated armed assault on the factory premises on the 1st of July. India's Foreign Office has said it is deeply concerned and that the safety of Indians abroad is an absolute priority. Apparently, 4 Indian nationals working at the diamond cement factory in Mali have been taken hostage, reportedly by the Al-Qaeda or one of its terror affiliates. Vishal is live with me. Vishal, what details do we have?
So as you mentioned, Shiv, 3 Indians have been taken hostage in Mali. So Mali lies in this restive Sahel region of Africa. This region is reportedly known for a lot of disturbances. It's one of the most disturbed places, one of the most dangerous places on the planet. A lot of kidnappings take place throughout the year. A lot of these Al-Qaeda affiliated groups are quite active, and a lot of these mercenary armies are also there, from Russia to France. Even US had its presence in the restive Sahel region just short while ago, and all these big mercenary groups have exited that region. So that could be one of the reasons why this has certainly become even more restive and dangerous for many of the overseas workers that go there. So the authorities are still investigating. India has condemned this kidnapping, so it remains to be seen who is exactly behind these kidnappings. An Al-Qaeda affiliated group has claimed responsibility, but what was the exact reason for the kidnapping, that remains to be seen. So that will have to be explored, Shiv.
Okay, thanks very much, Vishal, for getting us those details. Mali is a country in Africa. Prime Minister Modi happens to be in Ghana at this point of time. Obviously, the two things are not connected, but to give you a sense of what is happening in Mali at this point of time. And those are images from RT.com, possibly of that abduction itself, but we don't know if those pictures actually capture the abduction of those Indian nationals as well. We'll keep you posted on that story. Meanwhile, there is talk that an India-US trade deal could be just around the corner. It could be up in about 48 hours from now. NDTV Profit, my colleagues in our financial channel, are telling us that this is a deal that has been largely hammered out and that delegations between Prime Minister Modi's and Donald Trump's have been able to arrive at some kind of a consensus. India-US trade talks have hit a very high rate of speed. They've hit overdrive. Phase 1 of that trade deal could actually have a defined shape in about 48 hours from now. India, remember, is pushing hard for concessions after the tariff terror that had been unleashed by Trump as part of his second administration. Trump's tariff deadline is nearing. His tariffs were paused on July the 9th to give countries time to actually comply with some of the demands being made by a very, very aggressive Trump administration as far as tariffs on exports are concerned. India, remember, has stood extremely firm on negotiations. The trade pact breakthrough, however, is good news and could see phase 1 become a reality in just about 2 days from now, which is very, very big as far as the diplomatic relationship is concerned.
Not just in the US, but in India also, we can expect 4th of July cracker works and fireworks to go in, given that an interim trade deal is very much possible in the next 48 hours. This is what we're picking up from official sources. Just like the deal that was announced between US and Vietnam yesterday, we can expect something on similar lines, given the fact that that deal was also broadly about tariff cuts and the removal, or the reduction of the reciprocal tariffs that the Trump administration had imposed. So that is something that we can expect from this mini or interim trade deal that is about to come. What we can also expect is that there will probably be no mention of agri or dairy produce, something that has been a major red line for India so far. That is not something that will probably feature in this interim trade deal that will come out in the next 48 hours ahead of this July 9 tariff pause deadline that we've seen coming. What we're also not expecting is that sectoral tariffs on steel, auto components, as well as aluminium will also probably remain untouched, because that has also been the scene in this US-Vietnam trade deal that came out late last night. So that is what we've been hearing from Trump. There has been repeatedly bullish, positive commentary. The Indian team is also in Washington for negotiations still, and we're hopeful for a deal in the next 48 hours.
There is a big trade war brewing between India and China, and this could take a very, very big form in the days ahead. The latest we're hearing is that Foxconn Technologies, one of the world's largest manufacturers of iPhones, has asked hundreds of Chinese engineers and technicians to return home from its iPhone factories in India. The move is likely to hamper Apple's plans to ramp up production in the country. According to a Bloomberg report, a majority of Foxconn's Chinese staff deployed across iPhone plants in southern India were told to return 2 months ago. More than 300 workers have since left the facilities, with support staff from Taiwan now overseeing those operations. Meanwhile, the F-35 stealth fighter of the Royal Navy that was grounded in Thiruvananthapuram 19 days ago still cannot be fixed. The aircraft continues to be on the ground, and we are hearing now that after 3 or probably 4 failed attempts to actually repair and get this aircraft fit enough to fly back to its aircraft carrier in the Arabian Sea, or preferably back to the United Kingdom, the United Kingdom is likely very close to exercising the option of loading this aircraft into a giant C-17 transport plane and taking it back to the United Kingdom. Now, dismantling an F-35 stealth fighter and loading it into a C-17 is not unheard of. As you can see in these pictures from 2019, it has been done before. These are pictures from the Eglin Air Force Base in the United States when an F-35 was similarly dismantled and loaded in for transportation. Similarly, the F-35 of the Royal Navy, the British Navy, stranded in Thiruvananthapuram after an emergency landing with teams struggling to fix it and failing so far, are likely to bring in a giant aircraft, load this aircraft in and fly it back, because they have simply run out of options. Taking a very quick break. There's much more news coming up on the other side. Stay with NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
If it matters to you, 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 if it matters to you. It matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24x7.
We've got breaking news coming in from Chicago. It's the latest mass shooting in a country that sees a non-stop spate of firearms-related incidents and fatalities. This is a drive-by shooting that we're hearing about in Chicago that has left 4 people dead and 14 others wounded. Multiple people were shot Wednesday night in Chicago, say the police, and this is a developing situation that we are tracking right now. 4 people dead in a drive-by shooting in Chicago. It is not clear who the people who fired the weapons are, who the people are who are dead. Coming in from the drive-by shooting site where 4 Americans have been killed and at least 15 have sustained gunshot wounds. United States of America, with its extremely lax firearms laws and rampant access to firearms, has seen a spate of mass shootings, shootings related to firearms, fatalities related to firearms in different parts of the country, and that continues. This is the latest: 4 people killed, 14 injured in a shooting in Chicago. Arjun is with me live for more on this. Arjun, do we know anything more about this shooting? Who fired? Who were the victims?
Not at the moment, Shiv. Well, the investigations, the prelim investigations, in fact, are still on. The inputs that we are getting at this point in time right now is that at least 4 have been killed and 14 others have been injured. And you rightly pointed out, especially after the return of the Trump 2.0 administration, the conservative agenda, which also revolved around, the gun rights and the gun violence, against which there was a big debate leading up to Trump's inauguration on the 20th of January this year. In fact, this is another clear instance of the peaking gun violence in America that, in fact, many reports and studies have also been pointing out has been on a constant rise since the last 4 years at least.
Arjun, thanks very much for getting us those details. We'll try and get more on this. 4 people dead and 14 people wounded in that drive-by shooting in Chicago. And NDTV's campaign against the Gunda Raj of the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena of Raj Thackeray has sparked national outrage against VIP thugs who take it upon themselves to attack innocent citizens. A shopkeeper slapped in Thane has become the face of India's rejection of thuggery, and NDTV has taken it upon itself to lead a campaign against these politically protected cowards who continue to try and attack common citizens. Take a look at the 2 pictures on your screen. On the right-hand side is the original story of Babulal Chaudhary, an old shopkeeper who has lived on the outskirts of Mumbai for 20 years, being wantonly assaulted by 5 cowards of Raj Thackeray's goon outfit. And on the left, a home in Pune, which is being assaulted by MNS goons who've turned into vigilantes. On the rampage in Pune as well, they're seen trying to break open the door of a person called Kedar Soman after he had posted something about Raj Thackeray on Facebook. No one has been questioned, no one has been arrested, the goons have been summoned, some of them have been booked, but no action is being taken. In Maharashtra, this is what has been normalized, and this is what people seem to be okay with, but no longer. Every single man on your screen is a criminal. Every single person you see on your screen has been given the permission to act like a gunda and a rowdy by Raj Thackeray, who himself stays well out of the media spotlight and only orders his thugs to act in this terrible manner against common citizens. Will Mumbai and will Maharashtra allow this kind of VIP violence to be normalized any longer, is the question we're asking on NDTV.
If we first look at the history of MNS workers, they usually take all the matters in their hands, and this is what they do, create a fuss about it. So recently a similar incident happened in Pune's Vanas area where Kedar Soman was residing. Kedar Soman is a person who posted a controversial social media post on his social media handle stating that Ratri half khamba marun झाल्यावर Raj Kayam उद्धवला फोन करून म्हणायचा तू मेरा भाई है. So this statement is actually made in the post. So this translates as when Raj Thackeray consumes alcohol, he calls Uddhav Thackeray saying that tu mera bhai hai, which is you are my brother. So this was the controversial post made by Kedar Soman, after which the MNS workers got furious and they went to his residential place where they were asking his wife or asking him to come out of his house. But when he stepped out of his house, they were really aggressive in asking questions that what exactly did you post about Raj Thackeray, where he questioned that what post are you talking about. So this was the exact incident, and currently Kedar Soman is detained by Pune police. Now it will be important to see that what exactly action will be taken by Pune police, as he made a controversial post on Raj Thackeray on his social media handle. This was the incident. Also, the second question that arises, that was his Facebook account hacked. This merely has a space of doubt because some time ago Kedar Soman was handling or posting from his social media account, so there is no space of doubt that his social media handle is hacked and that hacker has posted this. Primarily it is come to light that Kedar Soman has posted this on his social media handle, and as I rightly mentioned, he is being detained by Pune police and the further action will be taken by Pune police.
And another incident of a shopkeeper being slapped has been reported from Thane, the same place where MNS goons had attacked that shopkeeper that has triggered this entire NDTV campaign. Take a look at these pictures now on your screen. This is the office of a former MP from the Uddhav Sena. The incident follows complaints of a Marathi youth being beaten up by a shopkeeper at the Thane railway station premises. After the incident came to light, the accused shopkeeper was called to the Thane office of Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction MP Rajan Vichare, former MP Rajan Vichare. The shopkeeper was also assaulted in the office of the former MP and made to apologize to the youth who had been beaten up earlier. Basically, Gunda Raj, law being taken into their own hands by these Maharashtra thugs. In the presence of Shiv Sainiks, the shopkeeper is seen publicly apologizing after being terrorized by these Uddhav Sena thugs, and then seen publicly apologizing by holding his ears and falling at the feet of the youth as the MP and others basically watch on. He's a former Uddhav Sena member of parliament. This is his office where this is happening. You can see a picture, unfortunately, of Balasaheb Thackeray in the background watching on as this is going on. I wonder what he would have thought of this. But this is the Uddhav Sena basically attacking a citizen over some kind of personal fight that he had had. They've made it about identity, taken the law into their own hands like the cowards that they all are, and they've attacked a common citizen. And the free run to Gunda Raj on the back of NDTV's campaign is really literally just crawling out of the woodwork. Story after story, brazenness after brazenness, all of it simply coming out. Look at this man in the grey. You see this man in the grey here? He is... Okay, let's put that man on our screen since I was talking about him. This man in the grey here is one of the people who was actually in that original video thrashing Babulal Chaudhary, that shopkeeper. Let's put that video back on our screen if we possibly can do that, so we can tell the story a little better. The man in the grey is one of those you see slapping Babulal Chaudhary. Take a look at this conversation where NDTV Sujata Dwivedi confronted him. The only channel, the only reporter to confront the actual thugs up front.
वो आदमी गलत है। वो जो मारने के बाद में 50 लोग का मेरे को फोन आया। फेरी वाले जो बाहर बैठते हैं उनको तकलीफ देता है वो, और लेडीज का भी 2 दिन।
ये बात नहीं है, बात ये हो रही है कि आपने मराठी भाषा को लेकर उनको मारा।
मराठी भाषा के लिए मारा। उसने क्या आंसर दिया वो देखा तुमने? उनका जो अकड़ था वो देखा।
क्या बोला उन्होंने?
वो बोले कि मराठी सिखाओ हम लोग को आके, तो हम लोग को वो काम बचा है। उसने बोलना चाहिए कि बाबा मराठी मेरे को,
मराठी ना बोलने के लिए आप मार सकते, लेकिन आप मराठी सिखा नहीं सकते।
तो हम लोग को वो काम है क्या मराठी सिखाने का? हम लोग को काम धंधा
काम है मराठी के लिए मारना।
वो काम धंधा करेंगे,
ये काम धंधा करेंगे,
वो पैसा कमाएंगे और हम लोग उनको मराठी सिखाओ। ये थोड़ी बात होती है। उसने बोलना चाहिए कि बाबा मेरे को मराठी आता नहीं है, मराठी आता नहीं है, हम लोग सीख जाएंगे, बस काम खत्म हो जाता है। उसके बाद में आर्ग्यूमेंट करके मतलब नहीं है ना। आर्ग्यूमेंट करेंगे तो बढ़ जाता है। हाँ,
लेकिन वो आर्ग्यूमेंट बढ़ा
आदमी है ना, आदमी गलत है। मैं अभी भी बोलता हूँ। उसके बाद में मेरे को 50 फोन आया कि वो आदमी को जो मारा ना, वो सुनो, उसके सामने जो फेरी वाले लगते हैं ना, उनका वो औकात निकालता है।
आपने फेरी वाले के लिए मारा कि मराठी के लिए मारा?
सुनो, मराठी के लिए मारा, बट जो फेरी वाले को ना वो भी तकलीफ देता है। और उसका जो फेरी वाले है ना, उनके जो प्रीमाइसेस में जो फेरी वाले है, वो एक लेडीज को है ना, उसने 2 दिन पहला ना,
मेरे को सुनिए, ये अलग बात है, ये अलग बात है। मैं बोल रही हूँ कि अगर वो कल को या ऐसा कोई भी दुकान वाला मराठी नहीं बोलता तो आप ऐसे मारेंगे?
मराठी नहीं बोलेगा, उसने जवाब अच्छे से देगा ना, तो कोई मारता नहीं। हम लोग का पागल कुत्ता नहीं है कि बाबा।
आप लोग ने उन्हें मारा, जब आप लोग ने उन्हें मारा तो उन्होंने तो आपको वापस मारा भी नहीं, मार तो आप ही लोग रहे।
नहीं, तो वही मारा ना। उसके बाद में तो मैं छुड़ाया और आपके चैनल वाले ने जो छुड़ाने वाला उसका फोटो लगा दिया।
लेकिन आप तो वहाँ पे मौजूद थे, आप रोक सकते।
बाद में आए हम लोग, सब होने के बाद में वो जो बाबूलाल चौधरी है ना।
लेकिन आपके सभी कार्यकर्ता ऐसे मारते हैं लोगों को।
तो मारते हैं, गलत करते हैं सामने वाला, तभी मारते हैं।
लेकिन मारना सही है।
मेरे सब लोग,
सामने वाला बोलकर गलत करता है और आप लोग मारकर सही करते हैं।
हमारे पार्टी में भी है ना, सब परप्रांतीय लोग है, मुस्लिम लोग है, सब भाई है हमारे। हम लोग के साथ काम करे। अभी कल हमारे पक्ष,
तो कल को अगर आपके पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता मराठी नहीं बोलते तो आप तो उन्हें भी पीटेंगे।
सुनो, 2 दिन पहला ये हादसा हुआ। उसके बाद में अभी कल हमारे ऑफिस का बाइट ले लो। हमारे ऑफिस में ना 50 लोग ने, मुस्लिम बांधव ने प्रवेश किया है मनसे में। क्यों किया?
लेकिन अब तो वो लोग डर में रहेंगे कि मराठी नहीं बोलेंगे तो मारेंगे।
डर कैसा रहेगा?
मराठी नहीं बोलेंगे
उसका आदमी का तुम है ना व्यवहार देखो। व्यवहार देखो।
तो आपने व्यवहार के लिए मारा कि मराठी के लिए?
व्यवहार मतलब उसका जो बात करने का तरीका है ना, वो गलत है।
क्या पूछ रहे हो? आपने मराठी के लिए
उसने नहीं,
मराठी ना
के लिए मारेगा। जो गलत व्यवहार करेगा तो हमारे को ना फर्क नहीं पड़ता है गुनाह दाखिल होने से। मराठी के मुद्दे के लिए हम लोग गुनाह लेने के लिए तैयार है।
मतलब आप लोग लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिगाड़ने के लिए तैयार है?
ऑर्डर नहीं, सामने वाला हम लोग को जैसा ट्रीटमेंट देगा वैसा उसको ट्रीटमेंट मिलेगा।
उसने आपको पहले मारा तब आपने मारा?
उसने
पहले आपको मारा?
उसका आवाज देखो, वो बोलता है मराठी में सब भाषा चलता है। उसने बोलना चाहिए कि मराठी में, महाराष्ट्र में मराठी भाषा चलता है, बाकी सब भाषा भी चलता है, बट मराठी इंपॉर्टेंट है, आना चाहिए। हम लोग सीख रहे हैं, हम लोग को आता नहीं है। ये बात बोलता था ना तो खत्म हो जाता था। हम लोग का उधर जाने का कोई यही नहीं था। हम लोग का ऑप्शन,
कार्रवाई हो गई है, क्या करना है?
कार्रवाई तो चलते रहता ना। उन पुलिस वाले उनका काम करेंगे।
आप मनसे वाले हैं, आप अपना काम।
हम लोग उनको सहकार्य करेंगे पुलिस वाले को। पुलिस वाले से हम लोग का
कुछ। इससे आप लोग ने सीख ली कि आगे मारना नहीं है, पीटना नहीं है, प्यार से बोलना।
अभी मेरे को बताओ, सामने वाला गलत व्यवहार करेगा, गलत बोलेगा, तो हम लोग क्या शांत बैठेंगे? अभी तुम थाना का बातमी चलाओ। थाना का बातमी दिखाया तुमने? थाना में परप्रांतीय लोग ने मराठी को मारा, सबने मिलके। वो बातमी भी चलाओ, वो बातमी भी चलाओ ना।
तुम वन साइड मारपीट हो ही क्यों रहा है?
हाँ, तो मारपीट हो क्यों रहा है? वो नेता लोग को, अभी आज का इधर का जो माहौल है वो बिगाड़ा किसने? इधर के स्थानिक आमदार है, उन्होंने पोस्ट डाल के।
आप लोग ने नहीं बिगाड़ा?
हम लोग ने नहीं बिगाड़ा।
आप लोग ने पहले मारा तब उनका पोस्ट आया ना?
हम लोग तो कल भी मिले, बाबूलाल चौधरी से कल भी मिले।
क्या बोले?
वो बोले ना, वो जो बोलना ना, माफी क्यों मांगेगा? गलती उसका है, माफी नहीं मांगेंगे हम लोग।
अच्छा, आप लोग गलती किए, आप लोग ने मारा है, लेकिन वो गलती नहीं, आप माफी नहीं मांगे।
उन्होंने जब भी व्यवहार मतलब गलत बात किया तभी वो मारा। ऐसा कोई आज मेरे को बताओ, मैं अभी तुम्हारे से हिंदी में बात कर रहा, तुम मेरे को जब भी मिले हिंदी में बात किया, मैं तुमको मारा या फिर इन्होंने बात किया, वही मारा? कैसा होता है?
And that is the shamelessness of the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena. We're saying it straight here on NDTV. Over 48 hours, zero arrests. They're standing there and taking NDTV's questions. No arrests made so far in that assault case that took place in Thane, where MNS workers thrashed a hapless shop owner for not speaking in Marathi. In protest over shopkeepers have now downed their shutters. This is in light of NDTV's coverage. The police on Tuesday registered an FIR against 7 persons on a complaint by the shop owner and issued notices to 3 of them. One of those was the man in the grey you just saw my colleague Sujata Dwivedi speaking to.
ना लगातार एनडीटीवी कैंपेन चला रहा है। जिस तरीके से एमएनएस गुंडागर्दी कर रही है, उस शॉपकीपर को जो मारा गया है, अभी तक उस पर सख्त कार्रवाई की नहीं जा रही है सरकार के द्वारा। कांग्रेस इसे कैसे देखती है?
देखो, जो घटना हुई है उस घटना का कांग्रेस पार्टी निषेध करती है। एक दूसरा इशू ऐसा है कि सरकार ने तुरंत एक्शन लेना चाहिए, कड़ी से कड़ी सज़ा देना चाहिए। मुंबई ये शहर मेट्रोपोलियन है, दुनिया भर के लोग मुंबई शहर में रहते हैं। तुम्हारा संविधान ने अधिकार जो दिया है सबको अपने अपने भाषा अपने धर्म के प्यार करने का अधिकार दिया है, लेकिन किसी को ज़बरदस्ती करने का अधिकार नहीं दिया है। अगर सरकार कार्रवाई नहीं करती तो हमको ये कहना पड़ेगा कि ये सरकार निर्मित कांड था और ये कांड करना सरकार ने बंद करना चाहिए और इस तरह से दहशत पैदा करने का काम वो ना करे। ये सरकार को हम सूचना देते हैं।
मीरा रोड में प्रदर्शन चल रहा है, सभी व्यापारी एक साथ आए हैं इसके खिलाफ। वहीं एक तरफ जो एफआईआर तो रजिस्टर हुई है लेकिन किसी के ऊपर अरेस्ट नहीं किया, सिर्फ नोटिस दी गई है। और पूना में भी एक जगह पर हंगामा हुआ है, एक सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट को लेकर मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने घर में घुसकर उस व्यक्ति को मारा है।
मैंने आपको कहा है कि सरकार निर्मित है, अगर सरकार कार्रवाई नहीं करती है तो ये सरकार निर्मित है और सरकार ही महाराष्ट्र में आने वाली लोकल बॉडी चुनाव की तैयारी में लगी हुई है और ऐसे ही विभाजन कर क्योंकि बीजेपी का मेन शस्त्र जो है चुनाव का, आपस में लड़ा दो और उसका फ़ायदा अपन लो। अंग्रेज जैसे थे डिवाइड एंड रूल, वैसे वो बीजेपी का काम है, लेकिन लोकतंत्र है, ये बीजेपी ने ध्यान रखना चाहिए। इस तरह से भाषा और जाति में फ़र्क लगाकर लोगों को मारपीट किया जाता होगा और ऐसे विचारधारा के लोगों को अगर सरकार कार्रवाई नहीं करती तो ये सरकार प्रायोजित है, यही हम कहेंगे।
योगेश कदम अभी बाइट देते हुए उन्होंने कहा कि इस तरीके का एटीट्यूड कि हम मराठी नहीं बोलेंगे, चलने नहीं देंगे महाराष्ट्र में, ऐसे मंत्री कह रहे हैं। ठीक है, अब सरकार प्रायोजित है, सरकार ने इसका जवाब, अभी हम कानून व्यवस्था पे जब चर्चा करेंगे तब सरकार को जवाब देना पड़ेगा। अगर मंत्री ये कहते, गृह मंत्री ये कहते हैं कि जिसको मराठी बोलना ही पड़ेगा, तो बिल्कुल हम उनसे बात करेंगे, सरकार को जवाब पूछेंगे, क्योंकि सरकार ये संवैधानिक आधार पर बनी रहती है। कोई इनके 7/12 लिख के नहीं दिया महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने इनको। तो इसलिए महाराष्ट्र की मुंबई ये हमारे देश की आर्थिक राजधानी है, मेट्रोपोलियन सिटी है। यहाँ विविध जाति और धर्म के लोग रहते हैं, सबको रहने का अधिकार है और उनके अपने कल्चर के साथ रहने का अधिकार है। ये कोई इनके हिटलरशाही के ऊपर नहीं है और इसलिए हम जवाब पूछेंगे सरकार को, सरकार ने जवाब देना चाहिए। और मंत्री ने अगर इस वक्तव्य को किया होगा तो मंत्री का रिजाइन हम मांगेंगे।
Here is the worst part about this entire campaign, viewer. It's not just a fringe element of an absolutely underachieving nobody party like Raj Thakre's MNS, but even the ruling dispensation led by the BJP in Maharashtra seems to be justifying this kind of shameless violence by fringe Marathi identity politics thugs. Minister Yogesh Kadam, he's Minister of State in the Fadnavis government. You can decide for yourself what he's saying and whether it justifies the violence. He says people who come to Maharashtra must speak in Marathi. There's no law saying that anybody needs to speak Marathi. There's a difference. You can have a difference of opinion. But is it for a minister to say non-Marathis' attitude won't work? Is he justifying this kind of vigilante action taken by MNS thugs who his police have still not, by the way, arrested? Take a look at this Minister of State for Home in Maharashtra.
महाराष्ट्र में मराठी तो बोलनी ही पड़ेगी। अगर मराठी नहीं आती है तो आपका ये एटीट्यूड नहीं चलेगा कि हम मराठी बोलेंगे नहीं। हम
कोशिश करेंगे ऐसा वो एक बता सकते हैं, बोल सकते हैं। तो मेरे ख्याल से देखिए, हमें किसी और लैंग्वेज का अपमान हमें करना नहीं है, लेकिन मराठी में अगर कोई महाराष्ट्र में कोई मराठी को डिसरिस्पेक्ट करता है तो बिल्कुल वहाँ पे हमारे कायदा हम लागू करेंगे, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई करेंगे। जो भी है, जिन्होंने भी उनको मारपीट की है, बिल्कुल उनको एक ही संदेश देंगे कि कायदा आप हाथ में मत लीजिए, जो भी कंसर्न पर्सन की आप कंप्लेंट फाइल कीजिए, उसके अगेंस्ट कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
And that campaign and that call out continues here on NDTV. Stay with us, much more coming up on the other side.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और तत्पर।
कि जैसे ये मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं।
कि लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है, 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे हैं वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं। वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
I want to come now to the AMCA. I want to get into that because it is from the AMCA that this entire situation is what it is and why we're talking about it. The fact that the AMCA isn't here.
No.
The AMCA is a long way off.
It's virtual reality.
And 2 days, Vishnu, 2 days after Operation Sindoor is when the government cleared what is called the execution model for the AMCA, which basically meant that the private sector and the public sector could compete to build and develop the AMCA. But forget that. Forget about who's going to build and develop it. Where are we with the AMCA and how far away is it?
The first prototype rollout was planned for late next year. I'd be very surprised if that takes place. The first flight was supposed to take place in the late 2028. I'll be very surprised if that takes place. There is funding for at least 5 prototypes. I think there is more money being given for more prototypes. Certification scheduled for 2032, right? And induction starts from 2034. That's the best case situation as of now.
Yeah.
Now, this means that Pakistan, once they start acquiring the J-35 at some stage this year, assuming that they get even 10 every year, it'll be actually at a faster rate, they would be operating stealth aircraft for 10 years, a full decade before India starts acquiring our first one. And with this being our first platform, the AMCA has to really deliver.
Yeah.
It has to be current. And remember, the Chinese have gone beyond the 5th generation. This is not going to be something we spend billions on to make it a Pakistan-centric platform. It needs to be China-specific as well and Pakistan-specific. And therefore, what the Air Chief said the other day when he was, I think, addressing industry was very important. The AMCA has to be of the current generation when it comes online.
Which is 9 years from now.
Starting induction in about 10 years from now. Starting. Best case scenario, right? It's 2025, 2035 is what the best case scenario is. Now, therefore, let's not get stuck on the word 5th generation.
Yeah.
Why? Because the Chinese have already, with their J36 and J50, 2 brand new platforms gone beyond 5th generation. There's a big debate in the AvGeek community that, why don't we still call them 5th generation? Others say, no, it's a 6th generation platform. It doesn't matter. The reason this debate is happening, right, on what generation they are, is because they are fundamentally different platforms.
Yeah.
With
and
objectives and goals,
flying,
right, from what we've seen from any other aircraft in aviation history. These are phenomenal designs which the Chinese have got out.
Vishnu, 9 years till the AMCA comes online, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, which is India's own stealth fighter project. 9
Good evening, everybody. You're watching NDTV. Prime Minister Modi is in Ghana today. In fact, he has spoken on India's democracy. Meanwhile, NDTV has asked some very tough questions to MNS workers with regard to the violence that we witnessed in Thane against a shopkeeper from Uttar Pradesh, and terrible crimes have also been registered in the national capital and also in Pune. We'll get you all that and more. But first up, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi hails India's democracy. While speaking in Ghana, he says India's democracy is a ray of hope in the world. An important update there. Pakistan hockey team likely to be in India. Government sources have said that they won't stop Pakistan team from visiting India. Government sources have also said one can block YouTube channels, but not the Pakistan team. Ministry sources have also said that India is not against multilateral competition. Maharashtra cops have given out flimsy excuses to protect goons. Cops have said no arrest possible under section in FIR. 4 out of 7 accused MNS workers reach police station. An intruder rapes a woman in society in Pune. Man entered society in guise of a delivery boy. Pune police have formed 10 teams to find the accused. Gruesome double murders have taken place in national capital. A woman and child killed by domestic help. Accused kills mother and child after a scolding. A Mumbai Pani Puri seller's son has scored big. He failed class 11, but now he has an IIT seat. Well, horrific crimes continue to shock the country. From national capital to Pune in Maharashtra, a 22-year-old woman was allegedly raped by a man who entered her house in Pune on Wednesday evening, and he was posing as a delivery executive. He shamelessly clicked a selfie on the woman's phone and he left a chilling message that said, "I will be back." On the other hand, double murders have been registered from Lajpat Nagar area of South Delhi, where a woman and her minor son were found brutally killed inside their residence. This happened late Tuesday night. Meanwhile, let me tell you what happened in Pune. This was a 22-year-old woman who was allegedly raped by a man. He entered her house in Pune on Wednesday evening. He posed as a delivery executive, and this incident took place around 7:30 p.m. in a housing society, and this incident took place inside the woman's flat. The woman was reportedly alone at the time of the attack. Pune police have said that she was alone at home after her brother had just stepped out for some work. This is a 22-year-old woman who was allegedly raped by a man who gained entry into the housing society posing as a delivery executive. And this incident, the shocking incident, happened on Wednesday evening. In fact, a hunt is on to find the accused.
Jurisdiction of Kondwa Police Station in Pune City. Offence under section 6477 351(2) of BNS is registered. Yesterday at 7:30, Nirbhaya, age 22 years, one delivery boy with bank envelope entered her flat, and he said that courier is there, but I have forgotten the pen. So Nirbhaya went inside her home to take the pen. Meanwhile, immediately he closed the door, and this incident happened. 10 teams, 5 of crime branch and 5 of zonal teams working on it.
Shocking incident happened in Pune's Kondwa area where a 22-year-old girl who was alone at her place was brutally raped by an accused who posed to be a delivery agent. He pretended that he is here to deliver a parcel given by a bank. When the victim refused to take parcel, he said, "You have to sign on it even though it doesn't belong to you." Then when she went in to take a pen where he asked for that, as he didn't have pen is what he said. And then when she went in, he invaded into the flat and then he sprayed a substance on her face and then he brutally raped the 22-year-old girl. More than 24 hours, but accused has not been nabbed by Pune police yet, but 10 teams have been deployed as of now. Currently, the updates that are coming, the victim who was brutally raped is currently undergoing a medical treatment at Sassoon Hospital.
Now, a shocking case of double murders has also emerged from Lajpat Nagar area of South Delhi, where a woman and her minor son were found brutally killed inside their residence late Tuesday night. Now, this incident came to light around 9:43 p.m. when Kuldeep Sivani, the husband of the deceased woman, made a PCR call to the police. He reported that his wife and son were not answering his calls or reaching home. He found that the door was locked and he noticed visible blood stains near the gate and on the stairs. In fact, he responded swiftly and called the PCR. The PCR team and local police reached the spot. The house was forcibly opened and what they found was horrifying. A 42-year-old mother, Ruchika Sivani, and her 14-year-old son, Krish, were lying dead in a pool of blood. Ruchika and her husband ran a garment business in Lajpat Nagar market. Their son Krish was a class 10 student. According to police sources, Mukesh was familiar with the household and may have exploited that trust. This is the domestic help that we're talking about. The exact motive behind the murders, whether it was robbery, personal conflict or something else, is still under investigation. The accused has, however, told the police that the lady used to scold him a lot and that is why he committed this crime.
हमें एक्चुअली कुछ मालूम नहीं चला. रात को 9:30 बजे उनके हस्बैंड आए तो हमें पता चला कि वो दरवाज़ा नहीं खोल रहे. लेकिन थोड़ी देर के बाद पुलिस आ गई. उन्होंने कोशिश करी दरवाज़ा तोड़ने की तो फिर पता चला हमें कि कुछ हादसा हो गया. बस इतना ही मालूम. बहुत क्योंकि वो सारा दिन शॉप पे रहती थी. उनके हस्बैंड भी तो ज़्यादा इतनी बातचीत होती नहीं थी.
इतनी जंगपुरा विधानसभा के लोग हैं, उनको एक अपील जरूर करूंगा, नौकर को पहले नाप तोल के रखो. आप इंक्वायरी करो, उनके रिश्तेदार की गारंटी लो, किसी की गारंटी लो. ऐसे मत नौकर रख लो, क्योंकि जो भी आएगा इधर से आया उधर से आया नौकर नहीं, उसकी गारंटी लो. उसके बाद थाने में रिपोर्ट कराओ कि हमने ये नौकर लगाया, इसकी वेरिफिकेशन कर लो.
We are being joined by two of the colleagues of Mukesh who committed a double murder in Delhi's Lajpat Nagar area. Let's go straight to him. Sir, आपका नाम क्या है?
सुरेंद्र सिंह.
आपका नाम क्या है?
प्रेम सागर.
आप लोग उनके साथ ही काम कर रहे थे?
हाँ सब.
क्या बताएंगे मुकेश कैसे थे इंसान?
मुकेश शकल से तो अच्छा लगता था, थोड़ा गुस्सैला था कि हर बात पे पिनक जाता था.
ऐसा मुकेश ने कहा है कि जो मालकिन थी वो लगातार डांटती वगैरह थी, तो
वही तो कह रहा हूँ, बात सच्चाई है.
जो मालिक पैसा देगा वो थोड़ा बहुत कुछ बोलेगा, उसका हक है बोलने का, ओनर का. अब 10 साढ़े 10 की ड्यूटी है, अगर आप 12:30 बजे आ रहे हो तो वो तो बोलेगा ना, बॉस भैया इतना लेट क्यों आ रहे हो करके.
क्या हम इतने साल से काम कर रहे हैं, क्या हमें थोड़ा बहुत बोल देते थे तो हम ऐसा काम करेंगे?
ये जिनके लिए आप काम करते हैं वो कैसे थे नेचर वाइज?
ये भाई साहब और भाभी बहुत अच्छे थे. उनको तो मैं कभी भी गलत ही नहीं समझूंगा. बहुत अच्छा नेचर है. कभी भी किसी भी 1000 2000 3000 जब भी मांगो तुरंत भेज देते थे.
Well, there's been a U-turn by the Delhi government now, and this is on fuel ban. Delhi government has said that fuel ban is not feasible. Maninder Sirsa, who's the transport minister, who's in fact also the minister for environment, he has raised concerns to the CAQM, the body that looks at pollution causes. In the midst of pressure, Delhi government has made this U-turn. My colleague Ishika joins us with more details on this. Ishika, explain to us the context of this. This is a change in policy on the end-of-life vehicles. The old policy, we understand, has been scrapped. Tell us, how is the new government, the BJP government in Delhi, looking at this?
Well, Vasudha, it is a big development that is coming in at this point of time regarding the end of vehicle and especially, regarding the fuel ban, because in my hand is the letter that the Environment Minister in the Delhi government, Manjinder Singh Sirsa, has now written to CAQM saying that the fuel ban that was, implemented in Delhi regarding, the end-of-life vehicles, that they will be denied fuel and then they will be seized and impounded. That is not feasible. So this is what Delhi government has informed CAQM. Now remember, it was the CAQM's guidelines that are being implemented in Delhi. Now in this particular letter, the Environment Minister has mentioned different reasons as to why it is not feasible. Number one, he has said, certainly the ANPR cameras, even though they are installed across the national capital, their placement, that also needs.
10 साल में आपकी लाइफ को खत्म कर देंगे। तो ये जो इतने स्ट्रिक्ट नॉर्म्स आम आदमी पार्टी ने दिल्ली की जनता के लिए बनाकर गए, इस पे हमको पब्लिक से बहुत ज़्यादा शिकायत मिल रही है और हमारी दिल्ली सरकार इस समय जनता के साथ खड़ी है। दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री जनता के साथ खड़ी हैं। हम आज CAQM से बात करने जा रहे हैं, उनको पत्र लिख रहे हैं और दिल्ली की जनता का विषय, उनकी चिंता उनके विषय में डाल रहे हैं, उनके संज्ञान में डाल रहे हैं और हम इसके बारे में क्या क्या आगे करने जा रहे हैं वो आपको विस्तार से मनजिंदर सिंह सिरसा जी बताएंगे।
धन्यवाद। परवेश जी ने आपको जानकारी दी किस तरह से दिल्ली के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी ने न्यू कार डीलर से मिलकर दिल्ली के अंदर लूट करी। उसका मैं आपको एक जीता जाता उदाहरण अभी पढ़ के सुनाऊंगा। ये नोटिफिकेशन है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ नेशनल कैपिटल टेरिटरी ऑफ दिल्ली ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट 20/2/2024। 20/2/2024 को दिल्ली की सरकार ने नॉर्म्स बना दिए कि दिल्ली के लोगों की मेहनत की कमाई की गाड़ियों को कैसे उठाया जाएगा, कैसे तोड़ा जाएगा, कैसे खत्म कर दिया जाएगा। मैं पढ़कर सुनाना चाहता हूं। बकायदा एक पॉलिसी बनाकर उनके ऊपर तुगलकी फरमान, जैसे औरंगजेब का फरमान होता था, उसी तरह का फरमान दिल्ली की सरकार ने क्या जारी किया। The enforcement agency should conduct continuous enforcement drives for phasing out end-of-life vehicles from public places of Delhi and should send daily report। रोज की रिपोर्ट दो और पब्लिक प्लेसेस से भी उठा के उनको लेके जाओ। The end-of-life vehicles found playing on parked and public places will be impounded, seized by enforcement agency and shall be handed over to the for seizure memo। उनको इंपाउंड कर दिया जाएगा, सीज कर लिया जाएगा। देखिए तुगलकी फरमान क्यों किया जा रहा है। ये सब 10 साल तक दिल्ली की अकेली देश की ऐसी स्टेट है, ऐसा डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, ऐसा राजधानी है, ऐसा यूटी है जिसके अंदर 10 साल और 15 साल के व्हीकल चलना पे मनाही है और दिल्ली की सरकार ने जानबूझकर इस ऑर्डर को फर्दर इंप्लीमेंट किया, बजाय कि जाके सुप्रीम कोर्ट को और एनजीटी को बताते और काम नेक करते जिससे दिल्ली का पोल्यूशन कम होता। इसकी बजाय उन्होंने नए कार डीलरों से पैसा लेकर उनसे लेन देन किया और उस लेन देन के एवज में ये कानून बनाकर रख दिया। ये देखिए अगली, यहां तक ही नहीं रुके, उन लोगों ने प्रोसीजर भी तय कर दिए। क्या कर दिए? हर व्हीकल को अंडरटेकिंग देनी होगी कि जो बैंड एनसीडी के अंदर वो कंफर्मेशन नंबर डालकर और ये बताएगा कि मैं दिल्ली में क्या एनसीटी में भी नहीं चलाऊंगा ये गाड़ी। मतलब इनको एनसीटी की भी चिंता थी। ठीक है। एंड ऑफ लाइफ वेल शुड बी इंपाउंडेड फॉर सेकंड टाइम। अगर पहली बार उसका चलान करेंगे लेकिन दूसरी बार तो उसको वापस ही नहीं करेंगे, उसकी गाड़ी को इंपाउंड कर लेंगे। और यहां तक कह दिया कि अगर कोई ट्रांसपोर्ट व्हीकल होगा उसको तो हम पहली बार में ही इंपाउंड कर लेंगे, पहली बार में उसको इजाजत भी नहीं देंगे छोड़ने की कि वो बाहर भी कहीं लेके जा सके, ये भी इजाजत नहीं देंगे। फिर क्या किया? हमारे यहां पर आप सुनकर हैरान होंगे, कोई स्क्रैप का यूनिट ही नहीं है। और स्क्रैप के रेट भी तय कर दिए। 90% ऑफ दी फिनिश स्क्रैप कंपोनेंट जो है उसके तहत गाड़ी को बहुत मुश्किल, अगर कोई मर्सिडीज गाड़ी भी होगी उसको भी 80-90 हजार रुपया मिलेगा। ये क्यों किया गया? नई गाड़ियों के साथ, नए डीलरों के साथ हाथ मिलाकर किया गया। और यहीं नहीं रुके, ANPR कैमरे लगा दिए, क्योंकि डीलरों ने आके कहा नई गाड़ी वालियों ने कि भैया तुम्हें पैसे दिए हैं, गाड़ियां अभी भी कम उठ रही हैं। बोले अच्छा, हम और उठाते हैं, हम ये करते हैं कैमरे लगा देते हैं पूरी दिल्ली के अंदर। पूरी दिल्ली में कैमरे लगवा दिए और कैमरे लगाकर उनके माध्यम से चुन चुन कर अब गाड़ियों को हटाया जा सके, उसका इंतजाम किया गया। और पर्दे के पीछे क्या कहा जाता है बार बार कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा, NGT ने कहा। कभी किसी ने पूछा भाई सुप्रीम कोर्ट NGT को तुमने जाके बताया कि दिल्ली और देश के अंदर अगर बाकी जगह पर मान्य नहीं है कानून तो हमारे पे लागू क्यों हो रहा है? आपने जानबूझकर दिल्ली के पोल्यूशन को बढ़ाने का काम किया ताकि ऑर्डर जो है पक्का ही लागू हो जाए और नई कंपनियों से पैसे मिलते रहे। आज हमने रेस्पेक्टेड चेयरमैन उनको ये जानकारी दी है कि जो ये ANPR कैमरे लगाए थे, CUCM के चेयरमैन साहब को हमने अभी चिट्ठी लिखकर ये जानकारी दी है। उनको हमने बताया कि जो ANPR कैमरेस लगाए हैं ये रोबोट सिस्टम नहीं है, अभी तक इनके अंदर बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस हैं। मैं बताना चाहता हूं पढ़कर। While the automated number plate recognition system cameras have been installed at most of the fuel stations, the system lacks the requisite robustness required for such crucial system. Some of them they are crucial issues related to technological glitch, camera placement, sensors not working, speakers manipulation. ये speakers भी manipulated हैं, ये भी कोई चल नहीं रहे, कोई बोल रहा है कोई नहीं बोल रहा, ये malfunction एक अलग से है। इसके साथ ही सेंसर्स की प्लेसमेंट, ये सब चैलेंजेस हैं। इसके साथ साथ ये इंटीग्रेटेड भी नहीं है, NCR के डेटा के साथ अभी तक इंटीग्रेटेड भी नहीं हो पाए। इसके साथ साथ एंड ऑफ लाइफ जो है, इसमें एक और चैलेंज आ रहा है हमें, वो है कि HSP जो हाई सिक्योरिटी रजिस्ट्रेशन प्लेट्स हैं, इनमें से भी जो जिन पे नहीं है उनको ये आइडेंटिफाई नहीं कर रहा। पेट्रोल पंपों पे झगड़ा हो रहा है कि भाई ये भी 10 साल से पुरानी गाड़ी है, तुम इसको क्यों नहीं छेड़ रहे। तो ये एक नई बीमारी वहां पर खड़ी हो गई, क्योंकि जो HSRP प्लेट्स नहीं है उनको ये आइडेंटिफाई नहीं कर पा रहा। इसके साथ ही इसमें एरर्स भी आ रहे हैं और इसकी इंप्लीमेंटेशन में दिक्कतें और चैलेंजेस भी हैं। हमने ये भी बताया कि किस तरह से गुड़गांव, फरीदाबाद और गाजियाबाद और बाकी NCR के अंदर भी ऐसा कोई कानून अभी तक लागू नहीं हुआ। अगर कोई दिल्ली में नहीं फ्यूल मिलेगा तो उसको जाके गुड़गांव में, फरीदाबाद से ले लेगा। तो इसका लाभ कैसे होगा? इसका लाभ तभी होगा जब इसको रोबस्ट सिस्टम किया जाए और सारी जगह पे बराबर किया जाए। हमने बताया कि दिल्ली की सरकार पोल्यूशन के लिए बहुत तेजी से कदम उठाए हैं, डस्ट मिटिगेशन के कदम उठाए हैं, फ्यूल पोल्यूशन के लिए हमने काम किया है, हमने PM 2.5 को कम करने के लिए काम किया है। हमने बताया कि किस तरह से दिल्ली की सरकार इस साल 70 लाख से ज्यादा पेड़ लगाने जा रही है। हमने बताया कि किस तरह से PUC जो पोल्यूशन अंडर कंट्रोल सर्टिफिकेट है उसको हम और मुस्तैदी से जानकारी ले रहे हैं, थर्ड पार्टी उसकी जानकारी लेके। पिछली सरकार ने जो स्कैंडल उसमें भी किया था उस तरह का कुछ ना हो, उसके लिए भी हमें पक्का कदम उठा रहे हैं। हमने ये भी बताया मैंडेटरी किया गया, हाई राइज बिल्डिंग्स के अंदर एंटी स्मोक गन्स लगाई जा रही है और उनको मैंडेटरी कर दिया गया है। हमने बताया कि किस तरह से दिल्ली की सारी PWD की सड़कें जो हैं वो मैकेनिकल रोड स्वीपर के माध्यम से अब साफ की जाएंगी ताकि PM 2.5 डस्ट जो है पार्टिकल्स ना बने, और साथ में इनके साथ एंटी स्मोक गन और वाटर स्प्रिंकलर्स भी इंटीग्रेटेड होंगे ताकि दिल्ली के वातावरण को और स्वच्छ किया जा सके। हमने जानकारी दी कि 500 स्क्वायर मीटर से ऊपर की जितनी भी कमर्शियल हो, रेजिडेंशियल हो, कोई भी कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसको मैंडेटरी कर दिया, उसको हमारी 14 नॉर्म्स को लगाना, पूरा करना, और साथ में हमारे दिल्ली पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल के पोर्टल के ऊपर अपने आप को रजिस्टर करना ताकि वहां पे भी PM 2.5 को रोका जा सके, वो ना बढ़े, नॉर्म्स के मुताबिक रहे। हमने बताया कि हम प्रिवेंटिव कदम उठा रहे हैं एंड ऑफ लाइफ व्हीकल्स के लिए। कैसे? हम जल्दी ये सिस्टम डेवलप कर रहे हैं जिससे एंड ऑफ लाइफ व्हीकल से पहले एडवांस में उनको जानकारी दी जा सके, 1 महीना पहले, 3 महीने पहले, ताकि उनको पता हो कि उन्होंने अपनी गाड़ी को यहाँ से रिमूव करना है, दूसरे स्टेट में अगर ले जानी है। ये सारी जानकारी का भी हमने सिस्टम बनाया और दूसरे स्टेट से ऐसी गाड़ियां ना आए, नेबरिंग स्टेट्स के अंदर भी हम इस माध्यम से, टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से उनको जानकारियां देंगे। इनके चलते हमने उनको जानकारी दी है। बिकॉज ऑफ द टेक्नोलॉजिकल एंड एक्सट्रीमली कॉम्प्लेक्स सिस्टम एंड लैक ऑफ इंटीग्रेशन एंड विद नेबरिंग स्टेट्स, there is a public discontent and outcry. In these said circumstances, it is not feasible to implement this system where fuel is being denied to EOL end of life vehicles identified through ANPR installed at petrol pumps in Delhi. हम उनको जानकारी दी है कि इसके चलते ये इस ANPR को इम्प्लीमेंट करना, इस सिस्टम को इम्प्लीमेंट करना अभी फिजिबल नहीं है। इसलिए जो बाकी स्टेट्स के अंदर जब आप बाकी जिस तरीके से एनसीआर के अंदर जब आप इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे, साथ साथ में तब तक हम भी अपने आप को टेक्नोलॉजिकली इसको जानकारी लेकर, इसको अपग्रेड करके, इसके टेस्ट करके, इसका एक्सपीरियंस और एक्सपेरिमेंटल तौर पर भी पूरी जानकारी लेके एक पूरा सिस्टम रोबस्ट हो जाए, उसके बाद ही इसको भी हम भी इम्प्लीमेंट करने की स्थिति में होंगे। पर मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं, माननीय दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता जी ने बड़े स्पष्ट तौर पर आज इस बात को दोबारा से सुनिश्चित किया है, दिल्ली के लोगों को जो कठिनाइयां 10 साल की बीमारी कारण आ रही हैं, उनकी गाड़ियों को जब्त किया जा रहा है, इन सब के लिए वो जो भी करना पड़ेगा, एड़ी चोटी तक का उनका अगर जोर लगाना पड़ेगा तो वो भी लगाएंगे। हम दिल्ली के वातावरण को भी साफ करेंगे और दिल्ली की गाड़ियों को भी नहीं जब्त होने देंगे। ये हमारी दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता जी का दिल्ली के लोगों के साथ संकल्प है, उनके साथ ये वादा है और दिल्ली के लोगों ने हमें मैंडेट दिया है। हमने दिल्ली को भी सब हवा को भी साफ करना है, दिल्ली में एक्वे लेवल भी नीचे लेके आना है, दिल्ली के बच्चे भी साफ हवा ले सकें, यह भी चिंता करनी है और उनके साथ उनके इमोशंस के साथ जुड़ी हुई, उनके सेंटिमेंट्स के साथ जुड़ी हुई चीजें भी उनसे ना छीनी जाएं, इसकी भी चिंता दिल्ली की सरकार करेगी। धन्यवाद।
तो ये माना जाए कि अब ये अभियान जो है वो आज से खत्म हो गया है, 1 नवंबर से फिर शुरू होगा, जब पड़ोसी शहरों में शुरू,
जब हमने सीकेएम को बताया कि जब पड़ोसी
That was the
शहरों
Environment
में
Minister of Delhi, Maninder Singh Sirsa, speaking on how the government has made it clear that it has informed the CAQM, which is the central body that looks at pollution issues. He is saying that neighbouring states of Delhi will also be implementing the policy and there will be time that will be given. In fact, he has scrapped the old fuel ban policy that the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi had, saying that it is not feasible and that the Delhi government, the BJP government in Delhi will look at not just addressing pollution but also will look at addressing inconvenience of people. Ishika joins us with more details on this. Ishika, help us put in context whatever Mr. Sirsa is saying. It is in some ways clear that Delhi BJP government is not working in isolation. It has the centre and also it's looking at the neighbouring states which are all BJP ruled now, except of course Punjab.
Well, Vasudha, certainly it is a big development that has rather come in now regarding the end-of-life vehicles, and especially if we talk about the fuel ban that was implemented in the national capital. Now, I currently hold the letter that the Environment Minister in the Delhi government, Manjinder Singh Sirsa, has written to CAQM. And in this particular letter, he has informed that the fuel ban that was asked by the CAQM to, in fact, be implemented in Delhi, it is not feasible at the moment. In fact, in this long letter of 3 pages that I currently hold, he has mentioned various reasons to it. First of all, he has said that the ANPR cameras, in fact, that play a very vital role in this entire, exercise. Even though they have been placed across the national capital, their placement certainly is a bit of a problem at the moment. Also, regarding the speakers, there are some technical errors as well. Apart from this, all the concerns of the people and of the pump operators that we at NDTV had raised, all of that now government government has put in this letter to CAQM. In fact, government has said that, a trial run should have been done. And also because, if you look at the NCR regions, there currently this exercise is not being done. So, the people can go and procure the fuel from that side as well. Also, he has talked about the inconvenience that the people have to go through, because a big question is that, even though the vehicles are over age, some of them, are maintained quite well. So, rather than doing it on the age basis, it should be done as to how much of a pollution a vehicle will emit. So, this letter has been submitted to CAQM, and government has said that it is now awaiting a clear direction from CAQM. So, government says it is not in a position to, in fact, enforce it, but it is still awaiting the CAQM's direction.
Absolutely.
Over to you.
Thank you so much, Ashika, for joining us with those details. Clearly, we'll have to wait and see if this is good for us. But the Delhi BJP government scrapping the fuel ban policy of the Aam Aadmi Party government, saying that it will be ready for this only when the neighbouring states will be ready. And of course, it is looking at addressing the pollution issue that often is a cause of concern for all people of Delhi. Moving on to some breaking news now. Well, Delhi High Court has junked actor Jacqueline Fernandez's plea to quash an FIR against her in the 200 crore money laundering case. There's no relief for Bollywood actor. Delhi High Court has junked actor Jacqueline's plea now. Jacqueline's plea was to quash the FIR that was filed against her, and this is with regard to the money laundering case that was registered against her. Jacqueline Fernandez there, those visuals of Jacqueline Fernandez, the actor who was in scrutiny for a money laundering case worth over 200 crore. Now the Delhi High Court has junked the actor's plea to quash the FIR against her. Nupur joins us. Nupur, my colleague, covers the courts for the NDTV. Nupur, tell us, what does this mean for actor Jacqueline Fernandez, and also tell us a little bit about the case that she was under scrutiny for.
Well, Vasudha, this is in fact a very big setback for the actress from the Delhi High Court. Now, we have to understand that she is facing this ED probe. She is under ED scanner with regards to the conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, and it is about a 200 crore money laundering case which involves Sukesh, his wife Leena, and other, there were links to other Bollywood actresses whom Sukesh had in fact gifted a lot of material things. And now we have seen that Nora Fatehi's name were also cropped in this case, but Jacqueline Fernandez has emerged as a big name in the case, and time and again she has been facing accusation, and especially strong accusations from the ED, where she is accused of accepting gifts which are said to be allegedly part of that 200 crore scam. So it is in fact a very big setback for the Bollywood actress, and it will be important to see that how the ED decides to proceed further after this her petition seeking quashing of criminal proceedings against her